아유 어서 오십시오 태형님. 안 주무셨나요 혹시? 저는 안 자고 온 건데 약간 조진 것 같긴 합니다. 근데 이거 지자란 채널에서 한다는데? 지자란 여기다. 내가 진짜 이거 때문에 뭐 일어난 건 아니고 저는 잠을 안 잤어요.
Big empty corporate office.
잠을 안 잤습니다.
Looking down
어서 오세요.
upon the peasants. From
It's a
your
pond
ivory
tower.
tower.
야 근데 마틸 나오는 거 진짜 레전드긴 하다
In the
이거.
background that you can barely see. There we
Oh,
go.
there's the pond.
They just shifted over a bit.
늘
so
그
you
혹시
can see.
번역하실 수 있는 분은 부탁드립니다.
Ah, all right. I
This
think
becomes a longer term thing then you.
we are
저도
ready
이제
now. In like 3 days.
알아듣는 건
to, like, shift the pond
말씀드릴게요.
out a little bit.
빡빡이
think
얼굴 보고
we're ready
빡치면 안
if
돼.
you're ready.
Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay. Hi, Cizerin here, and welcome to a community
바로 시작하네요.
podcast
잠깐만.
where I'm joined by Mathil, and we are going to interrogate Chris Wilson on some questions from the community. And yeah, we've tried to select a lot of things that were
믿고
like popular
있었다고
things.
지혜 이제.
Please remember, like a lot of these things aren't necessarily questions coming from me and Mathil. It's questions from the community. And yeah, thanks to both of you for
숨
joining me
마시고
here today.
더 안 들려.
You're
잠깐.
welcome. Thanks for
worries.
spending the time
좀
to
정리
ask
좀
these
해볼게요.
questions. I know that it's a bit of a risk for you guys in case things backfire, but let's do it.
That'll be
No
fine.
backfiring for me, because I'm just gonna right off the bat. I love the game still. It's still very good. Most of this doesn't relate to me, but I will still speak on behalf of some people, and I have plenty I can say about most of the topics. So, yeah.
Nice. Well, let's start right into it, and we'll take 3.15 things first. So a lot of things people are
이해하십니까?
worried about is that obviously in the last podcast you
마틸
talked a lot
잘생겼다
about
먹긴
exciting
모르겠다.
things for 3.16 and 3.17, but there is quite a lot of people that aren't necessarily loving a lot of the changes currently here in 3.15. So are there any mid-league changes coming, like more than what we've currently got?
So, as you know, we've released quite a few point patches that have updated stuff in 3.15 so far, including one just yesterday or the day before, which added a bunch of stuff. And there's more coming. None of the really big ticket items, and the reason why is because those things require development and testing and so on. So anything we can get in before the end of the league, we're doing it. If it's an easy change, we just get it in a patch. There's no need to hold that stuff off, especially if it relates to Expedition. But there is quite a larger set of work that has to be done for 3.16, and we really don't want to rush stuff out, especially when it requires, changes to stuff that we really should test properly.
So about 3.15 specifically,
안녕하십니까?
people are asking a lot about Spellslinger because there's not
이게
that many
노잼이야. 저거 빨리
Spellslinger
줘.
builds that still work or feel as
접는 건 상관없는데 뭔 소리야?
There are like
해석 좀
very
해주고
few,
접어요.
yeah.
So this is a tricky one. I spoke to several developers, and each time they gave me an answer of like, I'm not sure what's going on with Spellslinger. I found more developers until we got to people who had opinions here. And the things that were pointed out to me were that currently we're seeing about 1 in 160 high-level players is playing Spellslinger, and this is within the bounds of a low to medium popularity endgame build, right? It's certainly possible for people to do well at Spellslinger. Before we increase the mana value when it was in its fully nerfed state, my understanding is one of the first people to do the Guardian kills in softcore was a Spellslinger build. And so we're seeing there is some viability there.
그냥 주문 투척 빌드에 대해서 얘기하고 있어요.
We're very aware of the feedback that people think that Spellslinger is not in a good place. If it was in a good place, then they would not be clamoring as loudly as they are for changes. The problem is we don't have any specific builds that we need that we have to assess currently. When we test Spellslinger stuff, it appears to work just fine. So either our definition of fine is different, or there's stuff we haven't thought to test. And we have tested a bunch, so if people could inform us as to what builds they expect to work that aren't working with Spellslinger, we can have a look at those and make sure we're on the same page about them.
제가 알아듣는 거
I
얘기
think a
드릴게요.
lot of the
제가 알아듣는
thing
거.
there is that even last
자,
thing, Spellslinger for a
주문
lot
투척.
of people was basically like you get a large amount of quality of life and
테스트.
you're sacrificing other things like for
요거
example,
알아들었어요.
damage for that quality of life, and it ended up for a lot of
혹시
people being
아시는 분
like a
있습니까?
leveling build or something that was very hard to work in game. And obviously there were some exceptions of builds that just were very strong, and literally we see people using IO Winter Hydrosphere. But when it was already like that last
겨울에는
league,
하고
then
물의
obviously
구체
this is a
얘기하고
very
있어요.
big hit to a lot of those builds that were already kind of weak last league.
I understand. It does play into the question of what the bounds should be for popularity of a build, because people talk about build viability and build diversity, right? Like they want it so that there are more variety of builds here. And here we have something being played 0.6% of the time by very in-game characters. Do we want it to be played 10% of the time, right? Because it's kind of one of those things where we feel that buffs that aren't careful to Spellslinger pushes it back up to be incredibly meta. And that's something we're careful about. So having said that, we're open to changes. We just need more information about what we should be changing, because currently the guys are pretty happy with it.
Okay, we have a big. Sorry.
진짜
Yeah,
뭐라
well,
윈디
I was just
알아들어요
gonna
이거?
comment on it
잠깐만.
as well. I mean, I don't think Spellsling is in too bad a spot at the moment.
저번보다
It just
더
took some
어려운데?
adjusting to. It still is going to be like a huge amount of quality of life that you have to work a bit harder to get. And ultimately it is still playable, and there are still lots of builds that will work with it. Just before, I felt it was much more on the side of you can chuck almost any of the current meta stuff into it and it would be way more
정도?
comfortable, and it's almost too easy. So I don't know, I think it's still decent. I have only tested it with 1 or 2 things, but it's definitely still viable, and I'm not sure if it needs many more adjustments at the moment. We'll just, I mean, people are still putting out builds for it, and also those people that are playing it and putting out builds for it are very much on the side of it being completely fine.
That's good to hear.
Well, we have some.
But still, community, if you have additional feedback, do share it with us.
Yeah, and we have some things about build
진짜
viability
미치겠다
we'll
이거.
talk
진짜
about
영어
later.
진짜 너무 어렵다.
Trying to it's actually surprisingly organized now, which is nice. So last thing about 3.15,
한국어로는
obviously,
해라 시키더라.
you guys have been doing a large amount of change with the flasks and stuff like that, and people weren't necessarily happy about where the flasks were, and we're pretty much pianoing just as much
뭐라 했어요?
as we were
마틸이 왜
before.
똥ban 거야 이게?
So a lot of people have been asking if you would publicly reconsider your stance on the flask macro, or doing something like a multi-keybind in-game while the flask system is still being figured out.
So, I described some changes on the podcast last week related to flasks, specifically kind of segregating it between proactive and reactive ones. And as you've indicated, those are coming later and aren't ready now. And so you're asking, if we're not happy with where the flask system is, will we consider allowing flask macros and so on?
잘못하면?
Now, we are happy with the effect that instilling orbs have had on flasks. The ability to trigger stuff when certain elements or conditions occur. That works, and that's something we're keeping, and that's part of it that we thought was successful. A lot of the other changes we thought were bad, and it was a mistake for us to make many of those in that form, but the instilling stuff did work
아마
quite well.
겨울에는 해본 거 얘기한 것
In
같아요.
addition, the patch that we released just days ago allows you to very easily control which instilling outcome you get on your flask. So people's first experience with instilling orbs, where it was a complete lottery as to whether you get the outcome you want, and it was a bit of a grind, that's a lot better now. So while we'll keep our options open, we do want to see what people think of the new system before we do any rash changes. And I refer to things like allowing flask macros as a rash change, because that confuses the rules about macros, right? Like, adding the ability for players to selectively use ones that we deem okay temporarily is probably just going to create bad habits within the community and becomes a gateway drug for larger problems as far as, macro use is concerned.
But macros aside, is there a reason why we can't just do that in-game in the keybind, where you could bind 1 to your flask 1, 2, and 3, and 2 to your flask 4 and 5?
지자란 약간 좀 빡친 것 같은데 뭔가 기분 나빠 보이는데?
To these kind of questions is that, yeah, we agree that is a solution, but we would rather do a better solution. And so we're trying to get into a situation where if we think something is better, we do that first before we do something that's easy and fast. And this is one of those cases there. I actually personally pushed for a key binding that would enable you to drink multiple flasks at once on multiple occasions in the past, and the team have raised very good points as to why there are better ways to handle it, and that's a sign of the flask system being broken, and it's better to fix the broken rather than acknowledge it with a keybind that isn't going to go away. So that's my personal view on it. I'm not opposed to that, but I definitely see the argument for us trying to actually fix the problem, which we have good plans for. So I think they'll be okay. And if you're worried about, if people are feeling that instilling orbs were not as easy to get as they were hoping, try the new bench stuff that we added. It'll help a bit.
Awesome.
I actually
뭐래요?
kind of like I mean, I like the new
뭔가 되게
flask system at the
정리하는 말을
moment.
잘 해준 것
It might sound a
같은데
bit
이해를 할
shilly as
수가
well,
없네.
but I do think it's opened up a lot of different ways to use flasks now. But at the same time, I do think that there's no reason you can't just have an option for people to press all those buttons at once, because people are still playing it that way, as you said yourself. People will still be pianoing flasks and making it so that they can do that. And I don't think there's any real harm in letting them piano them easier.
플라스크 얘기하죠?
Ultimately, given that you've given these other choices, and I think those other choices
I
are actually
씨.
pretty viable, and I've enjoyed pressing my flasks less if I've set it up correctly that way. But then some builds I still do want a piano, and I'm just at the moment not happy with wanting to do that piano because my wrist does get a bit problematic from it.
Yeah, and a macro built into the settings where you can essentially bind multiple keys bind a key to multiple actions is not entirely out of the question in the future, right? Like there are some things that you may ask that the answer is just a hard no, and this one isn't a hard no. It's just a no for good reasons, hopefully, as opposed to core philosophical reasons.
Right. And I guessing part of the reason you don't want to change
이번에도
it is
레딧에 막 다
because
요약
you can take it back
올라오나?
later, or
나 그거 봐야 될 것
There's
같아. 또
definitely a
결국엔
case of not being able to take stuff back later. Yes.
right. We move on to items and loot. Matthew, is there anything that we don't have specifically as a question that you want to ask for 3.15?
어서 오십시오.
So is that just relating to
성실한데 알아듣지 못하겠어요. 역시나 예상했던 대로
current patch to league? I didn't really think of anything.
주제만 알겠고.
Okay. So on Bay Class, you were talking about things like Headhunter and
특히 여기
Mirror,
뭐
right? And you
있나
were
봐.
talking
뭐
about how
있어.
every monster can drop that, and that is exciting. So this is to do with chase items, and I spent a lot of time on Sunday talking to people and trying to figure out how to get this across better, because when we say chase items, a lot of people don't
시작한 지 이제 한
necessarily
10분
mean things like
지났어요.
Headhunter and Mirror.
얼마 안 지났어요.
Because while those are, like you
영어라서
said, they're great.
모르겠거든요.
They feel amazing when they drop, but realistically, I don't think me, Matho, or anyone has ever opened a map thinking ooh, this map might have a headhunter, or ooh, this might have a mirror.
카톡 인정이지.
They're still very important, but there needs to be realistic drops that you can chase down yourself with knowing their drop location. So obviously boss things are good for that, and then you have things like Chevron's wrappings, right? That's target farmable through divination cards and stuff like that. But there's very little actual target farming. I think there's very important to have both in the game. And why do we see so little target farming in Path of Exile, Chevron or Comb dropping their own items?
So let's start by defining the word chase, just so we're all using the same
뭔가 그
terminology for the
샵으론
rest of the podcast.
제가 듣기로는 그냥
So I see there's
샵으론
been
가고
two
있죠. 그
definitions.
로우라이프
I see
쓰는 거.
chase as meaning potentially a valuable item. and I
그거를
see chase as
저격해서
meaning
파밍하는
targetable
거에 대해서
item.
뭔가
I
얘기를
assume we're using
했는데
the latter, right? We're meaning targetable here.
Yeah.
뭐가
So
문제인지
there's a
모르겠어요.
specific path you can do to get that
아니 좀
item, which
설명
is
좀
the
해주세요. 이제
chase
영어
as the
잘하시는
verb
분들
you're
제발.
doing.
Yeah.
As opposed to the meaning that about 50% of people I talk to use, which means chase just means incredibly valuable in the context of cracking magic card packs where you're looking for the chase rare being the
Sure.
expensive
But
one.
both
in
are
that set.
important, even if the valuable
마틸
thing
왜
is
형이야?
something you can target farm. Both are very important.
Yeah, I understand. But in this case, when you refer to a chase unique, you mean something where you can increase your odds above the baseline by doing a certain action,
Yes.
like killing a specific boss or playing in a specific area.
Yep.
Okay, so I want to talk about the history of action RPGs for a little bit, going back to Diablo 1 and 2. They had very small biases with treasure classes that enabled you to find uniques at a slightly higher rate. If you wanted a wind force, you'd look at the treasure class rate and you'd work out that maybe, and this is me failing to remember, but maybe Pendleskin was a good place to get wind forces from. Maybe you didn't want to do barrel runs for that. I forget. Some people know. And so
윈드피스랑
there was a way
디아블로랑
that you could
핀들스키 나온 거
slightly
같은데?
increase your odds
야,
of
나
getting
진짜
certain
이거
uniques,
듣기
but this was
힘들다.
almost a placebo. It's like changing it from one
이거
in
약간 좀
thousands to one in a different number of thousands, if you see what I mean. It's not a significant
약간
improvement.
짜여진 각본
And for the
같은
record,
느낌이
I
든다.
don't mind this. I made an argument while preparing for the podcast to the team that we could do exactly that, of having it so that certain monsters
올
have
수도 있죠,
biases towards
사실.
certain uniques. They'd be small biases and almost entirely psychological.
아, 나 근데 여기 영어
And,
잘하시는
nothing
분
came
한
of
명도
this. The
없어.
answer is, well, it's not really changing anything. I'm like, well, I understand it's not really changing anything, but it makes it feel like you're doing some degree of chasing.
나 진짜 모르겠다.
Anyway, so that aside, that's kind of the history of how those items, like the biases for bosses in Diablo 2 worked. Now, there were specific rewards that you could get, like Annihilus Charms and Hellfire Torches and so on, and there was a specific, basically almost a quest chain of stuff you had to do, in order to get that, and that's cool, and we do have bits and pieces like that in PoE. But this is in comparison to a game like World of Warcraft, for example, where they specifically have, these are the drops that this boss has, and it's all planned out. And that's generally not how action RPGs have traditionally worked. And while we have been
디아블로 얘기를
introducing those
진짜 많이
concepts
하거든요.
into
일단
PoE
레딧을 좀
quite a lot,
펴놓을게요.
honestly, by how most
분명히
action
레딧에 또
RPGs
올라올
work,
거거든요,
we're
이거.
staying as close as possible to there is a game that will give you random drops, and the random drops may help you in different ways. It's a philosophy that's present in our crafting, for example, how we're leaning as much as we can on
제가
random
진짜 못
crafting
알아듣을
outcomes
수도
rather
없고.
than deterministic ones. And we're happy to experiment and have a deterministic element to drops and a deterministic element to crafting. But at its core, we're on this 0 to 10 scale, we're sitting there at a 2 or a 3,
이겁니다.
and a lot of people would really
좀
like us
이따가
to
얘
get an 8 or
번역본
a 9.
저거 레딧에
I suspect
요약해서
that's
보면
just
될 것
going to be a
같아요.
key difference
저
between it. And that's
디아블로밖에
also one of
몰라.
the ones that we really don't want to move on because we actually believe the game is more fun this way. Like we
그러니까
genuinely
지자란이
believe
질문한 게
that we made
그거였어.
the
막
changes that
샤브론
make
같은
pretty much
거
everything be targetable in some way.
저격해서 파밍하는
It
거에
would be a
대해서
worse
뭐 어떻게
experience for
생각하냐 이런 거
players.
아니었나? 그리고 이제 답변이
It's not
약간
necessarily
디아블로
everything
답변
being
계속 하는
targetable.
거고.
It's just a few things here or there. Like just to think of like something you could target chase back in the day, or even still now, like Shaper Hideout. It's pretty rare, right?
쉐이퍼
And
하이드아웃.
people can do like 100
천공의
runs
연습죠.
and still not get it. But every single time you're doing one, you might have that slight inkling of I can get it, and then it's really exciting when there's a payoff. And I think that still could be a thing for a lot of bosses, or even something like the Skyforths was, targetable by high-level maps because it was like gated by only the highest tier maps, and that type of item has just gone away, or that type of farm has really kind of gone away.
So
I think
we do get that. and We're happy to try to reintroduce that kind of
한국말로
thing,
좀
right?
제발.
Like, generally speaking, what you're describing seems pretty harmless
쉐이퍼
to us.
하이드아웃 드랍률에 대해서
And it's a positive thing. And like for the record, like look at Headhunter, right? Let's say you want to target farm a Headhunter.
Headhunter
You're right,
얘기도 왜
could
나와?
drop randomly from anything, but you can absolutely farm specific maps, and we see people doing it. There's a bunch of people that are specifically farming maps for the div card to get Headhunter. Like if I say to you, your goal is to get one as quickly as possible without trade, there will be a method you can do to increase your chances due to the presence of div cards. And then another side issue here is the concept of like, there are cases where we do take a drop and put it on a boss. Now, we don't want that drop to be super common. We still want it to be valuable, and valuable means rare, but targetable. Like uniques drop by, say, the Ultimatum Trialmaster or All or something like that. And so what do? Well, we either have it so that the boss spawns frequently and the item is incredibly rare to get, or we have it so it's actually attainable from the boss, but the boss doesn't spawn. It requires some effort to get to.
내가 듣는
And then
거랑
it
님들
causes the
듣는 거랑
complaints about
똑같구나.
RNG gating. Like it's been
별
very
영향감
common
없구나,
for
서로.
us to take something, make it quite targetable, and then there's accusations of RNG gating around that, which we're conscious of, and we understand there's frustration there. So we're trying to hit a middle ground.
일단 좀 알아듣는 척을 해야 돼요.
Making sure the content itself is somewhat
알아듣는 척을
accessible,
해야 유튜브에 올릴
and
때
that
좀
the items are
영상
also
소스로 쓸만해.
appropriately
이러면서.
rare. But at the end of the day, we don't want chaseable or targetable to mean incredibly common, because the items people want are the best items in the game, and if the best items in the game are trivial to obtain,
진짜
then the game
거짓말이고
is
바로
broken.
들어요, 솔직히.
So, specifically with things like you recently moved all the things like Brass Dome, Memory Vault, etc. away from the Elder and
힘
Shaper
들어갔으면
Guardians.
진짜 난리 났을
That
걸요.
was like for a lot of people like a bit of a surprise because it is a good thing when the core drop pool can drop exciting things, because in like 3.13, 3.14, if you were just doing a map and it didn't have something like Nemesis, it couldn't drop like anything that would be considered cross league back then yeah, there were very few exciting things that could drop. But now, by taking them away from like the Shaper Guardians, the Elder Guardians, etc., they're like now you can't target farm them at all. Is there a reason for why it has to be like so one way or the other and not both?
I get the point, and that is something we've been discussing internally quite a bit. So
나
it may change in those cases, right? We've heard the feedback that people in some cases
3.13이랑
prefer
1.4
how it
비교
worked before,
막
and that's
얘기하면서
something we're
뭐라고
open to
했는데
discussing. So
뭐라고 하는지
the team are very aware
모르겠어.
of it, and you may see some change on that. I'm not sure yet.
제발 그 능력자님 없으십니까?
And
제발.
and same with like divination cards, right? That seems like a great idea for something like target farming, where you can use that as
천벌 얘기가 이전에 헤드헌터
hitting
얘기하면서
mechanic.
나온 것 같아요.
Something that I think is like sort of devaluing a lot of items right now, and you pointed this out on Bay Class. You were like, Chevron's wrappings, it used to be a chase unique. Obviously it's got nerfed a little bit with the energy shield, But like you said, it does pretty much the same thing as it always used to do. And it used to be 100 exalts, then 20, and now I believe it's 40 chaos, right? Without the what the item does having been changed. And obviously now it's just like a lot more accessible. It is fairly rare as a drop,
중심이 안
but you can like
되는데.
very easily farm it down with div cards. And I would say for things like Chevron's wrappings, that is a good thing because it is a build enabling unique. But there are quite a lot of things that maybe shouldn't be, that is getting devalued by boss drops dropping from diviners or stacked decks. Is that something you guys are happy with, or?
With divination cards, the only thing we don't get to pick is what the item is, pretty much, right? Like the community come up with what the item is, and we have to choose all the other factors.
저격 파밍이
And so
원래
they
있었어요.
generally want to pick the most
그-
valuable and rarest items in the game. I mean, how many div cards are there for Headhunter now, if you see what I mean? There's a
Right.
few. So
처음에 질문한 거
they pick the hardest
차분해.
item in the game, and we
차분
say, okay,
갑옷은
so we have a choice.
카드
Have they
파밍이
just voted that they
가능한데
want
왜
easy
그렇게
access to this
타겟
item,
파밍할 수
this
있는
item
것이
which is
별로
intentionally
없다.
difficult, intentionally valuable, intentionally
그런
enabling
뜻이었구나.
really powerful builds that you have to work towards, intentionally being aspirational reward.
굳이
And
그런
so the
질문을 해야
answer is,
되나?
of course, we don't want it to be too common. And so we pick values to increase the drop rate of it by roughly double, right? If someone introduces a div card, our goal is that there
하드코어니까
are
하긴
not twice as
지자라는
many of that item
하드코어니까
occurring
입장이
in the economy or
다르거든요.
whatever. And we put it in
마틸은
obscure
요즘에는 이제
places, we require
서포하지만
large stack sizes, we make
이
it drop
지자라는
infrequently because you have to
하드코어 거의
in order
SSF
to not have the thing be
유저니까
incredibly
그런 거
common.
질문할 수
Otherwise the
있구나.
price crashes down to nothing and people get insane access to a really good build. Which of course happens occasionally. There's some
마틸
cheap
지금
stuff that
졸려요.
really does enable builds, and that becomes the meta, and that's cool. But we can't do it routinely, as a div card means everyone gets this item. And so because of this, we have a lot of div cards that are relatively incompletable, and the stacked deck issue is a little bit of a different thing. That's the case of it just being a really compelling reward to give out that people have responded well to. Many of our staff believe that we are giving out too many of those, right? Like, I agree with the feedback that stacked decks they become a bit of a crutch as far as reward systems go, because they're just a pile of dopamine that's somewhat valuable and feels good. It's basically a generic unique splinter to some extent. And I'm not saying we're stripping these out or anything, I'm just saying there's unhappiness about that situation and exactly
근데
the
이게 이번에
sentiment
그래도
you're
나름
sharing. But we do
괜찮은
want
게
div cards to be
마틸이
a system that
어쨌든
enables
지금
target farming
현재는
of
뭐
interesting
옛날은
stuff, like the
뭐
fact
하드코어
that
했지만
Chavs
마틸도
can be farmed with some
현재는
effort
뭐
is a positive thing.
소프트코어의 거의
I like
아이콘이고
that. But to some
지자란
extent,
하드코어
because there's such a
스프
top-heavy skew
SSF의
towards
아이콘이고
most div cards being for insanely valuable uniques
나와서
with
얘기하는
double
건 참
corruption or
좋은데
whatever, it does mean that they generally have to be relatively unobtainable.
Yeah, stacked decks do seem like a
문제는
bit of an
뭔
issue these
얘기를
days,
모르겠다는
I
거지?
think, because there's so many div cards out there nowadays, and you'll probably never see them just naturally, and yet stacked decks give you this like taste of maybe you'll see it, and or you might see it and then go, oh, how do I finish this? And chances are it's impossible that you finish it, and kind of brings me to
아니 아까
some other
분명히
point of
능력자분도 온다고
is there any
하셨는데
like plan to ever like
역시나 안
reduce
오고요.
the sort of bloat of div cards, because there's got to be like 1,000 in the game right now or something, and so many of them are useless, and there's just too much for storage. Like you have to buy a div card tab these days, right? You can't do it free to play. So like, are we ever getting rid of some, or is it just going to keep compounding until there's more and more and more?
Well, the tricky thing is div cards are paid for by supporters, right? Each one represents money that someone's paid to help the game. And if we say, okay, cool, we're cutting out 25% of the div cards we don't like, that hate mail that we'll get, the lawsuits or whatever, would be well deserved, right? Like, there'll be people who are saying, pretty much you have to give me my money back on that one. And fair enough, right? Like, they've bought a thing which, in some cases, like if we had a real problem with a div card, if there was a specific one that we said this can't exist anymore, we'd go back to the supporter and we'd say, hey, look, you get another free card, come up with a new thing. Is basically what we'd have to do. But that doesn't reduce the pool count. It just means we can gradually adjust it, and in a way which still burns some goodwill.
똥빌딩
But
아이콘
we did
누구냐?
stop selling div cards a while ago. Like, we said, look, this is already covering a lot of the items, we want to reevaluate, it is getting quite spammy, and so it's been a while since we've sold any, and I think since April, and we currently don't have any plans to return it
마틸 핸드폰
in its
한다.
current form. So the people who already have div cards have contributed to the game in this way, and we're still trying to work out what the right place for them going forward is, but it's content that represents quite a lot of, like cool community creation and funding for the game, and so we don't want to remove it from the game entirely. I'm pretty sure div cards will be there forever in some form.
Do you think they're overall doing what they intend to be doing, like give you a way to target farm certain things? Because I feel like a lot of them are just like I don't know where 99% of the div cards drop, and I don't feel like I have a chance of finishing a lot of them ever, unless we're, you know, dedicating our entire life to farming that one card. So do you feel they're doing what they're like originally set out to do?
I think the mid-band ones do a
뭔
pretty good
소리야,
job.
씨.
I think the really spammy ones
뭔가
where you need a
진지한
bunch of
얘기하는데
them to get some really
사람
trivial
없다,
item, they're
제발.
kind of implicitly worthless, but the person wanted that. And I think the ones that are entirely unobtainable, like it's impractical to expect you'll get a headhunter, those ones are also somewhat, you know, not in a great place. But the mid-band ones you can actually use.
그러니까 뭔 주제로
I mean,
얘기하는지 알겠어요.
humility
근데
farming, right? That's a really
구체적으로 이제
popular activity.
저
And
친구들이
that kind
무슨
of
얘기를
thing.
하는지.
That type of behavior is something that is serving a purpose in the game. So those ones are great.
이거
But we weren't
레딧에
able to
지금 요약본
control
올라오고
where
있거든요,
people were
지금
pitching
보니까.
their cards. To some extent, if you're being cynical about it, and everyone hates splinters, these is another 1,000 types of splinters, right? So, yeah, there are certainly drawbacks to it, but it's been very interesting and informative as a game design exercise.
So, specifically going back to like boss uniques and stuff like that, right? There's a divination card from Starforge, and that drops from, for example, a Baxoth, right? Which is
뭐지?
pretty rare. Has a decent drop rate, so if you are actually farming beyond and farming that, like you could technically get quite a few cards from that. But I think something that's very strange is that just because of the sheer amount of people playing, for example, softcore trade league, which the game generally seems to be balanced around, you can get a Starforge very early in a league just from stack decks and diviners. And I think on a lot of uniques from bosses, that ends up being what devalues them and makes bosses less special. Obviously, part of that problem is also Starforge not being particularly good right now. But have you guys talked about maybe rebalancing or reorganizing what can actually
카드
drop
하나
from
어쩌고
stack decks
개같이
and
헌신하는 거에
diviners to like
만족하냐.
make sure the bosses are unique and special in Path of Exile?
Yeah, it's a topic that's coming up, and I don't know for a
일단
fact that
그거
this is the
레딧
case.
글
I
있으니까
think it
그거
is,
한번
but I
봅시다.
haven't fact checked this particular thing. But I'm pretty sure that stack decks and diviners are the
저도
type of
지금
game
요약본이 계속
things that
올라오고
cause
있어갖고
a bias
라이브로.
towards slightly rarer outcomes. Like here's an example. Let's say you're killing a boss to find a unique, right? And there's a rate that you're going to get a unique, and there's a rate you're going to get a rarer unique, and so on
별로 안
all the way up.
했는데.
With say
지금 할만하지
gambling and
않아요.
expedition, I know for a fact that biases, and we've improved this
지금 쓰레기
bias
같은 리그입니다.
now to bias towards rarer uniques. So normally, if your odds are getting a counterparter, I don't know, 1 in 10,000 of a generic unique or something, now it's going to actually be quite a lot more common. And so we intentionally take the odds and make the odds higher for the rarer stuff. Like there are 1,000 times more headhunters coming out of Gamble because of those improvements we've made to try to make it actually obtainable. And I'm pretty sure that stack decks, I haven't checked it, but I'm pretty sure that they do the same math, where it improves the chances that you get rarer div cards by a bit from stack decks. This contributes to the problem you're talking about, where because stack decks are actually really fun because you can get good stuff from them, it causes the good stuff to be devalued. And so the trick is like walking the line between there is a fun game element that people love and making sure the rewards that they're getting feel valuable and compelling.
Sure.
The ideal situation is you get what you want and no one else gets what they want. And I don't mean that in a rude way. It's what every player is going for, where they get some item and then no one else has that item and the person feels special for having it. And so, we're trying to find ways that each person can individually achieve
카카오가 좀
that. My
번역을
concern though is if we
해줘야
just rip all
된다니까
the
진짜로.
stack decks out, then there's a lot of the
공시통역?
immediate rewards from content that suddenly feels quite hollow. So we'd have to have some other thing
일단
to replace it with.
But that's very, very extreme, though. There's
표정은
a
일단
happy
확실히
middle
안
ground
좋아.
there where there are a lot of exciting divination cards that are either like random drops or like, for example, like Chevron's wrappings, Exalted Orb divination cards, and items that maybe don't either have a targetable location or something like that. Like I'm specifically talking about like Disfavor, Starforge, Dying Sun, like those things.
Yeah, I understand. This is a larger topic that our team need to have a look at, but I make sure that they watch the podcast so they'll get the different
이해할 때만
opinions,
찾아.
especially with the context of chat, because chat says don't remove the fun, which is an important lesson as well.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Like, it's very, very important to have in the game. I just, yeah. And speaking of like good unique items and stuff, currently right now we see several bosses in Path of Exile that don't necessarily have a good loot table. Like Cyrus, most people are pretty happy with like the uniques and stuff from that. Obviously, some people are unhappy with the Awaken Orb nerf, but Azir's Disfavor is generally like a lot worse than like say I have a character that would actually use a weapon similar to Disfavor. By the time I can kill Uber Aziri you'd pretty much always have a better weapon than that. So, are we going to see like more boss loot like Cyrus? Because recently it's been more things similar to like Maven, which a lot of the loot has been fairly unpopular and not well received.
So this
보스 드럼
when I was
유니크가
preparing
지금
for this
구리다.
question, we spent quite a while looking
보스
at
드럼
the
유니크가
relative
구리다 막
values
이런
of
거
the
얘기하는 것
drops and
같은데
the
지자란이?
probabilities from the different bosses, just to sanity check this stuff, which is a thing we do from time to time. And it was quite interesting because you're completely right that the average value of what you're getting from Cyrus relative to difficulty is better than
아니
Maven.
말고.
But a lot of this is situationally based on meta. His uniques are popular right now, therefore they're expensive. Maven ones aren't used necessarily in builds, but could be, and are therefore cheaper. Now that doesn't mean that's in a great place necessarily, but we have to be careful, because if there is a unique that becomes popular, its value spikes from trash to several exalts, and that increases the
엔드게임
value you
보스가
get
템이
from
구리다.
farming the boss. And if we're sitting there tuning the drop rates of items behind the
맞는
scenes in
말이지, 근데.
response to the market value to keep it
사이즈도
flat
솔직히 템
constantly,
구려요.
they're basically
부상
meddling
템.
in the economy, which is something we generally don't do, then that's going to cause problems where people feel that any time there's some interesting valuable reward, GGG just turns down the knob on that one immediately. So philosophically we do investigate the value of the stuff to make sure it's compelling, but we don't react to get rid of the good value places and to buff up the bad value ones so quickly. Now, it's absolutely worth noting that Disfavor is in a terrible place right now relative to the
빡빡이 발음
difficulty
나
of the
진짜 못
content.
알아듣겠다,
I completely
진짜.
agree with that example, right? You know, we need to do something about that.
그 지자란 말은
There's
좀
also a supply and
알아듣겠는데
demand element to this, right?
크리스 발음은
Right
진짜
now, Cyrus is a better
좀
use of your
거의
time
나
than Maven,
저격인데?
according to the math.
아예 못
We've shown
알아듣겠어요.
it, right? So people will kill Cyrus a lot, they'll get a lot of his uniques, and they become cheaper. And they kill less Maven, so her uniques become more expensive. And it does balance out to some extent. Now, I understand in practice, probably still better to kill Cyrus. But in theory, there are market forces that will cause it to equalize over time, right? People can choose what to spend their time on and what
사람이라고?
rewards are being generated.
자막이 있어요?
And we're kind of like, as far as item progression in the game, we're wanting this thing where you start off upgrading your items from white to blue to rare.
있으면
They settle rare for a
바보지.
while till you find the good uniques to enable your
없는 것
build.
같은데?
And then ideally you can find effects
고급.
on incredibly good endgame rare items that that are more useful for
고급이요?
you than those uniques. You sit on those good uniques that are built
왜요?
Maven plus a combination of regular rares for quite some
어디?
time. But the absolute pinnacle characters have
자, 이
really
화면에서
special
어디야?
rares. And there are mechanics that you can get from these bosses that enable the crafting of those
그러면
or transferring
오른쪽이?
of influence mods and so on. And to some extent, those are more important for endgame character progression than merely adding to the supply of special uniques that come from that boss. So there's a bit more to it than just the value of the uniques because of the crafting items that can come from that pinnacle content as well.
비트 구미
So,
이거?
specifically for the Maven, did you guys think about having her drop elevated rares occasionally?
아
I don't know if that was discussed as a option for her. I'd have to talk to the team. But
지리네?
they're
여기
pretty
자막이
happy with
있으면
where
좀
Maven is. Like
다 볼 수
meta-wise,
있지.
we'd like a few more of her
이게
uniques to be
자막이
useful, and that's
있냐
being
없냐에 따라서
evaluated.
엄청
But,
차이가
you know,
다르거든요?
the currency she drops is expensive as
알아듣는
well.
게?
And one thing to bear in mind with Maven is
영어로라도?
that the whole end game, you know, its days are numbered because we are working on new stuff for 3.17.
이거 개쩌네 이거? 이거 나
who knows
몰랐어요.
if she'll exist in 6 months.
I think just dropping the elevated like rares would be a bit too
잠깐만.
strong. Was that some of those items really are quite unusable. You say maybe if there's a meta shift or you know they do have
너무
this
빠른데요?
if you know people want to use them.
이걸
Uh,
어떻게 봐?
In the current version of the game, they're pretty unusable, and that's like, you know, 3 out of the 5 total drops or something. So they either need
이거는
some
거의
sort of
뭐
revamp
없는
there,
거랑 똑같은
or
수준인데?
for that meta to shift pretty drastically for them to be worth anything.
Fair enough.
진다.
I think a little bit is that whenever
확대도
you guys put downsides
이런가?
on items, you've maybe
딱히 확대도 안 돼요.
overestimated how powerful the item it is, and the downside might be a little bit too hard to get around.
Yeah, unique items are meant to have downsides.
아니.
They're not just superior to rares. But I understand if the balance is off, then they're trash.
최대한 제가 보고 최대한
What
볼 수 있는
about
거 보고
Awakened Gems? They saw
알아듣는
a
거
very,
말씀드릴게요.
very big change. Are you guys happy with where Awakened Gems are now? Obviously, the biggest example is Awakened Hexproof. Went from being something people would love, like really, really chase down, and it is now 40 chaos, for example. And it
아이,
just doesn't
네,
really do as much
이거는
for the build. Whereas obviously you talked about
오히려
in the
오히려
past
안
how
좋네.
that you guys wanted gems to be like different and exciting to use.
Yeah, the team are keen to add some power back to Awakened Gems, and so the intention is that we're going to be putting a bunch of power back on the level 5 versions of them, so it's a matter of finding the
너무
difficult to
빠른데요,
get
근데
gem
이거?
and then also leveling it up to
이거
the
어떻게
top
봐?
before you get some of that power. They also want to add new awakened gems that do more than just damage. Like this philosophy of us trying to make sure that utility support gems are interesting. They want to bring back some powerful ones that are utility rather than pure damage to give players more options there. So there's a bit of discussion internally for awakened gems at the moment that's quite exciting.
유튜브에서 이거 안 해요. 지금
Why
이거
were they
트위치
targeted to
라이브에서만
begin
하고
with,
있고.
though, awakened gems, like as part of this sweeping nerf? Like there was lots that you could have nerfed and lots you did nerf. Why were awakened gems also, which were a pretty recent addition
말이
to the
됩니까?
game, all things considered, that were
이거 아닌 것
doing
같은데.
a certain unique aspect for the end game progression?
One of the reasons was that we made awakened gems in a hurry close to ExileCon under extreme time pressure, and there were judgment calls made there which other people would not have made later. And so we kind of sat on that for a while.
근데 이게 왜
What
이렇게
are we gonna do
나오냐?
about these? But it was only
잘 만들었어.
during a big
싱크만 잘
rebalance at
나오면 될 것
315 that
같긴
we
한데.
really could actually make those changes. And like with some of the changes in 315, people think it went too far. And so
진짜 이거 자막 수동으로
there'll
하는
be
건가?
some recovery of power in that case. And this is
저만
helpful
이상한
that there's
거예요?
been community feedback on
새로치만 볼까?
which are mistakes have led to this situation.
Yeah, the main feedback like I had initially was that it was like a lot of them just turned into glorified level 21s for like other gems.
차라리
It was
자막
just, like,
없는
a
게
few
나을 것
percent
같은데요?
increase, and it almost didn't feel worth converting to. So
좀
yeah,
낫다.
just a bit
잠깐만.
more uniqueness about them.
Another
됐다.
thing that very quickly after being implemented got changed was the
오, 좀 낫다, 좀
alternative
낫다, 좀 낫다.
quality gems, which probably one of the best parts of Heist. It felt a lot like they got nerfed
대체 퀄리티
just because
강탈로
of
인해
the existence of aura bots. So it's sort of the perception for a lot of people is almost like because
너프된 것
aura
같다고
bots
느낀다.
exist, all the alternative like divergent gems and
오라
etc. got
보스가 뭐야?
nerfed
오라
very very
보스?
hard. Are you happy with the current state of alternate gems?
This is something I haven't discussed with the team recently. I remember them talking about
오라
the nerfing,
보스예요,
and I
저기?
can't remember if it
오라
was the same
보스가?
philosophy as Awakened Gems or not, so it's something I need to check with the guys to find out exactly why.
뭐
A lot of
결과가
these balance
어떻게 될지
discussions don't happen
모르겠지만
with me in the room. I try to catch up on it, but this is one in particular that I wasn't involved in. Not that I ever contribute anything, I just make sure I understand so I can explain it. But this particular one, I know nothing about.
I think they are kind of still okay as long as the aura bot builds exist and work. Then I think
아,
they're
오라
mostly
보스에 대해서
fine.
얘기하고
Like for
있고
example, I did some heists yesterday. I found an aura gem that increases your like crit multi by 1% or something. So to the average user, absolutely worthless. But if an aura bot can still utilize that, then it's still okay. And there's still like more than enough interesting alternates that justify the entire system, I think.
Yeah, we're very aware of the aura bot situation where there's a lot of community outcry for us to do
오라
something
보스에 대해서
about
좀
that.
인지하고
And
있다.
this is something that's
라고
currently
하네요.
on the list for 316. Hopefully it stays on the list.
네, 오라
There's
보스
some
얘기하고 있어요.
interesting new
이거 자막이
skills being
정확하진 않네.
developed, which are kind of meant to be a more game-friendly way of doing support characters, and they may not make it in. I have to emphasize that these are early prototypes, but it's looking positive and looks like it'll be a lot more fun and interactive. So we'll see where that goes.
Awesome. Yeah, I would definitely like make sure you guys do
빡빡이
continue
나
talking
말은
about
잘
it. 'Cause I
모르겠다.
kind of disagree a lot with what Mathil said that there's a lot
뭐라는지 잘
of
모르겠어요, 솔직히.
they
Go
were
on, please. My entire chat just said you're really mad. I'm not sure I picked up on it, but
no,
let me
it's
have
just I would very much disagree with that because like they were when they came out, but like yeah, like you said, more than not do feel like oh yeah, 1% more damage, excellent. Whereas when they
Yeah.
first came out, they were like a very very unique and changing thing. So it's sad to see that.
오라복과
go away.
뭔가 그 뭐 잼
But I'm saying if that
대체
1%
퀄리티
more
얘기하는 것
damage
같은데
is still like useful for
왜
those
얘기하는
aura
거지?
bots, isn't
그러니까
it still?
제가 앞에 상황을
okay
몰라갖고
But I guess
왜 이
that's the
주제가
entire
나온
problem,
거지?
in my opinion. Like I don't like it's great to have a build like aura bots for the game where you really really invest into build. I think that's very important. Like in stackers, strength stackers. I personally and from like talking to people on Sunday, aura bots because of them quote unquote destroying alternate gems for the rest of builds are kind of bad.
Okay.
I'll make sure my aura bot team discuss that.
Nice.
Sorry, I
Aura
got the
bot team.
concept of an aura bot team from chat. It's great.
Oh, that's nice. That's
그냥
awesome.
오라봇에
I'm trying
대해서
not to read chat.
마틸도 그렇고 지자란도 그렇고 부정적으로 생각하는데
It makes the whole
크리스는
experience
그냥
a lot
그거에
more
대해서
surreal.
고려해보겠다 이런
I bet.
얘기인가요?
To find out 10 seconds later
좀
whether you screwed
크게
up.
포괄적으로 보자면
Yeah, no, it's not good. I closed mine down for a bit and then I reopened it because you got to see what's happening. But I don't think it lets you focus enough on what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to focus and
변명을 할
just
수도
stick
있지.
to the questions because it's if we get through all of it, that represents quite a lot of different parts of the community.
보라빗을 저격해서 패치를 하는데 그거 덕분에 다른 빌드가 죽는다.
taking into account everyone's opinions when putting it together.
Yeah, I think only like 3 of these were mine.
기다려봐.
So that's good.
0 of these were mine.
You actually said you
빡빡이도
didn't
살
have
빠질
anything to
만하다.
add. You said you liked a lot of them.
평생 들을 욕을 요즘
I
되게 먹고 있을 텐데
added some of the stuff that was already kind of
살
there,
빠질
basically.
만하지.
Okay.
근데 진짜 왜
Harvest
허기해?
has
그런
been
뜻이지.
very, very contentious. Obviously, a lot of people are
끝나고 제가 레딧 거도 다
a lot
볼게요.
of people are talking a lot about Harvest, and I remember something really stood out to me that you
저기 나 같은
said
사람 딱 데리고
on
가라고
Vegas,
그냥.
and that is when
나 진짜 다 말할 수
people
있는데
get perfect items, they
님들의
generally
의견
quit.
대신
Right?
다
And
전달해 줄 수
I saw a
있는데
lot of people were not necessarily very happy about what you said there. But I do think there is a point in what you said, but it's slightly different. It's whenever people get to the point where they don't feel like they have a reasonable upgrade, then they quit. And that point is different with a player like Nugi, with a player like Mathil, or with a casual player. But it's always important for a player to feel like they have an immediate upgrade in sight. And that is why Harvest was so amazing in the original state. It was actually for a large part of the community, because drops right now, like, you pretty much outside of the first week, you aren't finding a drop. Nearly every item you use is crafted. That's like pretty much always that case. And most of the community weren't crafting perfect items. Like, they weren't crafting these perfect items and quitting.
뭔가 중요한 얘기
So,
같은데? 잠깐만.
I'm wondering, have you guys there's a couple of things about Harvest with where a lot of people aren't happy with it.
내가 영어 다
And
못해서
one
내가
thing
영어를
that feels
못한 내 잘못이다.
particularly bad is if you see, for example, you're fighting like Blister Lords or Divination Card Beasts, but you aren't getting their craft. Right? You'll see like the Reforge Influence Beast, 4 of them, 5 of them, and fighting them, but you're not getting the craft. Is that something you're happy with? Like the fact that it's all like percentage based and you're still fighting them?
When you find a patch of monsters, when you find a patch of plants, as it were, you can see what crafts you're going to get. So, you can't see whether you're getting Blister
수학에서
Lords yet,
업그레이드 할
but
수
you
있는
do know
부분이
I'm getting a
있어요.
Blister
유저들이
Lord craft, or
그것을
none,
목표로
or
삼아
several,
플레이하는데 지금
and
수학은
that's
너무
the
심하다.
outcome, but you can see what it
맞는
is
것
before you
같습니다.
lock it in.
대략
And so
비슷한
you
것
should
같아요,
make an
뜻이.
assessment between the patches. Then you fight a group of monsters, and it may be that there are more Blister Lords than crafts, but that's because they're percentage based. And the reason why is you get 23 monsters in a patch, and having to do 23 crafts multiple times whenever you encounter Harvest is ages and ages of, tons of crafting that would otherwise be wasted. And so when we were rebalancing this, we wanted to make sure that the rarer ones occurred slightly more frequently, but there were fewer crafts overall that you're getting. That way you actually see some of the better ones occasionally. But there is a disconnect between how many of a specific monster you get and how many crafts you get of that type. You do see them in advance. So yes, it does suck if you have a patch that includes an Obelisk Lord crafts, but then when you do the fight, there's some hard monsters in there. But that's just the random fight you're
수학에서
getting for
쓸만한
the
옵션이
crafts
너무
that
안
you have
나온다.
picked.
맞기도 해. 근데 솔직히 수학
As for
잡옵션
the
너무
point
많아.
about the progression of upgrading items, I completely understand that if a player has no feasible upgrades left, then there's no
근데 궁금한
ability
거
for
하나.
them to improve their item, and that's the same as them having a maxed out item. They don't think it's getting any better, and then they have less
이 얘기 한번
incentive to
해주면
fight.
좋겠다.
If enough of their items are like that, then there's no reward for them to fight. An important thing we have to do in Path of Exile is to make sure that there are incremental upgrades, and the system of diminishing returns is used in action
이거,
RPGs for this kind of
난
thing.
이거 제일 궁금하거든.
Whenever you
솔직히.
reroll, if you're starting with really bad items off the ground and you reroll them, it's easy to get ones that are marginally better. You can improve them. The amount of effort it takes to do each improvement gets higher and higher and higher. It's like leveling up after 80, right? It starts taking longer and longer and longer. And this spacing is appropriate for endgame
비슷한 얘기는
because
하겠죠. 물량 얘기 할 것 같긴
players
한데.
implicitly understand with games that it takes slightly more effort to reach each
소포하니까
string.
일단
It's
마틸.
kind of a logarithmic scale. Now, that scale is a bit whacked at the moment in Path of Exile. There are a lot of reasons why you can just jump massively far ahead of the scale right to the really hard part. It's like if you suddenly level up from level 80 to level 98, you're suddenly saying it's taking so long to level at this point, I quit. And so that's kind of happening with items. Now, if you want
각본이 아닌가
the
싶을 정도로
experience
건전해요.
of how it's meant to work in a really pure system, try the hard mode thing I was talking about last week. It will really illustrate
검색습니다.
the item progression stuff, which is the point we're trying to make with that. But in the core game here, one of the reasons why Harvest, and I'm purposely not reading chat here, even though it's going crazy when I mention hard mode.
Yeah, I
Is there a
figured.
bingo card again?
이거
Great.
지금
Anyway, one of the things with
크래프팅
Harvest
관련된
here
얘기한
is we don't want to
건데
allow people to get too far ahead of
수학
that item.
관련해서
We're bearing that in mind with the changes we're making to it. But we get the feedback from players that people don't think Harvest is in a great place, and so we're going to have a look at it, right? Like for
근데 자막
316,
정확하지
we'll do
않아요.
a review of things. This is not going to
자막이
be
되게
major, like we're
어설퍼요
not
지금.
restoring it back to how
사실
it was
보다마다
before.
의미가
But
별로
we'll
없을
have a look
정도?
at the different costings and weightings and rarities, and just make sure that it's good. But bear in mind, we're treating this as the premier, top-tier, powerful crafting system that's already in a dangerous place here. Like the goal is not to make it significantly more powerful. It's already
골드.
a dangerous part of Path of Exile. At this stage, we're not
패스브
discussing
엑셀.
removing it. We do think it serves a
패스브
really good
엑셀,
purpose and
패스브
something
엑셀.
players can look
자막
forward to that does
이상합니다.
provide some deterministic crafting. It's just really dangerous, and we want to be careful because people think that they want a shortcut to get the best stuff, but that takes away a lot of the progression of actually building stuff up, you know, in a reasonable way. And it contributes to the problem where there's no point in looking at items that are on the ground because they're averaging a 3 out of 10, and your crafting quickly gets you to the 8 or 9, and everything's squished up there in terms of getting the best items in the game.
But that's like a large problem for a lot of people. There's already very
Yeah,
little
no.
reason to look at stuff on the ground. You are
몰라,
never
기다려봐.
going to compete with anything crafted because like there's no such thing in Path of Exile, or there's very little like drop only modifiers, right? Like
이거
the
복사된다고요?
I think the community have a very positive reception to
복사인가?
things like the veiled buff, right? Because they can be very special and they are drop only. So yeah, you can actually find a really special veiled modifier, but you're never going to identify
이건
a
내
really
방대로.
well crafted
마틸.
influence item, and
야, 자질한
like it's just never competing with crafted
지자란이라고 했는데 왜 자질란이라고 나오냐?
ever, pretty much. Like there
내
is
잘못 아니다.
virtually never a point where players
지자란이
are
좀
going to
알아듣기
pick
쉽게
up an
말해요.
item,
전 너무
identify
고마워요
it, and
지금.
find upgrades from that. Very little.
Yeah, and that's something that we're going to get fixed long term. It's not an instant
아, 근데
thing.
빡빡이
right?
발음 나
Like, if we
진짜
just
못
make it so the
알아듣겠어. 나
ground
진짜
drops insanely
제가 영어를
fast
못하는
in
것도
this
있는데 발음
expansion,
구려요.
then people will feel that the
물론
crafting options are terrible.
잘하시는
We
분들은
have
다
to make sure
알겠지만
that there is
못하는
there's
저
an interplay between
입장에서는
the two systems.
힘들어요
Right? You're
듣기가.
finding some things on the ground that are either upgrades or good bases, and then there's a way to
아시는
interact with crafting. And crafting can't necessarily make the best
자
stuff in the
지란이에요?
game,
자
but
지란
can
아니야?
augment it.
Right.
And we have a plan here. And I
레어한
think
수학,
that
그러니까 희귀한
a
수학
lot of the learnings
크래프팅을
we're getting
지금보다
from
좀 더
hard mode
자주
are
뜨게 해야
instrumental
돼.
here, because that's a case of us taking everything out
다른 건 안
and then seeing
뜨게 할
how
수도
it
있는데
actually
지금은 심할
functions.
수도 있는데
And it's
아,
remarkable how
그러니까
certain
수학에
crafting
대해서는 좀
systems in Path of Exile
조심스럽다.
are pretty optional these days. Now that doesn't mean we're
참고로
changing
제가
it in the core game. We understand this.
외국을 1년 갔다 온 거 유일한 1년 산 게
But yeah,
호주.
it's really interesting to
아니
see how.
호주는 아닌데.
The comment someone made internally recently was, it's a testament to the strength of this item system that it's been so butchered
뭐라고 잘
over the
못
last
알아듣겠어요.
30 expansions, but still works pretty well.
잠깐만
And
기다려봐요.
so that's something that we are very aware of, that itemization is not in a good place.
Right. Okay. Looping back to Harvest before we move on to other things, like obviously there was a very multi-pronged nerf on Harvest. With obviously you can no longer use like
뭐라고
augments
얘기 이따
or
봅시다.
the annul augments at all
잘
on
못 찾겠네.
influence gear. Are you guys happy with how like that ended up happening with
레딧에
like
올라오진 않았어요.
everything at the same time? Like, are you specifically happy with how rare augments is now? Like, me and quite a lot of other players that play an extreme amount have never found one. So that makes it like very demotivating because how is an average player ever going to find one?
Get lucky.
비슷해요. 근데
I'm
사실 원래
happy
호주랑
with the
뉴질랜드랑
rates. I think Harvest is already too gifty personally, but I'm
플레이어가
making
너무
sure
세다는
to
게
not
맞는
have
말이다.
my view be 100%
어느
the
정도
view
인정.
in the office on this. There are some people who certainly are much more pro-Harvest than I am. Even though I created this problem in the first place by saying, guys, I want the most powerful
수학 좀-
crafting system the game has ever
아.
seen. Let's ruin it, basically, is
수학
the
너프에
kind of spec
만족하는가?
of that experiment, which was a big
할 수
mistake.
있을 것
But
같은데 지금 꼬라지 보면.
yeah, I'm fine with the current rarities in Harvest.
수
I get
있지
the
않을까?
fact that some things are quite rare, but we would rather have them rare and possible than not possible. Like when we were designing the new Harvest, the question was, okay, let's remove all of that. And we had a think, wait, no, we should have it be aspirational. We can put some stuff in there that occurs very infrequently. And so we'd rather have those annul ones present than completely removed entirely. I mean, the other options have to be really common, but then that's only making the item problem worse.
Sure.
Probably
I think a
worse.
lot of the thing that ends up feeling bad for players right now, that quite a lot of people brought up as a point, is that it's the only really deterministic way to craft items right now. So if you find something where it's like you have a almost 0% chance
오늘 제가 진짜
of like
지금
using
이거
a
방송할
normal exalted
때는
orb, right? Or like
아는 척 해도
the
되니까 좀
Leo
알려주세요.
research exalted orb to slam the item. A lot
영어
of people
잘한
end up
척
just
인정.
sitting around with their item, waiting for harvest that never appears. So the item is just rotting in their stash because there is nothing comparable to it. It ends up feeling so bad.
So this is a communication problem. We have a situation where a person says, I have an item that could be improved by this thing. But this thing is
아,
incredibly
카카오는
rare.
뭐하냐, 진짜.
And
이런
so
거
they're
좀
planning
번역 좀
around a
해주지.
thing that's unlikely to actually occur. It's very much like if you like rig your life so everything's perfect if you win the lottery tomorrow. That's a poor decision because you're probably not winning the lottery on the exact day that you want to. And so we probably need to communicate better that there are very rare aspirational outcomes there. It's like having your league starter be a
근데
headhunter
제가
build and then be somewhat
그냥
annoyed about
지금까지
the fact
느낀
you
건
don't
되게
get one in time.
빡빡이 형이
And I know I'm
되게
being a bit
조심스럽게
facetious
말을
here,
하는
but
느낌이 들어요. 그 뉘앙스가.
I think the problem isn't
저번에
making
그거
insanely
베이크
powerful
라떼랑
crafts really
달리
common so that people's items
뉘앙스가
dropping in the
조금
stash can be improved, but more a matter of
조심스러워.
making sure people understand that these
케어풀해.
are quite unlikely outcomes for them to get.
Well, I think the problem isn't that it's just not like really common. The problem is it's insanely rare. Like you can't realistically
수학 안
hope
나면
to
참고
find it
생성다.
at the moment. Lots of people have just straight up forgotten these things exist and thought they got removed or completely nerfed. So I'd say there still needs to be a bit of a tweak on numbers for like some of the augments or whatever you've left in, because you took a lot out. So if you're leaving Harvest the way it is, like as a mechanic, it probably still needs a few number tweaks. And my other main gripe, I'd say, is it's just a bit hard to like count on Harvest as a system right now because it's currently in a couple of locations and it's you know, RNG to get it basically, but it's so far and away best for crafting a few things that you have to just run maps and hope for it to happen. Otherwise you feel like an idiot for going to some other crafting system because it's so much worse to do for a few items. So I think it would be better to have it be a bit more targetable or like usable in the system that it currently is in, because it just, yeah, I don't know, makes you feel weird about using the other crafting systems.
Yeah, I mean, there's some degree of targetability because it's present in the Atlas trees, of course, you can specialize there. And that is
Sorry,
getting
너무 잘
changed
안
a bit in
된다.
316 as we reduce the number of regions and change the, you know, sort of simpler trees and so on with less duplication. And then again in 317, as we change the end game, that may involve different ways of specializing so that you can target them more potentially. But one thing to bear in mind is this is already a system that's incredibly powerful. We have to be careful to make sure that it isn't just incredibly freely available as well. Like having to be something to work towards is good. The point you were making about the values of how often the special crafts occur,
확실해요 그거?
there's a bit of a situation here where I'll sit here philosophically and say, nah, it should be rare. I don't know what the numbers are. I can't tell you how rare it is, right? My team will look at the numbers, and despite me going, we're keeping this rare, it's got to be rare, they'll look at the numbers and go, ah, yeah, okay, cool, and make it 4 times more common because that's the right number, right? So I'll sit here and defend this, and chat will say it's a trash answer and so on, and then the team will go and fix it because that's their job and they're good at it. I'm just making sure to represent the goal that we're trying to achieve. And our numbers could be wrong. We could have it 4 times rarer than it should be, and they'll come and fix it, and it still remains appropriately, well, it still remains relatively rare. Most players won't see it, but it's possible.
A lot of people are asking, is it possible to make Harvest tradable similar to Bestiary, maybe with a cost? Because right now you have a large portion of your community that are forced to use third-party tools like Discord to trade.
조심스럽긴 하네요.
Okay, so let's discuss this one. This is a good one. Currently, when you encounter a rare craft, you have some ability to save it in an annoying way, and some ability to trade that with other people in an annoying way, in a way that they're scamming, and it's basically a lot of counterparty risk, and it's very frustrating, right? So there's a nod to the ability to save and trade stuff in there. We haven't tried to make it entirely restricted to one character. But the question is, why don't we make it so that it's easy to trade? Why don't we make it so when you find it, it's a special harvest currency item that you pull out of the window that you can then trade for 15 exalts because it's valuable? So what currently happens is, when people find relatively valuable crafts, a lot of them don't even notice. A lot of them forget about it, or store it and then never use it. A lot of them don't understand what it's for. There are many of these crafts that are entirely wasted, right? If we were to make it that instead this is a currency item you can pull out of the window, which will clearly look valuable or be easy to look up, then very few of these will be wasted, because if you're not interested in that craft, rather than just storing it or whatever, I love chat. Anyway, if you can just pull it out, then this thing will be basically 100% useful because you can go and trade it for exalts. And so this increases the number of those crafts occurring in the economy. And remember, that is not the goal here, right? Our analysis is that it would be a roughly 10-to-1 ratio. So we strongly considered having these be tradable, but then they would occur 10 times less often. And what would happen would be that you would never see one, except as available on trade for people who are lucky. And we feel it is much better to be occurring more commonly, and players who are onto it and know what they're doing can see it more often and actually use it for themselves rather than being forced to trade it. And yes, you could ask the question, no, I want the same rates and to be tradable, but that's going to, again, cause the item problem we're trying very hard to not have.
But why specifically, like, so from what you just answered, it seemed like you were talking about specifically making the really valuable untradeable, right? Because you pointed out that, like, people would then know that they were valuable. But what if you just make it, like, really expensive, like either an orb or something
오케이,
that has
좋은
to
정보
drop
감사합니다.
something, maybe it's, maybe you have the intention that only, like, big crafts are traded, so something worth at least 30 chaos or 60 or 100, whatever the number is, right? That's not important. But just make it so that any craft could be tradable, not necessarily just the augments. And, you know, if you're worried about letting people know that they're valuable.
The change to tradability would have to come with an appropriate change to rarity or a cost that's very high. And these sound good in practice until you hear the numbers, and then you would be unhappy with those. And so, yeah, I think, like, from a QOL point of view and stopping scamming, yeah, it's good. But it's not going to be what people want as a solution to this. Like, we would want it so that we can look at the logs and say how many of these crafts are done, and the number has not gone up as a result of this action. We want to improve the QOL and ease of life for this without having increased the amount of crafting that's happening as a side effect. And I'm pretty sure the steps we would have to take to achieve that would not be ones that people are happier with. And at the moment where you have a highest chance of getting it yourself, but you have to be paying some degree of attention and care, is probably a better place for it to be than to have it so the same number of crafts are occurring, but it's foolproof. And foolproof means a lot of fools are making money. Right now, you can profit from it if you're paying attention and are smart and know what the crafts do and make an effort to trade them to other people and so on.
So you're mostly happy with people using third-party platforms instead of having a
지금
way
뭐
of trading
시청자분들
them.
말씀하시고 계신데
Because of these consequences, yeah. I mean, I don't want players to be scamming each other, right? Like, that's
수학에 대해서
not
되게
good, but at the same
조심스러운
time, right now,
느낌은
this
있어요.
is what we feel is the best way from a
정확히
tradability point
모르겠지만.
of view. This has been discussed relatively extensively, and it's unfortunately not as simple as just making it tradable.
결국엔 안 해준다는 얘기
If you made
맞고
it tradable, it basically just turns
쉽게
all of the harvest crafts into new versions of currency orbs that don't exist in the game, right? Which seems a bit weird.
They are tradable right now, though.
But no, well, his point is it like currently it's hard or annoying, so it de-incentivizes you to do it, right? So I don't do it because I can't be bothered.
로아
And so
이벤트가 뭔지
do,
모르는
you
거야?
know, a
그게
whole
뭔데
bunch of
말해봐.
other people, and if all of a sudden we did, you'd have to like lower the rates at which you'd see it, because it'd be far more common to have that happen, and thus you can make much better items unless they then shuffled everything down. So I'm with Chris.
지금 수학이
Roast me.
거의
I'm not.
사장님
I feel like this is like very,
솔직히
very
지금
persistent
현재
towards like.
Casual.
It's not that. Well, yeah, and actually, this is looking a little bit up for the more casual player, because this is obviously very heavily incentivized towards more no-lifers and stuff like that, more than anything.
Shouldn't they be rewarded for no lifing?
Sure, but there's a happy middle ground
이거
where
너무
you
빨리
aren't
욕먹을
forced to use
텐데.
third-party stuff.
Yeah, and there are ways to achieve that. Like, for example, having a secure
나도
trade
이거
of
짜증나네. 씨.
some kind of complicated system where you take
Ready,
someone
good,
to
good.
your harvest crafting bench and you have the ability to put up a complex trade screen where instead of like, here's my item, here's the currency that I'm paying you and so on, you do it in one action where it's done securely. That reduces scamming. It's also a real pain, and for the time being we're not doing that. And this has come up in discussion, like, for example, we're making some guild changes in
대충 이해했다.
316, and one of the
그러니까.
things we were looking at, which was eventually not done in 316 because it's hard, is the concept of having like shared mastercrafts among guild members who are online at the time, or even friends who are online at the time potentially, where you have the ability for like, you've got a
친구 없어, 임마.
mastercraft, I want to use it. Normally I give you my item, I give you the currency for the craft, and I give you like a tip for your time, and then you leave with all of them. and then customer support doesn't do anything about it. And I'm not blaming our customer support department because there are a
맞지,
lot
맞아요.
of false
맞지, 맞아요.
reports, I should add, about the scamming thing. That's why
Right.
we have to establish a pattern. But long story short, the ability to do that kind of trade securely is something that would benefit the game. We aren't doing it at the moment because there's other things we want to work on, to be honest. That's a bit of a pain to implement. But that would help with the harvest situation from the point of view of safety without necessarily increasing the danger very much.
Right. Next up, a lot of people in the community are asking if you guys
이제
have
뭐
talked
수학
about,
얘기
for
끝났고
example,
다음에 이제 지드란이
a lot
자기
of people want to know
커뮤니티에서
if
많이
bringing
질문
harvest
얘기하는 것
back to
같아요.
full power would be okay at the
또 수학
cost of
얘기네, 근데?
making items soulbound or non-tradable.
아, 나 수학 얘기 좀 어려운데?
Okay, let's talk about soulbound stuff. So there are two problems with this approach. The first one is once an item is soulbound, it can't be traded, and that means you've just got a thing that you cannot give away to someone else. So the value that you've put into getting it is gone, right? This is a big downgrade in your character's value, as it were, because normally in Path of Exile, you get items, you equip them, you use them, and then you have the ability to trade them for other stuff. You're not taking a net worth hit as an exchange for using things. It's relatively hard to find soulbound stuff in real life. I was thinking about this, right? If I buy the autopilot upgrade for my Tesla, that's $10,000 that's essentially soulbound, because then if I take my car and sell it to someone else, they turn that upgrade off, right? So that's licensed to me personally. It's like one of those codes you get with a game back in the day, which is only using, it's only enabled on your Xbox account, then when you trade the game, they don't have that. And so I am not willing to spend this money on self-driving because of the fact that when I resell my car, that money was lost. It was entirely for my benefit. So there is an economic problem with soulbound items in action RPGs where your player takes quite a big step backwards wealth-wise at the point that they acquire it. The second problem here is that bringing Harvest up to full power as a compromise here is also the direction we don't want to go. We don't want people to get 10 out of 10 items so quickly, right? Like, as far as we're concerned, Harvest is the problem, not the solution to the itemization here. And so, while I appreciate the direction of inquiry, it's something that we don't think would help in this case. Sorry.
Sure, yeah, no, just a lot of people wanted the answer to that. I'm not sure if I like the IRL analogy. Like, I don't know how much you go around throwing fireballs IRL either, so, but...
economies, you can learn from real life economies, right? Like, it's good to look at the experience that humans have had over thousands of years trading things between people, and we do look at economics. And we do
맞습니다.
care
다
about this
이제
stuff,
안 해준다는
when we're designing
뜻이에요,
Path of Exile's
결국엔.
economy.
근데 뭐 이거는 빡빡이 까기 좀 그런 게
next on the list,
수학을
I
솔직히
think we're done with
롤백 해줄
harvest.
거라는 생각
You'll be
아무도 안
happy
하지
to know.
않았어요?
That's like the main things there.
이거는 뭐
people were
굳이
bringing
깔
up.
필요는 없을 것 같은데 빡빡이를.
Oh, wait, I'll say one
Yeah.
actually. The still harvest related.
wait,
당연히
there's
안
more.
해줄 거라고 생각했기 때문에.
The current Oshabi spawn rate is horrible, right? I think. Like, I've played, since the revamp, I've done Ritual, Ultimatum, and now this league, and I've still yet to encounter this boss, and I've done every harvest, and, like, all of that. I mean, that might just be a...
Feedback.
Yeah, that's just a small, piece of feedback or something, but that boss doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned right now.
They are re-evaluating Harvest, right? And that's going to mean looking at the Oshabi spawn rate. So yeah, it may be increased. I'm not philosophically opposed to that. I know I've just said no
레디글도
for
다
a long
보고
time.
한번 다시 한번 얘기 좀 해봅시다.
It can be improved if people feel it needs to be.
Yeah.
There we go. We got a yes out of Chris in a harvest-related topic. You're welcome, community. I'm now your hero.
Wait, she doesn't let you craft, right?
Oh no. Okay, next up, so smart loot. Smart loot gets asked about a lot, and things like, for example, seeing a big reduction on like maybe the drop pool, so that there's more things, like less clutter. Obviously, you talked about being able to remove things from the filter, which is great. But yeah, rares in general is very unexciting right now. You very rarely drop upgrades. And have you thought about doing more drop-only mods like veiled items, incursion, or simply higher tiers that are drop-only?
자, 이건 무슨 내용이죠?
So I try to avoid using the term smart loot because I really don't want to imply that the
아니야.
game is going to make decisions about what items are better for your character or for your build. Like, we're never going to look at what you're playing and then try to drop something that's for you. the goal is that we want to make sure that items that drop on the ground are compelling items. So we definitely want there to be fewer items that drop, because there's obviously a lot of clicking and a lot of wasted time at the moment, which affects performance of both the client and the server and so on. And we want to make sure the items on the ground are better relative to crafted items. Now, there are two ways this can be done, right? In hard mode, it's easy because you just gut the crafting system out, so it's very special.
크래프트가 바닥에서 주워 먹는 아이템이 더
Drop
좋길
items
바란다
on the
이런
ground
뜻인가?
are still just as terrible as they currently are, and there's far fewer of them and all of that kind of stuff, right? Which is great. In the core game, however, we do not want to take a step backwards in terms of players' expectations there. And so this means that when we're dropping items on the ground, we have to do systems like what we were previously describing in the decluttering thing, where it generates better res. They're not better in the context of your character, they're just better than regular res in the game that you would normally get. Now, we're not ready to go into more detail on specific plans there because we're still working on it, and to some extent the hard mode experiment is very instructive here. I know I bring it up a lot, but we are very interested to see, because it helps us tune, like, it's a permanent beta as far as I'm concerned, right? Mid-league changes all over the place. This is a big experiment, and it lets us tune the ratio between crafted and dropped items. And while we're not going to go to the core game and say, you're now hard mode, we can learn from how people interact with the, with crafting and with item drops based on what we do with the ratio in hard mode, and that will be really good.
Right.
So is hard mode more of a just currently like a learning tool for you guys to kind of relearn the game and like the basics and what's important, what's not? Or are you fully expecting a lot of people to jump in and want to play this thing as well?
I don't really mind how many people play it. I'll be playing it, and I want some people to trade with, but that's about it.
So-
but seriously, I'd be happy just keeping it as an internal tool. It's just that a lot of people are writing in saying they want to try it, and there's no harm to deploy it. It's easy, it's just an alternate league flag, so there's no particular harm there. I'm not expecting the average Path of Exile player to necessarily jump in. It's a mode where you can't experience all the content because the content is too difficult. That appeals to some people massively. Like, they hear that and think, I can't do the high content, I'm going to try. And that's a challenge. But for a lot of people, they want to see what the game has to offer. We've spent a lot of money making sure there's a lot of fights in the game, and they want to play them all, and they want to feel like a god the whole way through. In hard mode, you feel like
이건 무슨 말이죠?
very rewarded when you get even close to god mode, and so it's a
좋은 말은
different
아닌데?
type of reward system, and I don't think it'll appeal to everyone. And we're not, like, we don't have high expectations because it's going to be a slow burner. It's like SSF. We released SSF initially and had a very small uptake, like less than 1% of players or something like that, and it's gradually becoming a more popular way to play. This is the same kind of thing, and we want to cater to multiple groups. And while I am super, super excited about it, because it's like a free time hobby to tinker with this,
기재 전환이 좀
it isn't the
빠르긴
core
하네.
thing that we wake up and go to work to do, right? Like, we are working on mainline Path of Exile content and lots of it.
So
Are you worried it might like? Sorry, I'll just finish. Are you worried it might cause like more sort of elitism amongst people and say, oh, you're not even playing SSFHC hard mode? What does your opinion matter or whatever?
I really like the idea of some guy linking some pretty damn average rare boots on Reddit or whatever and saying, look at what I found in hard mode. And the other hard mode players are like, give them
와, 근데
to
엄청
me.
많은 얘기 하긴 했다.
You've got
벌써.
3 resists and run walk. I need these today, right? Whereas normally it's complete trash and you wouldn't bother to list it on PoE.trade. And so elitism, in the case that it actually took a ton of effort,
Whatever.
is okay. I know it's a negative thing. Like, we fought it with the hardcore community in the past, where we'd have streamers who basically say you're a scrub if you don't play hardcore, and it would cause a lot of problems. And that was something we had to really put a lot of effort in. And we may find a similar elitism with this, but people know what hard mode is, right? Like, they know it's for that kind of player, and they can just go and play the main game, because I don't think we're going to face an elitism problem there that's large.
right. So I wasn't planning on bringing up hard mode a lot, but so regarding hard
대본이
mode, this
없진
is
않을 것
something that is
같아요.
only going to be for the 0.1% of the 0.1%. So I think a lot of the player base are pretty worried when you keep saying that you're going to get lessons from it, because the people playing that and giving you feedback is not going to mirror the average player that plays your game. So what kind of like that's like I think what a lot of people are worried about.
왜 그냥 자요?
It's being able to get feedback from a stripped down version of something helps you make assumptions, helps you make changes to core assumptions in the game. It lets you look at, like, right now, if I say what percentage of items are equipped that came from the ground without modification, the answer is going to be very low,
무슨
close to zero.
소리인지 이해는
That's not the
하고
right
그
amount.
소리라고
But
하는
what is
거예요?
the right amount? We can determine that with
이해는
something
했어?
like hard mode, where we can turn
난
the knob
모르겠어.
really easily because it's quite simple and it's one that we can just play with over time. we're not necessarily looking at opinions from the hard mode users. We understand the opinions are going to be make it harder, blah blah blah, right? Like that's cool, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the user who's chosen not to play hard mode. But we will be looking at data from users that are playing hard mode and our own anecdotal opinions as well.
Right.
And yeah, I get the understanding that
영어
it's like we announced the
우리?
Xbox version of the game a few years ago, and there was a complete meltdown of the community because we'd spent resources on something that wasn't the version that they are playing.
정리는
And
제가
it's the same
해드릴게요.
kind of fear, right? This is something that's causing at least a minor distraction, but the goal here is to improve
오늘이나
path of Excel
내일까지.
as a result, and probably create a lot of fun for the people who do want to play it.
So on Bay Class, you talked about this a little bit. Like you
근데
and you talked
마틸
about
이거
how like
약간 민심
I
떡락할
think
것
somewhere,
같은데?
somewhere after Legion, maybe since this was the first one, where leagues would start dropping like everything from everywhere. So you would start seeing a lot of like very, very other league mechanics, and you seem to agree that that was not a good solution. And you've started working on that a little bit with like you were buffing the drop rate on Metamorph, where they would drop more catalyst
Okay.
and stuff. But
비슷한
are
얘기
you
같긴
now
한데,
just
님들
moving more
얘기가.
and more towards like Delve
근데 좀만
being
참아봐.
specifically the best
혹시
place to get fossils and resonators, and maybe
우리가
even more
영어를
so
잘
where even the
몰라서
only place, and same with like Metamorph. And are we going to see
그럴
like
수도
more,
있으니까
a
레디-
lot more of this going
글을
forward?
보고 있다
Like,
얘기합시다.
how are we? What's the current state of this?
Our intention is that each league is the best place to get the rewards from that league, but not the only place necessarily. So if you want to get fossils, you can get them from a variety of places, but the efficient, targetable place to
마틸
get them
심정 진짜
is
뭔지
by
알 것
going to
같아요.
Delve, and so on and so on. And this is because
알려드릴게요.
we want the content to have an identity. We want there to be a degree of target farming with regard to those particular rewards, because it is good for there to be a slight bias there. And we don't want it so that a player who feels that they hate the idea of doing Delve feels that they must do it,
제가
especially in,
마틸
say, Solar
딱 이
Self-Found
심정.
in order to get the fossils. And so
제가
the
옛날에
ideal
뭐 이거
endpoint we get here
카카오에서
is that
나왔을
you
때
can
이런
get these
심정이었거든요.
fossils and scarabs and so on from other means, but the best way to do it is through the content that's associated with it. There are things like essences that we really need to fix up, right? Like, you're getting way more essences from just general essence chests and rewards than you actually do from essence encounters currently. And so there is certainly a long way to go here, but philosophically, to be clear, we're not going to restrict it so the stuff
Also true.
only comes from its target league, but we're going to try to make sure it's the most reliable place to get it from.
Right. Okay.
근데 예상했잖아, 님들. 솔직히 뭐 개선될 거라고 생각한 사람이
a lot of
있어요
people
여기.
are asking for quality
나도
like
안
features
했어.
like auto sort or an
빡빡이야, 빡빡이
inventory
했다. 딱 그
deposit.
정도야 일단.
Is that something you are looking into at all?
No, we're not. That's back to the philosophical stuff again, item weight and all of that, which I've ranted about a fair amount. But no, we don't want to do an auto sort or inventory deposit. So we can talk about these, right? So auto sort is where for your inventory or your stash, you can click a button and it moves the items around, potentially to group things and maybe make more space, right? Because it's annoying to have to move items around, so you press the button and it consolidates your stuff and you've got some space.
아, 퀸이
So
이거 보고
aside from the
있어.
item weight argument of the fact that we want these things to feel real and therefore you have to move them around and all of that, which is creating busy work for players, and I know exactly how they feel about that. We just crossed another thing off the bingo card, I'm sure. But aside from all of that, auto sort has problems where
근데 진짜
what
좀
type of
아쉬운 게
what
저도
type of
영어를
space do you
잘했으면 참
even want?
좋았을
Do you
텐데.
want a 2x4? Do you want single
진짜.
slots? It's hard to actually come up with an algorithm that does that well, and then we don't even necessarily want that in the first place. With regard to mass deposit, we're talking saving some clicks when you go and control click
중국은
yourself into
아예
the stash.
손
As
놨습니다
in,
얘네가.
along the line of the affinity slippery slope, right? Previously, you have to go to the stash tab, you want to put the thing in, control click it in, go to another stash tab, control click it in. We added affinities so you could just spam control click, and the users are like, cool, you've removed half the clicks, can you remove the rest?
저도
By making
빡빡이
it so I
되게
press a button,
싫어하는데
so everything is just instantly stashed.
일단
This is in the
봅시다.
direction of the game becoming a
깔끔하게 봅시다.
spreadsheet,
일단
right?
한번.
Like if it's just a thing where you don't care about your inventory, you just because they want auto looting of items on the ground under certain circumstances, like
님들
currency
영어
and
좀
so on. So you
잘하시네,
just
은근히.
walk near the
잘하시면
items,
좀
they get
공유 좀
absorbed into your
부탁드립니다.
inventory. You go to town, it just smushes it into your stash. It may as well email you a spreadsheet of what you've got at that stage, right? Like, why do we need a game client? And we're just very resistant to going further down that slippery slope. In the case of something like affinities, that was a concession we'd make. It does help, but we're not going to go the whole way to the spreadsheet dream.
Right. Yeah. I think obviously like part of the why people are feeling this way as well is because of the insane amount of clicks in Path of Exile compared to
이건 이제
any other game. Like
I
it's
love
a
the fact that chat
클릭하는
is
거에
saying
대한
true.
이슈인 것 같네요. 저번에
This one,
얘기했던.
I was expecting to look over there and see no fun allowed, but
이거 저번에 얘기했던 건 굳이
Yeah.
안 해도 될 것 같은데 이런 질문도 그냥.
sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay. It's just like it's a very large amount of clicks. I don't know if you saw the Ziggy was experimenting with
클릭하고
like
이런 거
tracking
같은데.
the amount of clicks he did from Path of Exile, and it was a lot of clicks.
Yeah, I'm aware. Like we've been talking about solutions, and the work we're doing on on stacking of currency and so on is going to help quite a bit.
Right.
Insane
Okay, so you
amount
brought up
click.
affinity systems as well. Are there any updates coming to the affinity system to make it more customizable?
No, but that's not because philosophically we don't want to. It's just
저는
that I
지금
don't know
답답한
of any
게 진짜
problems
이
it has,
지금
right? Like
까고 싶어도 내가 못
if you
알아듣으니까
have
제대로 못
feedback about how the
가겠어.
infinity system could be improved or how we can make it better, we'll consider it. So please,
느낌은
let
알겠는데.
me know now if you've got any. Otherwise, start the Reddit thread and
Right.
get some feedback.
So-
we don't want to make it too easy, but it can be
Yeah, baby.
improved.
So just off the top of my head, right, you could have either a customizable one that you just have a lot more room, but even adding things like gems, for example, right? A lot of people would want that.
So far, we've made affinities for stash tabs that we sell. The idea being if we sell a tab, there's an affinity for it, and we also enable that affinity on free tabs as well. Like, to be clear, if we release a gem tab, you don't have to buy it for gem affinities to be a thing where you can put them in one of your stashes. Now, we are careful to not add affinities for literally everything, because we do want it so people have to choose, where their
Yeah,
stuff goes to
화나시는
some
분들 많네.
extent. But if there's demand for things like gem tabs and so on, that creates an affinity at the same time. It's not one that we'd really put a lot of effort into.
Sure, but I don't necessarily know if people just want more tabs. Like, I'm sure there would people that would be buy that too, but then you're also gonna have the people complaining about more tabs and blah blah, feeling forced to buy things. But is there ever going to exist affinities for things that don't have tabs?
So the goal here is to make it so that there's less
뭔 얘기예요,
changing
정확하게?
between tabs, right?
Well, it's just like I don't understand why they're like just adding more value to quad tabs, for example, seems like a good thing as well, or just tabs in general.
Well, I can imagine the degree of customization could get pretty complex when you're like, okay, well, I want ID'd rare items to go in here, except when they're items that go in like Chaos Recipe stuff, and then they go over here, and like to actually read your mind
Chaos
will be a bit
Recipe?
tricky for the rules. So that's why we've kind of gone broadly. Like clearly this is currency, it goes in the currency tab. Clearly that's a map, it goes over there. Clearly this is a div card,
Sure.
like quite broad categories.
Sure, but we have, for example, like prophecy and gem tabs would be easy things that don't even necessarily need their own tab, but would be really good to
Yeah.
have as part of the affinity.
To be completely honest, do not expect prophecy to remain part of the game for long. Like, let's rule that tab out. Whoops, I shouldn't have said that. Gem tab we can do.
프리퍼시예요, 맞습니다.
Goodbye, purple lady. All right.
Is there ever a sort of a plan to maybe give a free tab to people, like that you can work
너무
towards, for
차분하다.
example? Like you complete Act 10 or something, you get a tab, or specifically even a premium tab, one that you can start
그나저나
selling
오늘
stuff
늦잠
off, 'cause
자서
that's a very
방송 못
powerful
봐서 다시
tool
보기
to maybe
봤는데
gauge it
왜 다
behind,
탕진하고
playing enough of the game.
빡종하셨나요?
This is a tricky one because I definitely see the argument
중요한 거
that
아니야?
it could cause
얘
people
돈
to buy
날리는 거
more
볼 수
tabs
있는 얘기
or
아니야?
be a gateway to tabs, right? Secondly, it does help for players who are playing free and want more capacity, right? Like I'm sympathetic towards a user who has the 4 base tabs and is gradually finding them more full as we spam the game full of stuff. The tricky part is that selling tabs, especially the first tab you get, is kind of our core monetization. Like a lot of users will wisely, I say wisely because they're being careful with their money, just buy a small amount of currency, currency maybe a map tab, and then spend nothing else on the game because they have limited resources, but they feel that those are important purchases. And to some extent, if we gave them
진짜 어렵다 영어.
a third of that value for free, it might cut out a third of the value that we receive from a lot of our incremental users. And the bulk of users who just make up the people that spend $20 on tabs and that's their lifetime spend, that does contribute a lot to our bottom line. And so this is one thing that's good in theory, but it could also have a negative impact, and I want to make sure we've assessed that before
예언은
we
뭐
accidentally
없어질
jump
수
into
있다는
it,
소리예요?
because I really, really don't want to accidentally hurt our revenue.
맞아요?
That's like number one thing I shouldn't be doing.
Right. What about a compromise like a limited, like say half a currency tab and half a premium tab that you can then upgrade later?
I'm open to this, right? Like, maybe the solution is that we do a trial of some
이건 아예
type when we
없어지는
clearly
것 같은데요, 느낌이?
indicate that this is a temporary promotion and see how it goes with a group of players for maybe one league and, see what the results are. And if we can get data to say that overall it helped spending and stuff, then that's great.
뭐 대체 되게
And then if it has a negative effect, we just have to undo it
업그레이드는 아마?
and bear the rage.
Right. That makes sense. And as far as like the premium subs and stuff, have you guys considered about just removing the like non-premium tab entirely now that there's like, it's kind of, most people aren't going to use things like procurement or acquisition or post on the forums. And people obviously want to use like the pathofexile.com/trade.
It's tricky because people have paid for premium tabs because they're better than regular tabs. And so if we were to then go and remove the regular ones or change this too much, while, I'm not saying it's lawsuit material, it's certainly feel bad material, and making people that have chosen to spend money feel bad is a problem. Like, we have to be really careful changing anything related to stuff people have spent money on, because it's remarkable how a small change can cause people to feel very bitter about something like that. So we'd rather have the tabs be just incremental improvements. Like, we added affinities as a free thing rather than making people pay to get an additional upgrade, because we kind of feel that nominally they've chosen to pay that extra buck for a premium tab compared to the regular ones. They've chosen that they want those tabs to, be nameable and colorable and
왜 이런 주제에 대해서
and
얘기하고
have,
있는 거예요?
special features, and that's why affinities were put in there rather than
이런
just
거
being a
솔직히
new
별로
tab.
중요한 얘기 아닌 것 같거든요.
Was that a discussion that was had, making affinities like a viable thing to begin with?
Well, I mean, there's always discussion of making the tab system more complicated, so you can individually pay a little bit of extra money for each tab, like a point here and there, and so on. But
굳이
there's enough
시간을 써서 이런 걸
implementation
얘기해야
problems
되는
standing
건가?
in the way of that it never gets very far. And there's the nice thing about
그럴 수가
generously
없습니다,
saying
아직.
this is a feature that's available for free, like slash tab
간단해도
folders, for example. They've been
그냥
really
하는 거지,
useful,
뭐.
and we briefly discussed should we be selling these, and the answer of no, let's just give them to people. They already spent enough money on the tabs that lets them organize them better and feel good about it. We probably could have sold the folders for 50 cents each, and it would have been acceptable. But
플러스 얘기했었어요?
we think this was the better plan overall.
못 봤네. 그건
So,
못 본 것 같아요, 제가 아예.
What about a
빅카우도.
compromise? And I know I'm like asking a lot about this, but like trading is such a core feature of the game. What about letting the normal tabs at least trade? Like, sure, keep the like coloring scheme and keep the naming scheme, but at least let everybody have one trading tab. Is such a core feature of the game.
I'm not opposed to this, though it does touch the two things we
이런 거
discussed
어떻게 돼?
before. One of them being, if we screw around with this, someone could say, I spent money buying that in order to trade, and now it's available for free for everyone. And while, I repeat, I don't think that that's actually like a legal problem, I do think we have to be careful about how people perceive it. And secondly, no, second thing's gone.
오케이, 레딧을
Yeah,
봐야겠다.
sorry, getting too old.
천천히 봅시다.
Sorry.
A good enough answer, and yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I'm open to it though, right? Like, I'm not saying no to that. It's something that we probably should experiment with.
Yeah.
There's also questions of shill accounts as well, where a person could register 1,000 accounts to be able to list stuff on trade for free. That is a thing. Currently, you have to spend money before you're able to get things into the trade system, and so that helps prevent abuse when it's tied to an account with
그거
purchases
받은
on
거
it.
아니야, 커뮤니티에?
Sure, I get that. That is a lot of effort though. If that person's gonna make like 1,000 accounts or 100 accounts, they probably don't have the like biggest intention of spending money on the game to begin with.
매크로 얘기한 게
Oh,
그거였구나,
right, but what if they were a
플라스틱.
large syndicate of item farmers with massive automation and, like, it's...
Right.
It is concerning, because right now, the large syndicates of item
But-
farmers can't easily...
Do we not have bots already?
I don't want to make it worse, and we're
Right.
working very hard. Like, our bot situation is rather good at the moment, right? Like, people use the word solved, and I say to them, it is not solved, and get all angry. But, that's just me with my strong opinions about that.
Right.
Right now, the payment thing is an issue, right? Like, if a bot network needs to get currency tabs and so on, which they want to do
Ah,
for
저 퀸이랑
efficiency and
친구 되고 싶다,
various
진짜로.
internal reasons, they
퀸 꿀잼인데.
have to spend money on this, and then we can attack them from a payments point of view. We can see what cards they're using, and we can, unfortunately, often stolen credit cards, which is kind of sad. But either way, it's an angle, right? But that they can be all anonymous behind proxies if there's no need to put any actual real money into our account.
채팅창 반응 좀 볼까요?
That makes sense.
Or cynically, we want the bots to pay us. That's a really good argument the chat should be making.
뭔 뜻이야? 셋지?
That you eventually ban and then encourage them to repay you again, right?
Unfortunately, because of the chargebacks, we lose like $10 for each time one of the poor victims who used Herder's credit card used. So what we'll often do is refund the purchases on the... When we realize it's credit card fraud, we'll ban the account, refund the purchases so that we avoid the chargeback fee and the poor guy in middle America doesn't lose
짜증나네.
his
채팅도
$10.
오치네.
Right. Okay. Next thing that people were curious about was the Tier 4 Ashley nerf. Was that too hard? It wasn't a guaranteed way to finish items already, because obviously sometimes you could just get something that wasn't relevant for your item. Having the forced annulment seems too much. Maybe if you felt it was too powerful or too guaranteed, what about diluting the pool more instead of the annulment? And obviously, killing Katarina is already considered a pretty
여기 있으면
bad
개못생김.
downside because she resets all the relationships and the syndicate. board.
마틸은 못 참지.
So we felt this was just too powerful. It's basically an exalt that, rather than acting like a normal exalt, guarantees some form of high tier mod. You're right, you can miss
저도
occasionally,
기다릴
but it still
건데.
basically only gives really good mods. Having a guarantee of a minimum amount
참
of power is not
애매하다는데.
something we want to have our crafting system enable, and that's why there's the annulments. You're taking a risk with it. It's worth noting people still finish their items off with mastercrafts, even though
이걸 왜
those are
하는지 모르겠어요,
generally a
일단.
lot
안 하는 게
weaker
나았을
than
것
these
같은데,
high tier
이 정도면?
build mods. In terms of the math of whether you should kill Katarina or not, Ashling isn't the only reason to kill Katarina, of course. There are a lot of other good rewards available. A lot of people feel that the rewards of the kill are more valuable than the loss of relationships, including people on our dev team. And yeah, we're keeping a close eye on this one, but we just felt it was too powerful before, again, creating the atomization problem that we're trying very hard to keep an eye on.
I could have imagined a lot of people thought it was almost a slap in the face to the, people that want the deterministic crafting, where you're like, oh, okay, here's still a little bit of deterministic crafting left in the game. It's too good. Now we'll take it away, or we'll
저는
still let you
조금
have
다른
it. But
의미로 왜 한
gamble,
건지 몰랐다고
which
한
is what
건데.
everyone's, main problem with the PoE crafting system apparently is these days, which is something was only brought up ever since like Harvest came into play. I feel. So it's just
Once you show someone there's a lever, they want you to pull the lever, if you see what I mean. You can create a purely gambling system and it's acceptable for enough years until you accidentally experiment with something that's more deterministic, and then that's how the game has to be.
이따가 말씀드릴게요.
Sorry that sounds a bit cynical, but yeah, we're a little frustrated by that, but it is completely
Yeah.
understandable response to it.
Did you find that interesting as well? Because like prior to the whole harvest system, the craft system basically fine, right? It's gambling. You get sometimes rewarded. It feels good. You don't, and obviously it feels bad. But there's something to chase. And then all of a sudden, this system comes out, and everyone's like, "Well, the rest of the game is just gambling, and that's shit, and it's always been shit." Did that feel like just kind of interesting to learn?
Yeah, it's the lessons from this are experiment less, to be honest, right? Like, if I had a clean slate and a new community that didn't have expectations, I think the solution of like make sure you're presenting people with stuff that you know is the right direction for the game, rather than occasionally go in the wrong direction and go, how about this? Because to some extent, if you go in the wrong direction and they say, I hate it, you're like, okay, I've got it, we understand. We do that, we're good at that one. But when you go in the wrong direction and they say, I love it, make it this now, and you think, oh, what have I done? That's the problem.
So
이게 뭔 얘기한 거예요? 나
don't
못
necessarily think
들었는데
everybody
무슨
absolutely
얘기
loved
했어요, 혹시?
crafting
아시는
before
분? 들으신 분?
Harvest came in. I think they maybe tolerated it. Like, obviously, there's always people that have wanted more deterministic crafting. Look how popular multi-mod was. But there was nothing else. And I think,
님들이 기대하는
wasn't it
사이다는
Magic the
절대 안
Gathering
나온다.
dev
이게
quote? Where, or
방송
maybe it was a
특성상
quote from you,
나올
but like,
수가 없는 구조야.
your audience is good at identifying the problem, not always necessarily at making suggestions on how to fix it. And for a lot of people, a lot of the things that they didn't enjoy got fixed by Harvest, right? That's why there was such a big surge, because now maybe people didn't like know what they wanted, but maybe for a lot of people what they wanted was Harvest.
Harvest.
So that's why there was such a big like changeover.
Yeah, and we understand that deterministic crafting has a role in the game, right? Like, we could go, if you want to see a game without deterministic crafting, try hard mode. So, in the core game, though, we understand it has its place, and we're working on finding the right place for it.
Right.
Do you think part of the solution would be just to make current crafting in PoE more like streamlined, as in like less confusing? Because a lot of people just don't have any idea what to do when they first get into it, into the end game, whatever. And there's not even very good information out there from the user base, our streamers and everything, because it's so goddamn hard to put up any sort of crafting guides that become outdated league to league, since everything changes all the time. So it's just more like in-game friendliness for it.
I kind of imagine something like an advanced item view, which lets you like easily. I know we have an
이건
advanced
이해했다.
item view, but I imagine something that's
크래프팅
kind of
같은 거
interactable.
인게임에서
You can click
조금
on the mod to
친절하게
see what
해줄
else
생각
is in your
없냐?
family and what else rolls at a certain level, and you can change the level brackets and see what mods are possible, and like, it's it's a bunch of work for sure, but there's almost the ability to have kind of an item workshop kind of thing when you're crafting, so you can really clearly understand what's possible with each action you're about to do.
Mm-hmm.
Would be pretty cool. Unfortunately, a lot of work. But,
답변이 이해
yeah,
못했어. 뭔 소린지 몰라.
Yeah.
with the influx of new players for PoE 2 especially, it could be something that's worth having in place by then.
Something.
The crafting tab. That's a good idea from chat. Gate it behind money. I'm just kidding.
I just thought of something related to the harvest thing earlier that I just spaced out and thought about, which was
기다려봐. 그 정도 아닐 수
with the
있어.
fighting things like
야, 못
blue
알아들어서
and stuff, because
답답하게
there are
나도.
quite a lot of hard enemies, which you've not done this with tier 4s. Like if you're fighting a tier 4 beast, you get that. But there are like quite a lot of the tier 3s that are quite hard as well. Maybe not having like the player fight them entirely, because that feels very bad for a lot of people right now. Like seeing those monsters that are maybe hard to craft, having to defeat them and not getting anything.
Right. So even though you get told beforehand you don't like the fact that you then have to fight a monster that you are not getting a craft.
Yes. That feels
I-
very bad.
Okay, I'll pass the feedback onto the team. I mean, there are ways to... Yeah, there are ways to solve that for sure.
Right.
아, 머리 표정한
Okay,
것도 싫어 이제.
So we're moving on to like the atlas
레전드.
and the in-game. I'm slightly worried that you answered this when I
별 얘기
spaced
없네요.
out.
이게
and I
참
asked it
왜
instead.
크래프트 얘기만 이렇게
That's exactly-
주장창하는지도
The
모르겠다
harvest
난.
thing we did. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's
basically
what I
brought
thought.
that
That's what I thought I
이거
heard. But I
방금 하루
spaced
종일
out
할
a
것도
little bit.
아니면서.
Did he say that? Right. Okay. Wait. That's already been answered. Next up, why can we not farm conquerors at
되게
lower
많을
tiers?
텐데.
So I had to go to some team members for this. I'm like, what even is this question? What are they asking for? And they kind of reflected it back to me with the question of, why do we want to do this, right? Why would you want to fight a lower tier conqueror? Is it for practice? For awakened gems? Is it because you want to get their high level rewards with less risk? Like, what's the goal here of farming
Well, I
lower
would-
tier?
그러면 이건
I
어디
would think
갔습니까?
it's because whenever you make a new character,
이 질문들.
you've done a whole bunch of progression in your previous one, you've
지자란이
beaten everything, it's done like,
이거 언제
let's say
4일
Awaken
전부터
Raid.
올렸던 이
You make a new
질문들.
character and it's like level 75 or something,
이거에
and it's
대한
gone
얘기는
through a
언제
few tiers of
하려고.
maps. It can't realistically have fun or stand a chance against the max tier conquerors.
이게 진짜 유저들이 원하는
conquerors
질문
until,
아니야?
you know, another
시청자들이
10, 15 levels
원하는 거?
or a bunch of gear progression, and thus you're just like grinding through and slogging low tiers until mid tiers and like just getting no additional fun in. Whereas before you're like occasionally looking forward to a boss fight, especially when it was early conquerors. Every 3 like influences, you just have to do 3 maps in that zone. Conquer fight, 3 maps,
Yeah.
conquer fight, and then all of a sudden it's like tier 14 to 16. It might be 9 of, you know, that type of zone, that map, and your like fresh character just is either thrown in the deep end or it doesn't have as much fun as the previous ones.
Okay,
이거
I'll pass
어플이에요,
that feedback
어플.
onto the team. It's a good answer.
Yeah. So it actually ties into the next question, which is right now the game is
맞출
very
수도 있고
top
아닐 수도
or
있고.
end
그거
game
모르죠?
heavy, where everything really worth doing is at the
모르는
end.
부분.
Whereas
알 수
earlier
없는
in
부분.
Path of Exile history, there were other exciting things to do, like farming low tier maps very fast, right? That was very, very popular, where you would deck out a character in high magic find gear, and you maybe couldn't farm tier 16s or high level maps, but you would be very, very quickly at farming like maybe tier 4 maps and stuff like that. But everything right now in the game, or a large
아마 근데 레딧의
percentage, is
분위기를 많이
gated behind
참고했을
Atlas
거다.
passives, Maven watchstones,
그건
and
뭐
high
거의
tier maps, and
기정사실
that
아닌가?
makes like a lot of the earlier parts of the game feel unrewarding and just like a chore that players have to get to the exciting part. That's sort of the problem for a lot of people with campaign too, right? It's just something they have to
자막 그냥
push through to get to the enjoyable
뭐
bit of the
이상한 거
game.
자막 있어요 여기.
This prompted quite an interesting philosophical discussion with the team about this, where I began to realize that the way the end game is currently set up is actually a bit contrary to the way I philosophically believe it should be. But without repeating that whole rant here, I think it's easy to emphasize that we're shortening this grind in 316 and we're completely redesigning it in 317, right? Like, yes, we hear you, right?
Sure.
Not going to argue with this one. I should note that we implicitly do want to give the best rewards for the highest content. Like, you know, you're going to want to try to get to the end of the Atlas, do all the hard things and so on to get the best items. That's always going to be a goal here. The pacing of it is a bit interesting, though. And that leads on to my large rant, but we can probably skip that one.
Sure. Like the important bit here is that there is things that is fun in tier 1 maps, tier 5 maps, just different, right? And the economy is going to balance itself around that. And I agree, definitely, like the most endgame content should be the most
이게 참
worth.
애매하다.
And also, I think a lot of people really want to hear your rant, but
Yeah. Go on. Lay it on us.
you have a few days,
지금
right? So
몰라요.
we have plenty of time.
전 알 수가 없어요.
It basically keys into the fact that, like, again with imagine experience progression in original PoE, right? The goal with
Right,
experience
no,
progression was getting to level 90 is an achievement. If you're in the 90s, you're showing that you're a character who knows what they're doing. This is back when the game was a lot slower, right? And then the intention is each level takes exponentially longer to get to and gives you just one passive skill as a reward. We were not doing a thing where you get to level 95 and get 10 passive skills and there's this kind of gating where you have to get to that to get your player power. To some extent, the difference between level 95 and level 100 is 5 passives, which by the time you've got like 115 of them or something, is completely irrelevant for the most part. Like your last 5 passives are not doing very much for you because you've already got all the important things on the tree, so the marginal cost is low. And so, obviously nowadays it's faster to level up. Certain alternate game modes might not be, but the problem is that when we've been designing our end game rewards, we've often gone and put quite a lot of power at certain gated points very high in the progression. Like, for example, the Uber Lab is an example of something where you get a really impactful boost to your ascendancies randomly somewhere in the middle of the end game. And while we wanted that initially to be a Star Wars Galaxies style Jedi unlock grind that's incredibly difficult, that takes you months or years to do, blah blah blah, the problem is that you're gating a ton of power there. And if that was a thing, if we'd pitched it so there was this incredibly long grind to unlock like 2% more power, that's probably a better place than 20% more power. Because a 2% power unlock you don't really have to have. It's a nice thing you can work towards that you feel like you definitely need, but it's not actually mandatory. And so we've taken mandatory things and stuck them right at the end game, when the correct thing to do is to have the mandatory things earlier and have the relative size of the rewards get smaller, because that's the point where you're min-maxing and fine-tuning. And I think that the Atlas passive stuff and the whole design of the Atlas at the moment takes these big rewards and jams them right in the place where we should be getting diminishing returns to have the rewards be the right size. And this is something I only realized drawing graphs of it recently, comparing the progression of power in good old Diablo 2 and good old original Path of Exile with current Path of Exile. There are these giant spikes, and players think, I need that giant spike. Physically, to kill monsters, I need it. And therefore, I have to jump through all these hoops. And if we had it so the giant spikes were front-loaded, so you're getting most of your progression early in that endgame, and having smaller incremental benefits, I personally think that would be a better system. Now, this is something that I rant about philosophically, that we're still trying to work out what we're even doing with the endgame. But anyway, that's the rant.
Right.
Good run.
Good rant.
And Chad agrees. I rolled well. Okay, good.
You rolled well. And obviously, like, another thing as well with making the earlier game more exciting, a lot of people really like being able to run the same map over and over again. Now, for a while in Path of Exile, we could shape our own maps and run exactly the map. If you really liked Strand, you could run Strand over and over and over again, right? And now that brings us to the favored map system. But for a lot of people, the favored map system unlocks kind of late. Even the first slot unlocks kind of late. Have you guys discussed changing when that unlocks? Because right now, because it unlocks so late, it incredibly rewards players with the knowledge of not completing maps. I can't remember what league it was, but sometime recently where I made a video about, ooh, if you don't complete these maps, you're getting all the residences you don't need. And then I had a lot of people saying, well, what if I've already completed those maps? Well, then you're screwed, right? It's obviously less extreme, but it's sort of similar to if you couldn't regret something, a skill point, right? If you made a permanent choice when you don't have the knowledge, that even when you do have the knowledge, you can't fix it later. Which, honestly, I think if favored maps unlocked earlier, it's kind of in a good spot. Like, I kind of see a lot of good in it. But there is obviously a lot of people that want to go back to being able to very specifically target farm maps.
Okay, I'll pass the feedback on to the team. We still have to do a whole design for 317 anyway, so, you know, it's definitely not too late to consider that.
또 3.17 얘기하네요. 3.17에 해줄 수 있다. 고려겠죠, 당연히. 컨시더,
That
고려.
question about campaign, is
그
that
선호지도
gonna
좀
come
쉽게
up
해주는 거?
another time, or is that something we should have addressed right here and there?
Probably should have talked more about the campaign too. With obviously,
Because I can like jump into that one.
yeah,
just
do
a
that.
bit.
Do that.
So yeah, a lot of people still really don't like just chain running the campaign as leveling new characters, and you do say
고려.
that it's going to be more fixed in
난 이
PoE 2,
고려라는
but
단어가
more just by proxy of
사실
having a
좀
better
애매하다
campaign
생각하거든요,
system.
항상.
Like you'll run through it and you'll enjoy it more.
항상 많이
But
말했던
there's still
그
going to be a
단어기도 하고.
huge subset of people that just don't want to run the same campaign over and over again. And part of the current content bloat of the game is there's a whole bunch of stuff you need to set up that you can't do until later, but you get access to earlier. So if you're like
분위기는 뭐
running through,
저번이랑
you pick
비슷해요.
up delve
그렇게
stuff
좋진
and
않아.
heist stuff, and you can't, really stop your campaign and go do that stuff because then you'd be way out of whack with your progression. Is there ever like any sort of potential discussion about not having to strictly do the campaign, or you can still do the campaign, but while you're doing those other things, you're progressing like your levels, and then you can come back slightly further into the campaign, if you know what I mean.
It's relatively
what I
close
mean.
to a philosophical
간지.
no, but it's something we have
간지.
actually had conversations about. Like I'll, sigh and then raise it with the team, and people will sigh and we'll talk, and no one's particularly happy, but there are discussions happening there. We honestly keep coming back to problems with the campaign and problems with the pacing of content that we feel could be fixed. It's.
답변이 되게 간결하네,
So you were
뭔가.
going to say this?
No, I don't want to
근데
interrupt
길게
you, but-
답변할 건덕지가 없긴 한데.
One of the reasons why the PoE2 campaign is a lot better is because the variety in areas really does give a lot more replayability, and that's quite important. Like especially Acts 6 through 10 just have a bit
얘기하고
less
있는 거죠, 이거 다.
topological variety
캠페인이
than they should
X잖아.
do in terms of the random layouts, and so it becomes a bit more of a chore to get through. I can't emphasize enough how we're designing the
PoE2에서도
PoE2
그냥
campaign to actually be
다시
replayable
플레이할
and
수 있게끔
interesting. Like
그
we made mistakes with the PoE1
조금 더
campaign.
심화돼서 말하자면 그냥 다시 플레이할 때
you know,
좀 더
the addition of alternate content and
익스트림하게.
stuff there does give a reprieve in
네,
terms of
엑스트림은
interesting
좀
stuff to
쉽게
do because
하자.
you can go on incursions every now and then and that kind of thing, but it doesn't fix its core problems, which is something we're excited about with PoE2. One thing to bear in mind is a lot of people say, okay, cool, so when we've got to maps, we've got a first character through the campaign, they're fine playing that every league, but they don't want to play it multiple times per league for their subsequent characters. They want, for example, the ability to use Endless Delve to level a second character. Sounds like a brilliant idea, because Endless Delve is exciting and so on, but it will get boring much faster than their campaign will. It has far less variety. Like right now it's a treat, because we roll it out every now and then as a special event and so on, and it's kind of unsolved and people don't know what to do, whereas with the campaign you strictly know what path to run through. But it implicitly has less content and less going on and far less work put into it. And so we believe that if it was an alternate leveling mechanism, it would be far worse than the campaign. Having said that, there's discussions ongoing, right? Like we hear the feedback, we understand that's what the players are interested in, and we're at least talking about it.
So
I pretty much agree with that. Like, just the endless delve thing. Like, I do think that if you had something like endless delve and sledge, it gets boring pretty quickly. But what I'm saying is more like you can still choose to do a bit of like your delve progression at level 40, and then you come back at level 45 and you still be a little bit further progressed along in the campaign, so you didn't just
Like-
waste your time doing that.
What does it do with your quest items and stuff? Like, there's 100 questions there. Like,
Well, yeah, that's a problem for you guys to solve there, but I think it's something that
Right.
would actually be worth like looking into, because it doesn't matter how good you're going to make this new campaign in PoE 2. There's still going to be a lot of people that quit after 2 or 3 weeks because they really don't want to level another character through the campaign. After like 2 or 3 characters, they go, okay, I've gone through the campaign a few times. I would like to try more builds, but I just can't be bothered doing that. Whereas if you're like doing those little alternate scenarios where you can start working on your heists, start working on your delve or your incursions, and then come back and
how do we feel about
이건 뭔
Diablo 2?
소리죠?
What do we think about Diablo 2, guys? Which is entirely campaign, and the end game is running static
이해하시-
areas again. Is that cool these days? I like it. I understand
my
that maps
feeling
are...
is it's a 20-year-old dead game, but
yes, I think that's most people. I feel it's very, very outdated. We're gonna have people like you and me that love that type of game, but it's the same reason that I don't think Diablo 2 Resurrected is going to have a very long shelf life without mods, because you're gonna get boomer gamers like us that are gonna absolutely love it, but it doesn't hold up to modern ARPG standards.
did you
Well,
give
we're-
Resurrected a shot, Chris?
I have played it, and I'm looking forward to playing it. Unfortunately, there were not good servers anywhere near close to New Zealand, and so
오,
I was
사실
given
킹
flashbacks
키니까
to our
할 수 있는 말이긴
sync
하다.
work we had to do in mid-2014, to be honest. Jonathan and I sitting there at weekends, alternately crying, trying to work how to fix desync. Like, there's math that will do this. they didn't work it out for D2. We're going to get this sorted. And we did. And then I'm given massive flashbacks to those days while playing D2 on a laggy server. And so I really hope they have servers closer than the east coast of America for people in New Zealand. Otherwise, I cannot play that game at release, but I am looking forward to it. But that's a bit of a rant anyway.
I actually have something kind of important here, because the thing you're saying, that people would be bored of Delve as well, that is completely right, but that's not the problem. The problem is that people don't give a shit about how they're getting their character to 70 because they're not enjoying that progression at all. So it's not the fact that people would maybe agree with you that, yeah, they would be getting bored of the Delve pretty quickly too, but that's also the thing about PoE 2. They're going to get bored of that very quickly too, because there's no important sense of progression going through any of those. Especially, and this is something I very recently learned because I've specifically been trying to talk to people.
이게 참
And
한국말이면
I don't have
좋겠다.
this problem
제발.
because I play hardcore. We do have a sense of progression on hardcore, but on softcore they don't. They can run into bosses 100 times, 1,000 times during the campaign, and it doesn't matter. You're not incentivized to level up your items or gear appropriately while leveling. It's just a chore that you have to get through for most people, where they get to the interesting, fun part of the game.
I wonder if gamers are actually getting bored more quickly as a change that's happened society-wise. Like, is this a thing with, like, Netflix and
대머리
YouTube
얘기는
have brought on,
아니야.
like, a global attention deficit issue? Or, like, is it expectations from other games? Because we used to play these kind of games and actually have a great time playing through this content, if you know what I mean. Like, is it that we are different, or just that our... Like, is it the nature of it?
I think it is that we're different. We grew up on very different games. Like, when I talk about the fact that, like, oh yeah, Mephisto for 16,000 hours, that's
PoE
amazing.
2 얘기하는 거예요
There's
지금 그럼?
very few people agreeing with me. It is a very different
get
in
it.
ideology.
I gave that a bit of a thought some time ago as well, and I think it's just, our entire environment, our world is different because you have so many different outlets for like social interaction potentially. Like even just watching a stream for a while in the privacy of your own home feels like you've socially interacted, right? Even though you've done nothing. Whereas back then, you're playing your Diablo 2. You didn't care about the trade system, you know, being tedious and shit. You didn't care about you know, the like plenty of tedium stuff and because you were actually engaging with people there, and that was your social, you know, like interaction, and you're happy to do it, and you played those games much more for the social interactions as well.
이거
You
뭔가
pick up
그 지금
friends
거래 시스템
in
이런
those
거 얘기하는
games
거
and
같은데?
you know, talk to them regularly, and you look forward to playing with them. And it's not really a thing as much anymore now, because I think you can get a lot of your perceived social interaction from, you know, your Instagrams, your Twitters, and your Twitches. And so it's not as important of an aspect. Same with World of Warcraft. Like World of Warcraft Classic was a very social game where you went in and you didn't mind it was slow, and you played around with lots of people, and you talked to lots of people, you made friends. And then slowly over time it just became a get in, get out, do your thing, and don't really care about other people. And you can see it if you go back to World of Warcraft Classic now. It doesn't really hold up. It doesn't feel as good. It doesn't have that same
능력자가
adventure
필요합니다.
and that same
나에게.
social experience. So I think yeah, the entire thing is just completely
주무시러 가셨나?
different.
슈프리맨님?
And
영어 좀 하시잖아?
we react to games differently because of that.
어디
We also have
갔어?
more
So the
technology now.
conclusion is it's the children who are wrong. Sorry.
Well,
I mean-
well, okay. So the thing about that, right?
First of all,
it's o-
they are, yes.
But we have more technology now. Like I said, right? Well, it's like now that people have seen better, a lot of people want better. Back 20, 21 years ago, you didn't have that
메타랑
many
안 맞다?
options. You didn't have that many things to do.
인정.
You couldn't
나도
really
인정.
expect Blizzard North back then to shit out new content every 6 months. Like you guys put out content at a insane rate, right? Like it was just very different back then. Can't expect the same things.
Yeah. Well, it's a really interesting discussion, and we'll bear it in mind with decisions around the campaign and stuff like that.
디아블로
I
2는
mean, we've
옛날
had
게임이잖아.
nuts
이제
ideas for
과거의
leaks in the
게임이고
past. Like, we
PoE는
had this one where
PoE고
you find itemized characters. It's like a
적당히
doll or
해야지.
something like that of a marauder, and you can roll mods on it, so you chaos it until it's got like specific keystones, and then when you expand that, it turns
시공주하래.
into a character on your account with like pre-allocated passive. I mean, this is crazy and silly, but we come up with some
진짜
nuts
빡센 것
ideas for stuff that we can't do.
Right.
Well, that was part of the whole suggestion for the campaign thing. You brought up D2, but you know, like D2 and a lot of these ARPGs had this very classic system of normal, nightmare, hell, right? And you had to go through it 3 times, and then it felt like you just threw that entire system out and made this, you know, Act 1 to 10, and it was a big game changer. And you know, look at the possibilities, but it's a very different and scary thing, right? I think this could be a similar sort of thing where you don't necessarily have to just progress through the usual campaign, but you
마틸이
can
할
do
말을
the
다
side
하네,
stuff
하긴.
to also progress it at the same time, and it could be a
Yup.
big game changer.
You are right. The discussion we were having internally is we realized we were about to get a lot of new players because Act 5 was good and 300 was going to do well and our numbers were trending up hard, and we came to the conclusion that we couldn't release with 3 acts of,
Right.
3 difficulties worth of content. Like the repeat of you have to play through the campaign 3
황칠인가?
times to get to the end game would have been crazy, right? So we've reduced that to just once or twice, depending on how you look at it, with regard to part 2 being similar to part 1 and feeling. So yeah, we have in the past acknowledged the fact that we do have to make sure that the campaign is interesting.
baby.
At the moment, at least, it's unique areas you're running through each time. It's not
모르겠는데요?
actually a repeat, but yeah, I get it. People have been doing it for a decade. There's parts of it that I find boring as well, but I do want to try to make those parts more interesting
Sure.
before we completely scrap it.
So obviously a lot of people, like you guys don't seem to be super willing to compromise and give people adventure mode or whatever, right? So something that a lot of people find appreciative because they want adventure mode, you
진정하시고
don't.
일단 봅시다.
But what about things like there are items like 70
좋은 얘기 나올
steps?
수 있어.
There used to be gloves, like fossil gloves, that would give the power, like a lot of power. It would be
엄청
basically
빨라요 지금. 저도 잘 못
70 or
뛰겠어요.
80 flat damage. So then you could at least quickly level through the campaign, and this was gated behind endgame items, right? Like fossils. You used to be able to use essences, endgame essences, like Hysteria, for example, on boots, and that would be a really, really fun, enjoyable leveling experience. Like,
맞아요.
endgame stuff,
마틸이 한
they
말이 그런
use
말
some
맞아요.
new characters that, yeah, you might not have access to the first 3 days, the first week, but for those people that already does feel like it is a chore, that seems like a good compromise.
We like the idea of there being items you can put in your stash and then put on new characters, right? Twinking items or leveling items or whatever term you want to use. They're important, right? Like to some
빡빡이는 진짜
extent, one of the
모르겠어요.
joys
진짜
of
거짓말
playing
아니고 진짜 아예 못
hardcore is that you
알아듣겠어.
fill a stash full of stuff because you know you're going to die, and this makes your second character faster. And of course, the same thing, happens in standard as well, where you're going to have to play another character. You want the experience to be quick, and having it so your first time through the campaign is relatively slower, and then your subsequent ones are faster, is definitely a thing we want to encourage. Even in SSF, you have the ability to stash items for your future characters on your account, essentially.
많이 됐다.
So that's the thing we do want. Things like the ability to make completely broken boots using high-end essences and so on, while I don't recall that particular change myself because it was probably done without me being aware of it, those kind of fixes are done when something is really quite abusive. So we do want this, we do want it to be fun, we probably don't want it to be abusive. And
뭐라고
so,
한 건데요?
we have a lot of leveling uniques. It doesn't take that many chaos to equip a character that can level the game, level through the game 2 or 3 times faster than a base character would do. I've done it myself enough times.
Sure.
So we like that experience, but there will probably be curbing of the most egregious abuse cases.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. For me, in my head, I'm like, how much abuse can there really be throughout the leveling process, right?
Fair enough. Look, I mean, I'd have to go and check into the
Yeah.
exact cases of what changed there. In principle, I'm okay with this kind of thing. It isn't a no fun allowed. You can have some fun here. It's been granted by the dictators briefly.
Excellent.
왜 웃은 거야?
Next up, we have, will there ever be more standalone endgames aside from maps, or will everything revolve around maps as the core mechanic? You talked a lot about there's a big revamp coming in 3.17, loads of endgame stuff, but are we ever going to see, for example, Delve being a standalone endgame, or like 4 or 5 different ones, like, oh, okay, I don't really want to do mapping this league. I want to go to the Beyond world, or the Harbinger world, and explore that endgame.
So we've added alternate endgames in the past, Delve, Reddit, that kind of thing. We
그때
philosophically feel that they should
스트리머들이
be
웃었던
tied
그런
to
느낌으로
maps.
웃는 건가?
The access to getting to Delve involves running maps as your core thing, and trade is what comes in to ease this slightly. It is possible at the moment. We see people doing it where they want to run perma logbooks, they want to run perma heist,
Yeah.
they want to run perma Delve, and they do that by essentially just trading everything they get for access to that content. They either get good stuff from that content that they can trade for more of it, or
영어
the amount of
알아듣는 거
mapping
맞죠?
that they've
믿어도
done
되죠?
has set them up for the cycle. And we like that. But it basically is a privilege, I use that term carefully, of trade players, where if you're playing in
다음 시즌
SSF, you
방어 쪽
probably
풀하기나
cannot
뭐 개선이라고
permanently lock in
개편이라고
some
했어요.
local content. We want
맞아요.
it to be a thing that you explicitly have to sacrifice a lot of value in order to get.
But you have explicitly said that if you are playing SSF, that is a disadvantage you are imposing on yourself. And speaking as an SSF player, I'm sorry, but I don't feel like SSF players should matter for the balance of the game. That is a small subset of players. We are taking that disadvantage on ourselves.
Yeah, I'm an SSF player as well. I just don't expect to be able to do perma delve. I just do a lot of delve if I want to delve. Trade helps with that. We'll look at adding more endgames in the future, right? Ideally, Delve is a great league, right? Like, it's an awesome endgame there. Heist has made a contribution to Path of Exile's endgame, giving you cool stuff to do. These are all, even the ability to, like, trade for a bunch of itemized Temple of Atzoatls, for example. These are all things we really like. The ability to trade for endgame content, and to create endgame content and itemize it and save it for later.
하이트
There will be more of this. It's just that it's
진정이라고
probably
하긴
all
좀
going
그럴
to be
것
centered
같은데.
around the map system.
So you don't
별
think
얘기
you
없는 것
will
같은데,
ever
솔직히 말해서.
experiment with like something being completely decentralized and having its own endgame?
We've just established that the campaign becomes boring because people want maps. Maps are interesting. Why are maps interesting? Because there are literally hundreds of tile sets and thousands of monsters and massive variety randomly thrown at you, right? We've established that Delve would probably be boring as a leveling thing, so it would probably be boring as a dedicated endgame. Maps is the thing with the content and the budget and the interest and the randomness and the layers, so it's important that that's kind of the core of it. If we can luck into an endgame that's as exciting as maps that we just randomly come up with in an expansion, that's amazing, and we'll try. But we expect to have the stuff be accessible branching off maps.
But I think that kind of
Yeah.
balances itself out, no?
Okay, chat's telling me maps are bad as well. Okay, so it's all bad.
No, I mean clearly
No.
clearly there's a lot of passion, right? Obviously a lot of people enjoy
Occasionally
the game.
someone just says synthesis, which clearly solves all the problems, right? Like, just turn that back on and we're done.
So synthesis would have been
싸우는 거
something that
아닌가,
would have
지금?
worked as a standalone endgame, right? The same with Delve.
약간
Heist probably
싸우는
would have
느낌
worked as a
나는데.
standalone endgame as
아니야?
well. So I'm very surprised that you've not experimented with at least one league having a completely standalone endgame. Seems to be a lot there could be to learn from that.
Potentially. I mean, we've got our redesign of the endgame stuff happening, so
Yeah.
this will certainly be discussed.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that.
Clearly, the
I
answer
think-
is synthesis.
I think the current Reddit endgame is actually pretty shit. So if you could do something about that, you know, go there once a week, tell them how cute they are, something like that. I think it'd really spice up that endgame.
They dropped some new rules on the new Reddit endgame, so I'm interested to see how it plays out with the new meta.
Oh shit! I
Ah,
have to keep my eyes on that one.
yeah. And next up, this is a very, very popular question. When balancing the game, how many hours do you expect or estimate it should take for an average player to get to the end game and access fights like Uber Elder, Maven, and general content? What is an average player in GGG's eyes?
I had a
Who's
good discussion with the team. This one. The idea of what is an average player and how long does it take them to get to content. And the thing is, like, if you look at an average player of people who come to our website and are interested in the game, the average player doesn't get through the download necessarily, right? Like, the average player decides halfway through they're going to go and watch Netflix. And if you look at people who actually get the game installed, the average player doesn't get to Brutus, right? This is irrelevant. We don't care about the
Yeah.
people who just don't care enough to get to Brutus, right? So what are we caring about? The average player who gets past Brutus? They don't get to maps. Okay, so obviously we do care a bit about that because we do want them to have a good time playing through the campaign. It's a pretty, like,
Yeah.
some dude who's heard about my game as a friend and wants to play it. I'm fine if he just plays through 8 acts of the thing to get an idea of what I've made. But the average player, as far as Reddit is concerned, is deep into red maps and caring a lot about the questions in here. So there are so many types of average players, and we
왠지
want the
운동을
game to be
같은데?
appropriate for everyone. And so we try to make sure that the early game, like Act 1 and
그쵸,
stuff,
운동을
is
맞죠.
appropriate for below average players. Just randoms. Yeah, it's we're making sure it's got its teeth back in it, as we've discussed, but, we do care about the fact that low skill players have to be able to play through Act 1. We make sure the mid game is appropriate for actual average players. We make sure it's possible to get to maps without having to learn everything in the world. And we want to make sure that the end game is appropriate for above average players, and that the pinnacle content is appropriate for Havoc and Steel Mage, basically. We know that people aspire to go to the next tier above where they are. So a person who's just getting through Act 1, they want to be able to see the rest of the campaign, and they can't quite get there. So we want to make sure the path to getting from below average to somewhat average is achievable, and all the way up the chain. We want to make sure that someone who is playing in red maps and wants to be a complete overachiever has a path to be able to, have that pinnacle content be as easy for them. So this is a bit of a non-answer, I understand.
Yeah.
But we care a lot about different types of players, and we want to make sure there aren't any bumps in the journey for them.
So do you not have any like rough number of how many hours you would like an average player to be able to complete endgame content?
Not really. It really depends on a lot of factors that we can't control. Like, it depends what builds are meta. It's... I mean, sure, we could ask QA, go benchmark it a few times and try to play at a reasonable pace and get a number for you, but I don't know if that's really helping, right? Like, we'd probably want the number to be bigger, so I'm not sure it's sensible for us to try to work out the number
지금
is.
얘기하는 거 좀
Right.
중요한 얘기 같거든요. 혹시 이거 조금 들으신 분?
And do you want like the average player to be able to complete things like Maven, Uber Elder, etc., or do you want that to be specifically something for like a very small group of players?
변명도 똥꼬치
If
부린
the
거야?
question is, should 50% of the people that play Path of Exile be able to complete the absolute hardest content in the game, then I think the answer is no, that would be undesirable. That would cause the other players to find it too easy, or to get through it too quickly, or whatever, right? Like, whatever metric, whether it's hard through skill, whether it's hard through time, they would have a big problem. Having said that, I want it so for the people here who tune in to watch this podcast, who choose to sit there through hours of me talking and embarrassing myself, those people should be able to see all the content of the game. They care, they're smart, they're involved, and yeah, if they're struggling to get through to the end game stuff, that's a problem. But there are
저도 질문은 알겠는데
21,000 people watching
답변을 잘
your channel
모르겠어요.
here, plus some
반응이
others who are
너무 어려워서.
restreaming, and a bunch of people who will watch it later, maybe a few 100,000 people. But that's a few 100,000 people out of millions that have played this league, right? Like, that's 10% of the content of these engaged players that I'm targeting here. So yeah, I want them to be able to get to the end game and have a good time.
Right.
People are questioning the word millions. We do have millions of people try each league. Even when we're down 30% of players, that's still a 7-digit number. Like, sorry, anyway, I won't get defensive with chat. That's a whole...
Fake news.
Okay.
그 밸런스
Last
패치의
question about the Atlas
기준을
session
뭘로
is, are
어떤
there
유저
any
대상으로
plans to make
하느냐라는
changes to
식의
multiplayer? Not being able
내용이었거든요.
to progress your own Atlas while playing with somebody else is so sad.
So you can progress Atlas completion, of which maps you've completed, and your Maven map witnessing, but your Watchstone progression is one of the things that doesn't progress. Having said that, when we're designing 3.17, we're aware of the fact that people want to have the ability to progress a multiplayer, and this will be much more of a consideration.
답변
In the
거부받으라?
past, whenever we've made a decision that's hurt multiplayer like this, it's usually because it's of abuse cases or shortcutting or quest states or that kind of thing. But there are smarter ways to design stuff so that people can make full progress without being able to shortcut things or abuse it. We just want to make sure, like, a lot of our weird decisions are so that the correct behavior isn't to have 6 Path of Exile clients open across 3 computers on your desk and get full value out of having a 6-person party for some
아, 진짜
reason.
너무 빠르다.
Right now, there is little, if any, incentive for you multi-boxing Path of
너무
Exile.
빠르다.
It's in a somewhat good state where people who play with their friends
엄청
do get
들어오시지.
some benefits, plays into the whole Aurabot discussion, and people who play solo are still getting to see all the content of the game, probably at a more efficient rate. And this is I know it can be improved, but it's not a terrible situation. Like, the second you feel punished for being in a party, or punished for not having 6 clients open that you're manually micromanaging, then that's a problem. But yeah, to answer your question, we will make sure the multiplayer is more considered for future endgame stuff.
Nice. Okay. Next up, we have a big one. So,
빅1 뭔데?
and just to confirm, right? You guys are fairly recently, maybe it's like a few years ago now, it feels fairly recently in my head. But initially, Path of Exile was balanced for hardcore trade league, and then at some point that changed, and the game is now being generally bouncing around softcore trade league, correct?
I don't remember. I can't find anyone at work who remembers us saying that,
서포냐
by the way.
하프 트레이드냐
So sure,
뭐
I mean,
이런 얘기하는데?
we've always been balancing around the standard one because that's where people are playing. Like, hardcore's meant to be hard.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it wasn't a thing because most of our
스탠다드 기준을
developers were playing
밸런스인가?
hardcore because it's better or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
I
do
don't
care about
remember you guys ever saying that. It was just more of like a feeling that it was, the game was more friendly towards hardcore back then, and it's
yeah.
progressively gotten less so.
Okay,
Yeah, either way, we are balancing around standard trade, if that's what you're asking. And
yes.
I'm using the word standard to avoid saying softcore, just because that's not a term GGG uses. We use standard to refer to the non-hardcore one, which is
What do you call
actually-
standard then?
actual standard. I know, it's confusing. It's not great, right? Like, I get the semantics are weird.
Right.
Um,
Okay. Well. Okay. Sweet. I can try to find that because I know it's been said in the past. But anyway, with that in mind, defenses are sort of systematically getting nerfed patch after patch, and that encourages more players to go glass cannon builds and try to one-shot screen after screen. Because
나오네
you were
이거.
talking
아까
about on
제가
Vegas, right? That
했던
players are just trying to one-shot
질문.
the next screen over. Well, a big reason for that is
오프스크린에
because if
딜하는
they
거는
don't,
왜 안
those
되면서
monsters will one-shot the player back.
몬스터들은 왜 화면
So
밖에서
defenses are
우리를
getting
한 방에
so like
죽이느냐.
nerfed repeatedly, and on software, then people are just more and
개띠껍죠
more
솔직히.
incentivized to just go very
우리는
glass
몬스터 못
cannon.
죽이는데.
And obviously hardcore is struggling more and more, but that's besides the point.
하코에서는 더 심하겠네.
Why are defenses getting nerfed so hard repeatedly?
그리고 이제
So I
방어
talked to the
기제가
team
왜
about
계속
defenses,
너프되느냐.
and
에
the
대해
best we can
질문했어요.
do is a statement that we are looking into defenses
지자란처럼
in
말해주라 제발.
360.
난
right?
너 말 못 알아듣겠다. 씨.
This conversation spiraled in every direction with arguments about every defense and how worthwhile it is investing in it. And there was a lot there. And I don't think that repeating it all is going to do much other than confirm the fact that there are some things that are in a bad place. So we've put it on the list of 316 has to include work on defenses. Now, we haven't yet started that work on defenses because we're still arguing about what the problem is. And we have good resources from the community and a lot of people have opinions here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it needs some work and it's going to get some. So a slight concern we have is we'd already scoped 316 out to be a compelling set of stuff and a bunch of changes, and we didn't really have defenses on our radar there. Our fault, I guess. And then, especially after last week's podcast, where we dumped a pile of things into 316 scope, and with this commitment to, of course, work on defenses and any other promises we've made, it is causing 316 to get kind of big, and that's worrying me from a production point of view, because big means either bad quality or overtime or cutting features. So cutting features is going to be the one we probably do. So the scope may change. Like, for example, if we can't find a way of dealing with defense as well, maybe that gets pushed to the next one, or maybe some other feature like the guild stuff gets pushed. I don't know, we'll work something out, but we do want to make sure that we don't overcommit ourselves to 316. Having said that, to be honest, out of all the topics we've discussed here, defenses sounds like the most important one, right? Like that's affecting pretty much every PoE player. So I think that's definitely worth exploring with priority.
Yeah, and it also seems like, so you guys have expressed an interest into slowing down the game, right? And defenses sort of do that naturally. If you're incentivizing people that are playing software into making strong defenses, then you are in turn just getting less people going around making these glass cannon builds. And I've talked to a lot, like, so many people are trying to make it out to be that software players are slapping something and saying, I paid for 6 portals, I'm using them, right? But the more and more I talk to software players, and Mathil can chime in here, but software players don't seem to enjoy dying. So yeah, definitely strong
그치.
defenses are seemingly valued by both sides.
방어
We'll see
기제도
what we can do. And I'm sorry
줄여주긴
for not
했어,
coming to your question with here's the plan for defenses
Sure.
and then having an actual engagement with you. But the best we can do is a promise that you have to do something. And maybe the solution there, like as I mentioned last week, we're not just going to surprise people on live stream day with here are the changes, you will like them. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
We'll come up with them and discuss it with the community, which means, get the game back together and we'll talk about it in a month once we've planned it, right? Like have a good discussion about what the pros and cons are.
Yeah.
I want to mention, by the way, after I just said, oh yeah, we'll probably, we need to cut some features, maybe the guild stuff. That particular thing is being done by other team members because it's infrastructure, so it's not really the people working on defenses. So if we do the guild stuff, which I'd like to do, then that's not at the cost of other important gameplay stuff. It's probably gameplay content that has to be shuffled around to get the defenses stuff in.
Yeah. Like just to like mention it as well, like some things that like the old flasks really help be a band-aid for defenses in the game there, because obviously like the Jade flask being a
손님
3k,
빡빡이에 대해서
Granite
화가
flask
너무
being a 3k,
나시는데
really help with like generic mapping. Like you can make a kind of very tanky build for bosses, but then dealing for the onslaught that is maps without dodge or without block right now is what a lot of people are really struggling with. And obviously Basalt Flask it's a very niche thing now, right? It's not many builds are going to want to do percentage armor. One of the biggest
The
problems.
team were concerned with the power level coming from
이
flasks,
얘기는 약간
and that's why there were nerfs to those, but that doesn't mean we can't
그겁니다.
have defenses as an
암호가
option.
너무 쓰레기다 솔직히 말해서 그런 느낌
This was
아닐까?
explained well to me by a friend of
닿지
mine.
완벽 캐피 같은
who's given me some good
거는
feedback. Who
노드 찍으면
basically
그냥 30%
explained that, Chris,
날먹인데
I care about
30%
defenses and I
물피감
have
이런
all
거
of
암호로
them.
챙기려면
There's nothing more to
개빡세거든요.
do, and I still die randomly. And sure, there's going to be a degree of still being one shot if you overcommit to a situation, but clearly it's in the wrong place at the moment, right? Like clearly it needs to be that you feel that there is always more defenses that you can invest into, you know, so you can choose to sacrifice damage for defenses more effectively.
Yeah. Good.
Is there more support coming for Ward, the new sort of mechanic and system? Or is it just like a league type thing and then it's being thrown away? Because at the moment it's a bit hard to build around or like utilize powerful.
We had this discussion. I asked that exact question during the design of Ward. Like, is this a thing that's just going to be for this league? And the answer was that once things are part of the core game in the future, like once Expedition, because I emphasize Expedition is not necessarily
뭐
coming back
방어를
immediately,
챙길 수
but
있게
once it's
하겠다 뭐 이런
decided when it's
느낌
coming
아닐까요?
back, and Ward is a thing that's now an evergreen part of the game, it probably will branch out more and more. So this depends on whether Expedition is coming back. I'd like it to, but this is not a decision that we've, you know, confirmed when or where or how. I mean, obviously changes are always required, especially with splinters.
Ward splinters. Also, I did kind of want to touch on the softcore thing. I don't know if it really ties into anything that we're talking about, but it is kind of like difficult to balance what you're doing in softcore compared to hardcore with defenses,
방송 같은
because
거
you
좀
start
방어 좀
out with your hardcore
해라 뭐 이런
at a
느낌인 것
certain amount of
같은데.
defense and you go, okay, I'll probably live and I'll probably, you know, be fine. Time to start adding some DPS and some other stuff. And the challenge in softcore isn't just like going ahead and, you know, zerging away through the game. It is saying no to some of those offenses and then building defenses because it's so tempting. And I don't want to throw my good friend Quinn69 under the bus, but it's exactly, you could see it very much in his first attempt on softcore that he's on there and he wants all the DPS and then he skips out on a lot of the defense and then dies a lot and then it feels bad. And the challenge is saying no to some of that damage and then still building some defense. And it's hard to do. And that's why I'm always building paper-thin characters, right? I'm known for my 4K life builds. But it's basically just always going for the bare minimum of defense and life to survive so many situations and still squeak by. And that's kind of the entire point there. It's the challenge is in saying no to damage and then still building some defense.
That's a good way of looking at it.
진짜 이거 그 마틸이
right.
빌드를 하는 사람이라 약간 저는 공감되는 게 좀 있네요. 이게 아무래도 이 내용에.
And speaking, we mentioned briefly on
지금
Basil
방어
last,
챙기면
obviously,
신노딜이거든요,
also
진짜.
lost a
빌드
large
짤 때
amount of
방어를 좀 챙긴다.
fizz reduction,
개노딜.
like percentage fizz reduction. Has that been talked about already? Like different sources? Then obviously we lost Basil Flask and we've lost skill points from the tree. We have very limited, like it's mostly endurance charges right now, and then a few fizz damage taken as elemental.
뭐 친구는
It'll be
친구겠죠?
discussed as part of the defenses discussion. I don't have any specific information there.
Yeah. Next up, monsters are also obviously incredibly scary right now. And a lot of people were mentioning that the nerfs to us, like the player being nerfed so much, felt a little bit out of place when the monsters were getting even stronger than before and didn't get touched. And like one-shots and stuff being more and more frequent. And that there's a big discrepancy between monsters and what we can defend against right now. Is that being looked at right now as well, or are monsters intended to be terrifying?
So, in the Act 1 scariness project, we made Act 1 scary and made the monsters hard. And like, you know, a lot of the rip clips we see are Act 1 monsters, like rowers and stuff, taking people out. Two things to note here. Number one is there were some cases there where we went too far. There were cases where we chose the wrong values, didn't test enough, didn't catch
맞아요.
it. Mistakes
그런
were
내용
made.
맞습니다.
We have tightened up our policies here to make sure that we're being more careful with the monster balance stuff.
저도
in the future. Like,
마찬가지인데
we're going to make sure
지금
that when
저
we're doing the scariness project for Acts 2
뭐
through 10,
5천 이상
it's done in a way
빌드를
that
할
doesn't
수가
cause
없어요.
quite so
진짜
much danger.
지금
So yes,
지금
we're fixing
메타에
the monsters.
이번
However,
리그에
we
할
are
수가
making
없어
Acts 2
솔직히
through
말해서
10 scary as well. So overall,
돈을
monsters
엄청
will be
쓸 거
harder,
아니면.
but hopefully not above the line that you're talking about.
Right.
So, like the problem there is that you're doing an Act 1 and you know certain zones, like there's going to be rowers here and you expect to clench and then you are prepared for it, right? And it's a scary situation and you're certain, you know, you adjust for it. If you just incorporate all of that into all of the maps and all of a sudden you can't just play like hours on end while mapping and just be constantly shitting yourself, because everything's about to destroy you, right? It's just not that much of an enjoyable experience at the end of the day. So you gotta,
진짜
you
그건
know,
좀
some
마틸의
monsters need to
심정이
be
좀
toned
나
down to the
알겠다.
point where they're not
나도
hitting harder than Cirrus just because
나도
they've got a
겪는
special
문제라.
mod on them, right?
Yep.
Even though it's coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, our target is that you can play Path of Exile and mostly feel safe and secure, kind of zoning out a bit, and then get randomly screwed over by some combination of mods. You know, if you're not paying attention, like it wakes you up a bit, which is better than it just being constantly grindy and scary. You know, we want it so that there's a level of getting complacent followed by death through mistake.
Yeah, I think people for the most part are happy with that if they're like interacting with something. If they're choosing to do something like Legion or Metamorph, right? Then you're actively choosing something dangerous. I think people are less happy about one-shots when they turn a corner and there was something like already released there that just is a unavoidable one-shot. Of like, let's say auras, right? Like auras with
그냥 한
which you
방씩
already
당하는
addressed
거
your
누가 좋아해?
at Bay class with the aura stacking.
보이지도 않고 피할 수도 없는 거에 맞는 건데.
Okay, the next thing up at the moment, Cyrus monsters. A lot of people were bringing this up, and that they were
조심하게
very, very
플레이하면
scary,
돼요.
and are
아주
yes,
세심하게 플레이하면 돼.
incredibly powerful. Is that being looked at?
I mean, we're smiling.
야, 사이러스
But
몬스터?
yeah, we're aware of the feedback. It's, you know,
개
it's good to
쓰레기죠
hear.
그거.
We kind of do
다
like
무조건 한
monsters
대만
being
뒤지지.
scary, you know, in the right places, especially when they're quite important ones.
About something that's barely a monster, like a Drox flag that just,
I've
you
died
know,
to that.
infused
Drox 깃발.
by Cirrus, has a few random mods, comes out of the sky, oh look, 8,000 damage. It's like, hey, that's fair.
저는 그냥 뭐 방어를
Yeah,
솔직히
I know.
챙겨도 한방이에요 진짜.
We'll have a look.
Yeah. Okay, so this ties. Bethel brushed on this earlier when talking about Oshami. Some bosses are extremely random as to how a player
조심해야지.
accesses the fight. So, like Ultimatum, we have the mechanic there. We had Owl in Delve. And how do you feel about that type of fight? Are you more leaning towards things like, you know, Shaper, which is like still RNG, but it's you are probably going to fight Shaper in a league. And same with like
마틸이
Awakener,
약간
right? There's some RNG there,
소포하는
but like a
유저라고
lot
하는데
more
지금 현재는
deterministic. Are
안다
we going
좀
to
우리
see less
감정을
or
좀
more
안다.
fights like Owl and Trialmaster?
Well, if you've got some monster that spawns every 70 maps, one way to make it more deterministic could be to drop an item.
Like a
Splinter.
Splinter?
나도 진짜 이거에 대해서
but it-
진짜 할 말
It
많다.
It doesn't
소포에서.
necessarily have to be something you pick up and that is tradable as well.
That's true. But in all seriousness, we want to make these bosses more accessible in smart ways. So here's a couple of things. So we're doing a delve rebalance in 316, or at least intending to if we can find time. And the goal here is to make all more common, like as in you get more access to cities and that kind of stuff. Like the goal is it's not as hard to find him.
Nice.
If Ultimatum comes back to core, we're going to look at smarter ways to access the Trial Master. Like, there's good suggestions from the community. Like, for example, the longer your winning streak is between subsequent rounds, the more likely the Trial Master is to occur. Because that actually gives you a strategy, a thing you can do to try to make it a bit more common. I mean, at the end of the day, the rare bosses with rare drops are going to be rare. But having some way to
이건 무슨
control it
말이죠?
and feel a bit more involved
결정되기
in the
나오는 것
process
같은데?
will be good. So that we don't have to do the splinter approach.
Yeah.
That's what I actually thought the Trial Master was to begin with. I'm like, oh, I'm just not winning enough things, you know,
결정
often enough.
보스가 근데
I've got
좀
to be getting to
괜찮았어요.
the very end. People are like,
결정
yeah,
때?
I've been winning 10 and I've seen like 2 Trial Masters, but it was all like, you know, just assumption or just
Yeah.
Anecdotal evidence, really.
Yeah, like I've been incredibly unlucky with both Owl and the
70
Trial
한 번이
Master.
그
My
얘기였구나.
spawn rate was 0.0186 or something on Trial Master. Found him
I
twice.
think we actually went over this and established you don't play enough.
I posted my map watch.
You're just a filthy casuals is. Gotta bump yourself up to mathel
빡빡이
numbers.
기분 나빠 보인다.
I saw so many Trial Masters.
Okay,
뭔가
you want to
조금
go
당황한
there?
듯한데 여유 있는 척.
We can go there if you want.
I'm fine.
Okay, so another question. This got asked a lot by players. And Brutus, the waypoint seems very, very far away where you spawn now. Like if you die to Brutus, you have to run like all the way back. And another thing about Brutus as well is he no longer summons monsters to give either flash charges or resummon zombies. If you're a zombie fighter, you just have to leave.
We don't have a problem with either of these currently when we examine it. We might tone Brutus's life down potentially a bit, but it's more likely we'd do that. We don't feel that we should have to add fodder minions to every single boss in the game, especially that early. Like, it's... Yeah, for various reasons, the fight is how it
Ah,
currently
don't
is, and we're
me.
pretty happy with it being there.
Okay.
Just a straight up deal with it. Yep.
Or zombie summoners.
Just don't play Summoner, dude.
아, 진짜
So
별로 요즘 렉은
whenever
왜
you're
이렇게
doing the
심해?
Maven
오늘도 되게
fight at the
심한데?
moment, sometimes there's a very small chance that it just releases all the bosses. This doesn't seem to be deterministic. It's like, oh, I'm powerful enough, I want to fight all them fast. It's just sometimes appears. A lot of people thought it was a bug for a while, but it is confirmed to be an intentional feature. Why is that?
Because the
What
team
is
thought
that?
it was awesome. They also will take it out. Sure, it's gone.
It
No,
would
don't do that.
it would probably be good to have as an optional thing for people that are strong enough.
Yeah, upon reflection, they're happy to remove that one. It was not the best variant.
There is a lot of people that do like it as well, though. So like, you can have a middle
아,
ground.
브루투스
I
얘기했어요?
thought that's literally how you marketed the actual like implementation of that. That you will be fighting all of whatever's in there at once. So when I first came across it and it's like spawning one at a time, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
well, this is way nicer and easier. So then when it did happen 10 at once, I was like, oh my god, Jesus, and it's I don't know, I thought it was fine.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there does seem to be room for both.
Yep. Okay.
And going back to
지자란
defense a little
질문이
bit,
지자란이
how do
직접
you want
질문한 게 있는데
players
그
to go
유튜브
about
커뮤니티에서
defense?
질문
Do you
받아서
want us
하는
to be
것들이 많아요 지금.
reactive, or do you want us to be proactive? Because obviously you talked a little bit about you're adding, you're changing up a little bit how things work with life flasks and utility flasks, which seems really exciting. But it does feel a lot in Path of Exile that with everything that is reactive, we have very little time to react. It is very much like if you aren't proactive, you're dead.
So with the flasks in 316, utility flasks will be purely proactive ones. They're ones where all the mods and stuff synergize with you using them before the damage occurs. And so there'll be lots and lots and lots of proactive there. Life and mana ones, of course, because you're always using those after you take damage. It's pointless to doing them beforehand. They're
Yeah.
the ones that have the reactive mods on it. And so our previous version of the flask system just, didn't think of that properly, right? Like we've had a good think about that now. So it'll be better in 316 because we agree there's a place for very
한드밀리의
proactive
클래스가
play.
좀 개선된다고 하긴 하는 것 같아요.
Sweet.
뭐 개선된다는 건지 고려한다는 건지 모르겠는데 어쨌든
A
좋은
lot of
쪽으로
people are
얘기하는
asking
것
if you
같아요.
can elaborate some of what you've been thinking with Fortify, and if it is going to be similar to Cruelty. And for the builds currently using Fortify, will they have like something to make up for it that is like different and more build specific? A lot of people bring up that there is no dexterity guard skill, for example.
Got in trouble for talking about Fortify last time, so I'm not going to talk about Fortify.
Right.
We'll talk about it once we know. We're still working on it, so our intention is to work out the solution to it and then discuss it. But we don't have that yet because we randomly got plunged into lockdown a few days ago, and that's disruptive, and so a few
Yeah.
topics were postponed.
That makes sense. I mean, and I think a lot of people are appreciating how open you guys are being.
반응했으면 뒤진다.
We're trying.
Right. Here's another very big one. So this is something that I feel like has been a lot of miscommunication about, and this is
민첩님만
build
오는 거 아니야?
diversity.
솔직히 인티도
Because
수 스킬 그
we
아케인 클럽
like
있긴
the community is
한데
saying build diversity is bad, build
애매하거든요,
diversity
항상.
sucks, and you guys start looking at your internal tools,
수
and you
스킬은 힘
go,
캐릭 전용이야.
well, build diversity doesn't seem to be worse now than in leagues where people are pretty happy with it. Like for example, I asked my community, guys, when was build diversity good? And people would say that, oh, Harvest was really good, or Ritual. And when we looked at like old PoE Ninja stats or old stats that we had access to, build diversity wasn't necessarily different or better than now. And there's a couple of reasons for that.
빌드 다양성이
A lot of people
족박았다.
don't want to
지자란
gamble
멘트.
with their time, right? If you're a casual
족박은
player,
맞아요,
you
지금
have a
빌드 다양성.
limited amount of hours anyway. So you're going to go like, okay, well,
팩트입니다.
Mathil is playing this build as his league starter. That is going to be a secure league starter. Steel Mage and Zizzarin are both playing the same build. These are now secure league starters. But when they stop playing that build, that's still in the statistics, right? So you're always going to have very little build diversity in Path of Exile. What a lot of people, and this is a very important thing, what a lot of people are unhappy about is build viability. that when they have done this first build and invested into unlocking their atlas, invested into unlocking currency, they don't have the same amount of options of new interesting builds to try in this league that they maybe had before. Some of that is through defense, but also like just less meta builds are working than before. And like you
그치.
said, like a lot of people
쉽게 말해
always
힙스터
play a
빌드를
certain
전부
meta,
다안
right?
하잖아
There's
지금.
always going to be low build diversity. But build
못하는
viability,
거지.
I really want to drive home this different because that's very important to a lot of people.
So let's tackle the two topics separately, and I understand that you're calling
저
out the main
실제로
point you want
플레이
to make
가능을
is
못해요 지금.
the viability one rather than the diversity point.
Yes.
But I got a good email about build diversity yesterday from, I'm going to read you the email. Sorry, this is just going to
Sure.
take a second for it worthwhile. So, a gentleman wrote in and said, "Hey Chris, longtime PoE player and graduate researcher here who specializes in complex systems and emergent phenomena. You're going to be asked about build diversity by Zizaran on your next interview, and he mentioned something in his previous video. It'd be great if the most played build was only 4%, which suggests that we need to discuss the concept of preferential attachment and cumulative advantage." So he says, "I've analyzed data for the most played skills on all ascendancy classes in SSF hardcore and softcore trade, comparing them to purely random preferential attachment distributions. His conclusion is the distribution of played skills in either league conforms with a cumulative advantage / preferential attachment mechanism." So he says, he basically sees a mechanism that works as follows. So number one is, a few build guides are put out at the beginning of the league by a few big creators like Ziz and Mathil, leading to most players playing one of the few builds that they've seen a guide for, because obviously people will use guides. Some of the builds will randomly rise to the top first. So here he's making the assumption that if all the builds are equally powerful, then some of them will randomly rise to the top. Players looking for new builds will see the top builds and are more likely to pick one of the builds with one of those builds rather than a build with very few players, even if it's perfectly competitive. And then a million perfectly viable skills get next to no attention because everyone plays one of the top few builds. So he says this is an emergent phenomenon based out of social psychology, and would imagine that in PoE with risk aversion, there's risk aversion and analysis paralysis as well. And so he comments at the end of the day, the build creators are trying hard to make interesting build guides to help people have something to play, but it actually creates a little bit of the problem where it seeds the randomness that kind of stacks on top. And so this is something that, like, I've tried to touch on before. He's just explaining it in a much better way because it's what he does for a job. And so I think we're all of the same agreement here that even if stuff were perfectly balanced from a diversity point of view, we'd still see this kind of like stacking effect that we get where certain things are popular. But your core point was about viability, which is an entirely different topic, I understand, so that to the side.
No, but that is exactly what I said at the start, just with bigger words.
Yeah, I understand. But I'm helping to, phrase it for the audience as well. And because I
Right.
liked his email, it was a good one.
Okay.
But with the viability thing.
무슨 개소리인지
So,
설명
let me
좀.
just find what notes I made.
정확하게 잘 이해를 못했거든요.
Also, now my head hurts. That was a lot of big
했어요?
words.
It was a good one, and I really appreciated it. So, I talked to the team about the viability question, right? And from what we can see, this is getting better over time because every balance change that we're doing is taking a skill that's too good and reducing it, which is good for viability because there's more viable builds, or taking a skill that's too bad and increasing it. And while we occasionally go too far in one direction or too far in the other, each change is meant to be moving stuff towards an average. And this has been going on for a decade now. Skills have been pushed to be more homogeneous in terms of average power level, and ditto with support gems and so on and so on. And so from our point of view here, we see vast swaths of viable builds. Now we understand that the feeling of the players is that there are fewer meta builds and few really powerful ones. We still see a lot of these, and we feel it's not our position to really like tell the players how to play. Like, I guess we could publish GGG sanctioned build guides of ones that are really powerful, but players work them out themselves. And we kind of want a discussion of what do you guys want from this? Like, do you what's the change that you're asking for us to make with regard to viability of skills? Do you just want us to just randomly buff them? That's the equivalent of nerfing monsters, like, do you want us to start giving hints as to which the good ones are?
No, but like, obviously, like we pointed out, like Harvest and Ritual were examples people brought up where they
의식도
felt
확실히
like they
좀 평가가
had
좋긴 좋았나 보다.
a more
유저들한테.
diverse things they could approach as a second build, and that's what they're feeling is a low amount right now. Like, people like Mathil and people that play a shit ton, right? Probably going to be able to make most builds work. But a lot of players are just feeling like there's a shit ton less builds that are viable this league that can handle the
그치.
content in the game.
마틸 같은 애는 좀
Maybe
다양하게 했지.
Maybe this is due to the meta shakeup, right? The feedback that we had before was the builds are kind of known. There's a bunch of powerful builds. We're gonna play those, but we've played them a bunch already. And if we release new content like new skills, it's going to be assessed against the powerful builds, and either it's more powerful, in which case it replaces one on the list, and that's terrible, I should add, for us to release something that's more powerful than the best meta skills. Or it's worse than those, in which case don't care, it's gone. And those that established that these are the skills to play are just sitting there. And people asked for a meta shakeup, right? So we changed a bunch of stuff, and now people are saying, I cannot identify builds that are viable. That to us reads as the community needs to do more work to find more viable builds and to re-establish themselves in this pattern of knowing where things are at. So I suspect that this
근데 이제
confusion about
채팅창
what's a
가는 분
build to
대충
play
알거든요. 좋은 얘기
has
아니야.
been previously labeled as a desirable thing, but is
그게 좋은
actually
반응은 아닌 것 같아.
maybe part of the problem. It could be that actually doing a meta shakeup hurts us. Like maybe it contributed to a lack of interest in playing this particular league because there's less obvious build guides for something powerful for someone to play.
But we've had meta shakeups in the past that have been very desirable. Like, oh, nice, we don't have to play Blade Blast for the 7th league in a row or Essence Strain for the 12th league in a row, right? That has been desirable. There's a big difference here where...
너네가 빌드를 더 발견해야 된다?
That hasn't happened previously. That might be happening right now, where Blade Blast is less viable
같이
and all of a
머리를
sudden
써서
people won't
발견해라?
play it as much. But prior to that, Blade Blast has still been good.
개소리지, 진짜.
Essence Strain
Okay,
still is
I'm
good.
not talking about those as the specific examples, but we have
백액젤만 주면
obviously
내가
had big
해줄게.
meta shakeups during the years.
100엑셀만 주면 내가 해줄 수 있다.
Well, the thing about all of this is there have been big meta shakeups in the past, and I think it's just a different player base these days. It is entirely the player base's fault.
저걸
Right
발견할
now,
돈
I'm
없잖아.
gonna say.
어차피
Because we have
어차피
had
너
big
털
meta
거면서.
shakeups in the past, and ones that seem just like mind-blowingly, I don't know what to do, right? So like double dipping, for example, like taking away
더블 딥
energy
언제냐?
shield
더블
power,
디핑
Vault packs,
시절
all of these.
아십니까 혹시?
And back then, more or less,
저
yeah, there's
언제적
some
시절이야,
crying, yeah, it's
더블 딥?
difficult, but we've adjusted to it, we found powerful shit, sometimes more powerful shit than ever before. Currently, no one seemed to want to do that because there aren't as many people wanting to experiment
진짜
with builds and try
옛날
builds.
시절을
They
얘기하는
still
것 같아.
work, and there are still
근데 그때
like, diamonds in
재밌었다고
the rough
하는데.
out there, maybe more so than ever. Because I can't stop thinking about builds I want to try out, and I can look at several different content creators that are just pumping out build after build after build that are working. So I think it's just people aren't like
2점대
doing enough on
2점대
their end to play
핫팩도
Path of
그렇고
Exile the way Path of Exile was meant to be played
PO
through
2점 몇
experimentation
버전.
and you know, figuring things out.
I mean, I as another player that plays a lot, I disagree. I would say build viability is very low this league. A big portion of that is the defenses that we talked about earlier. You either need dodge or block on your build, or you're going to fall over in maps. Because flasks are no longer the band-aid they used to be. That is, in my opinion, the biggest problem right now. That you don't have a band-aid without block or dodge.
Well, let's see how we go
Okay.
with the defensive stuff.
Yeah, I think that would up build viability a lot.
So how many things have you tried that have just failed because of the new patch?
So far, like Forbidden Right, I tried that multiple times. You can't really get easy access.
You
to
died because of the logout macro and not adjusting to the playstyle of not having a logout macro.
the build doesn't work well without block or dodge. That's the entire thing. You get most competent
a
PvP
totem
players
build.
right now would agree that a build without block or dodge really struggles.
It struggles to take damage, yes, but the totem playstyle is one of defensiveness where you place your totems, you run around, and you don't take damage. And if that's what you were doing with the totem playstyle and trying to avoid confrontation, it works, and it's fine, and it's playable. Like, are you trying to tell me there aren't totem Forbidden Right builds on hardcore right now that are having good success?
맞아요. 지금 딱 맞는 말
I
하네.
mean, they're at a disadvantage compared to builds that have block or dodge
나 진짜
for mapping.
저
That's
생존
just
기제.
straight up fact.
야씨
Not
나도
about
이번
being
빌드
at a
이거
disadvantage.
찍었다 비껴내기
It's
나
about
진짜 어지간하면 안 찍으려는데
being
비껴내기 찍었다
still
막기 안
viable
챙기면
and
답이 없어갖고
Of course. it
이분들이
is.
그래도
Of
좀
course that is
빌드
why.
할 줄 아는
That is the
분들이라
entire
Why
conversation.
does
is
it
build
matter?
viability.
진짜 나 너무
Spectral
공감되는
Shield
게
Throw
있다,
is the
솔직히.
fastest, easiest thing out there, while Forbidden Right totems are still viable and they still work and they are playable.
I mean, this is something a lot of people are complaining about. And again, of course,
it
you
mean
are
they're
not
right?
going to. Right, but you are 0.1% of the 0.1%.
Why am I being put on trial for this thing? I'm saying a lot of people are playing these and they are working. I'm not. It's not just me. Chris, anything to say to all of this?
I can't say this on stream, but I agree with Mathil.
왜
But
둘이 싸우는
we're still going to look
거
into
맞아요?
it, right? We're
마틸이랑
still going to
지자랑
take this as
싹거리는
stuff
건가?
at face value and say, let's investigate this and let's try to improve defenses and let's see what the community are talking about. Because there's two player bases here, right? There's guys who are fine with it and guys who are not fine with it.
노력할
And
것이다.
we'll work out something for everyone. Like, it'll get looked at. And, yeah. But
Don't say
I
it on
appreciate
stream, though.
Yeah. And again,
I mean, yeah.
I'm trying very hard to represent a lot of people in the community here that don't necessarily have a voice.
지금 POE 솔직히 문제가 많습니다. 이거 빌드
we
짜시
appreciate that. And I appreciate you saying what you said as well, Mathil. It's good to get balance, right? Like, I think I have your email address wrong. Like, PayPal's saying it doesn't. Sorry, never mind.
Okay.
Oh my god, no, it cleared. It cleared fine. That's
Is that the
Okay,
Spectral
sweet.
Throw revenue?
Checks coming. Yeah. Hey, dying streamer over here playing a game that is just,
힘없는 청자들의 목소리를 대변하고 있다.
you know, what can I do?
Like, at least it's something a lot of people have brought up. But anyway, like something I'm very interested in then, which is a good follow-up point, is can you talk a little bit about balance in Path of Exile? Very often, some changes can be very heavy-handed. Is the goal to balance skills, or are you just trying to shake things up so you're okay with like killing a skill and aware that you're doing it? Because sometimes it doesn't seem like you're trying to balance the skill and make it worse. Sometimes it does in fact kill the skill completely.
마틸이 그렇게
So
So-
walk us through the goals of balance patches.
Well, there's this perception that when we nerf a skill, it's dead, right? That our goal is to take it out back and shoot it. But that's not what we're trying to do. When we adjust a skill, which is our polite internal terminology for nerf or buff, we want it to be in a good place. Like, our goal is to nerf from a point which is distorting the game to a point which is fun still and powerful, right? Like, we want every skill to be at 110%, as it were. So theoretically, if we nerf a skill, that should be a sign that it can be played, because A, it's had attention recently, so it's not likely to be randomly nerfed again soon, and B, it's in a state that's still fun and powerful. But the perception with players is it's nerfed, let's not play it
비꼬는
anymore.
거다.
They just
비꼬는
cross off the list
말투였어요.
of what they
저는
need
이제
to
영어 그
appreciate,
뉘앙스도 모르니까.
in terms of investigate.
저 영어
Now,
개
obviously,
못해요.
we get this wrong sometimes. I should add, this is the
Okay,
goal
okay.
and the average result, but not the one every time. So the next thing to note is that when we look at the top builds that are being played in a given league, it's a random assortment of skills that were nerfed a long time ago that are now being used in conjunction with some new clever technique, right? Like, there's just Ice Spear being used somehow in 2021. Like, I'm in my late 30s and people are using Ice Spear in Path of Exile in conjunction with stuff that I don't understand, you know?
It's
And
good
this is
skill,
good to see. You know, people should be more willing to give skills a try after we nerf them, right? Like, we're cutting a few % off something that's way overpowered still keeps it pretty damn overpowered.
Right.
문제가 많은.
Yeah, no,
How often is the like sort of
Yeah.
system to, like you said, just go out back and shoot a skill? Like, does that happen in your mind terribly often, or what? Why would that happen to
I
some
can't
as
think of
well?
a case where we want to nerf a skill to the point where it shouldn't be played. Like, whenever you see us revamp a skill so it works differently, that's taking out back and coming back with a dog that's slightly different, right? Like, that's us changing a skill, basically removing it from the game and adding a new one that's got the same name.
right.
끝인가?
Alright. They said the reason they're nerfing gems was because they want bosses to actually fight back and for players to not kill them before they can even attack. So you're thinking late game characters are too powerful. If that is the case, why are they nerfing the ground and not the ceiling? If they want to nerf late
Ceiling
game,
is what is
there
it?
should be nerfing influence mods, etc., not nerfing the early game. So basically, where you're nerfing the ceiling and not the roof and not the ceiling.
So my understanding here is you're asking why would we nerf, say, support gems that everyone has to use.
그치.
That was one of the examples there.
하향성을 높이는
Part of the
것도
reason is
웃기지.
because higher level characters have more support gems, right? The 6-link guy's got 5 support gems, whereas the 2-link guy's
Sure,
got 1 support.
I think
So
a lot of people are
she's
saying it feels like you're trying to nerf the 0.1% and then the 10% is getting hit.
Right. We do intentionally nerf high-end characters as well, like the
0.1%를
explodey
저격해서
chests and
넣고
that kind
하는데
of stuff.
10%,
You know,
10%가
we are trying to nerf the top end, right? But we're doing it sometimes with things that affect everyone when we feel it's the best choice. And I think the solution here is we just need to be more clear about this. What is interesting, though, is that with our nerfs that we did for the last expansion, we knew that we had to be clear, and so we devoted half the live stream to explaining stuff, and we devoted a very large, like, incredibly long balance manifesto and patch notes and thing, and they went some of the way. But, and I'm not saying we're going to stop doing that, we do want to keep explaining stuff, but maybe we need to add to that podcasts like this, where we take a bunch of balance changes before we make them, and come and just chat about it, you know, so that there's the opportunity to ask these
말이에요
questions
이거?
for pending changes. Because this question is a good one, but it's a theoretical one. Like, why are you nerfing the ground rather than the ceiling isn't about a specific skill and what we're trying to achieve. But next time we have a specific set of nerfs, maybe we should chat about those and help reassure people that it's going to be better with the changes.
너프하기 전에 이제 물어보겠다
the
이런
harm in
건가?
kind of, I know you try to shy away from ever doing this and saying you won't make changes like mid-patch or, you know, mid-league or something. What's the harm in actually stating before you go into a big league? Here's a lot of like balance changes for gems and stuff, and you know, some may be very overpowered because we've done a lot, but you know, if it's overpowered, we may rebalance this, let's say 2 weeks in. So, you know, get your testing in, play your stuff. If it's going to be overpowered, we will potentially look at a lot of things and just like tweak a few numbers 2 weeks in,
유저의 의견을 좀
so that
받아들여서 너프를
it gives you
하겠다는
more
것
freedom to,
같은데
you know,
제가
do more
듣기도
heavy-handed changes on the fly.
As a developer, I would totally love that, but we've received such negative feedback in the past by mid-league changes, and it's partly because, like,
과연?
you throw all of your
과연?
you throw your entire character and resources
믿어?
and time at this crucial start of a league into a particular build, and if we come in and go, yeah, it's 40% worse now, deal with it, then it's just so demoralizing, right? Like, we probably can't be doing that. So we are trying very hard to stay away from mid-league nerfs and buffs as well, to be honest, because there's that situation where you invest in a character and then the one that you chose not to play because you deemed it to be too weak is suddenly buffed up above what you chose to play. Is kind of a nerf by proxy to you. Now, this league we have done some mid-league buffs where we realized that there's very big mistakes that were made with numbers, like on launch day, just doubling the life of the Reaper. Is something we knew we could slip in there right then because the Reaper character is still testing out the Reaper at that stage and hasn't completely abandoned it. Now, with regard to having a thing where 2 weeks in we make some changes, that would make development a lot easier if we could say that. And it would be nice to be really clear with players that, hey, look, things might change after 2 weeks, but honestly, the negative reaction would be so bad. Like, it's just such a feel-bad moment for the players when it happens. And I also feel that it would discourage our staff from trying to make the right decisions or the right testing beforehand, because there would be this crutch of we're fixing it in 2 weeks once the beta is over. The problem is that the first 2 weeks of launch is meant to be the fun part of the league, you know, where things are good, as opposed to an extended beta. And of course, this raises the question of should we have a public test realm and various things like that, which aren't compatible with the way that we develop our patches, not from a technical point of view, but just from a time point of view.
Right.
Bigger topic, something to
And-
look forward to in the future, I guess, if we can manage it.
So that is actually something I really want to ask you about then. Did you get negative backlash for Absolution and Reaper being buffed mid-league? Because I would be kind of surprised if you do get negative backlash from things being
근데
buffed, like
닉네임이
things that are
깨끗이네.
virtually
귀엽네.
or literally unplayable getting some love mid-league. That generally seems like a good thing to most people.
I think that if we're going to be putting the effort into buffing
저도
random things, we
어렴풋하게
could just
이해를
do it
하는
before
거라
the
말
patch.
못
Like, if I'm going to
해주겠는
just double the
님들한테.
damage of Glacial Hammer, it's happening before launch and in the patch notes, so people consider it when they're considering their builds. I think it's still a bit of a feel bad too. You're playing your one thing and then you find out that Glacial Hammer is the new in skill, and you just didn't know that when you chose what to invest your resources in. It was just a lottery what got the treatment. I don't think we got bad backlash for the buffs. I mean, the fact that buffs were necessary caused some people to question
Yeah.
our development skills. Like,
Mhm.
certainly that, you know, was overall a bad thing. But just because we didn't receive backlash for fixing them probably doesn't mean we should have a policy of randomly buffing stuff after people have picked what characters they're going to play.
Right. I'm definitely more on the side of being pro mid-league buffs here, I gotta say.
솔직히 리프랑 면제 개 구렸고.
Right, okay, we're on to miscellaneous. Pathwaycell
중간에
must be
버프
collecting an
시켜준 건
enormous
좋은
amount of
거였다.
data from users in regards to how they play.
면제는
How
지금도
much
더 없지
data
않나?
goes into the decision that you and
면제
teams make
하시는 분?
overall? So, for example, like the Atlas reduction, right? Was that based on data? And what other areas are like very important?
So, we're careful with data. I know people who run game companies who they'll load up the data and they'll look at it, and there's a big table there, and they'll say, what is happening with the data today? Oh, look, level 7 characters are logging out sooner than everyone else by 12%. What's going on at level 7? Let's find something and change it, right? Entirely data-driven stuff. We hide the data from our staff until they have a good question, right? When a person says, is Fireball used more often than Ice Spear? We will answer that question for them, but it has to be phrased as a question. We are very careful to not just load up the data and try to go searching for problems. So we don't know if there are 100 out of 160 maps that are more popular. We believe 100 is about the right number because we understand what the fun will be. We don't want the data to tell us what the fun is. And so we'll use data wherever. Like, I'm looking forward to going through the data of user engagement for hard mode stuff and making good decisions based on it. But it's going to be a question of asking questions rather than just looking at tables of stuff. And I'll give you an example. We had a table of where people are up to quest state rise, like where the quest state of a character is up to and how many users are left. So this starts at, 100% of users are sitting there on the beach with a quest state of, they haven't killed Hillock yet. And this gets smaller as you go through the game, right? The number of people who have got past Katava in Act 10 is a fraction of what it is for the quest state at the start. And so you can look at this graph and see where the big drops are. And so there was a big drop in Act 3. And the big drop occurred right at the beginning with the Clarissa quest, to do with the quest state of having, rescued Clarissa outside town or not. And so the conclusion was drawn and bandied around a bit, not actually by any of our GGG staff. This was by an external person looking at some of our data, thankfully. But the conclusion was drawn that there was something wrong with the Clarissa quest because there's like an 18% drop of players related to that period of time. Like when someone's on the Clarissa quest, you lose 18% of players. And so there was a lot of questions of, it's because she's this distance away from town, it's because you're going to walk past her and not see her, it's because there needs to be an icon above it, there needs to be, we could change the environment to make it more clear. Maybe the dialogue is putting players off. There's 100 questions for why we're losing all our players over this. But the answer was, when you actually look at it properly, was that it wasn't people who hadn't completed that quest yet, but people who had. So once you have completed the Clarissa quest, there's an 18% drop-off before the next quest completion as per this chain of things. And that's because Act 3 is a complete mess of quests all over the place where none are completed for a very long time. They're these long chains that are going all over the Act, which takes an hour. And by the time you're done, you've lost 18% of the players just because it's a much larger gap than other ones. And so the real question there is, A, this may be completely normal because Act 3 actually has a long time between quest completions and you lose 18% of players with a straight line. Or maybe Act 3 being a complete mess is part of the reason we're losing players. Nothing to do with Clarissa. And that was a case of someone looking at a graph and saying, there's a drop, what trouble can I cause as a result of that?
Alright. Well. And then like for patches and stuff, do you like how important is data and like every patch and stuff like that, like every new league?
1 sec. Sorry, I'm just getting told I have a meeting I have to be at, and I'm just questioning which one it is because I don't have it in my calendar.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, it turns out I have a meeting in 10 minutes. That sucks. Okay,
Oh. I did not...
Right, well, we've got 10 minutes left. Could you repeat your question, please?
No, that's not an important one. I did not know we had a time limit, or I would have
Get to
been
the good ones, Diz. Jesus.
Yeah, I would have been doing this differently.
That's okay. We don't have that many questions left.
No, we've got like another hour and a half of talk.
아닐 수도 있지만
actually.
좀 부담될 만한 내용들이 계속
But it will have
나오니까.
been 3 hours by this point, which should be enough for this time. But we can always do another one of these, right? There'll be still stuff to ask.
Trying to think like the most important ones to end with. Health bars for bosses from PoE 2, is that coming before PoE 2?
진짜 할 얘기 없었고.
I want to go with probably not, but I'll talk to the team about it.
또 헬스바,
Is
체력바.
there any major features from PoE 2 coming in before, like gem changes, etc.?
Okay, so that's an interesting one. The question basically is, we're revamping the skill system in Path of Exile 2, for example. That's not coming in early. That's core Path of Exile 2 content. All of the major features that the game is designed around, and all of the content are coming with Path of Exile 2's release. Having said that, as I hope is evident, we are piling in as many changes as we can make to Path of Exile 1 in the meantime. Like, we're not pulling punches on that. Our goal is to release a lot of Path of Exile 1 improvements. It's just that the limited set of stuff that is Path of Exile 2 is coming up on its release.
Okay. Will console get something like PoE trade? Trading on console is horrible, and the auction house is hard to use, and will we get some love in general?
Right. So this is a tricky one here. There are two systems in play. One of them is you go to a website, you find an item rather easily with easy searches, and then it's a real pain to trade for the item. And the other one is there's a system, which is a real pain to find items. You're browsing through these pages of just random stuff, and then once you do find the item, it's really easy to complete the trade. Now, the problem with us mixing the two together is that a user will use the fast system on the website to identify that an item exists and work out what they need to be, narrowing the search down for using the other system to find it quickly there, and then perform the trade. This is something we have tested, and that's annoying, because I would like some kind of hybrid system here. I'm not explaining it well given the time limit. I would like it so that on console you can use the trade website to have access to that entire system. The problem is that when the two exist side by side, it gets too efficient to trade.
Okay. Visual clutter is very rough. Any possibility of a visual filter?
We would rather solve the visual clutter issue than add visual filters.
Okay. Another very popular question. Target dummy for Path of Exile. Sometimes we have to experiment with if something even works or not in PvP. For example, last league, I was trying to figure out if the low life helmet gave damage to the SRS. It did not. It was, I reported it as a bug.
저번이랑 비슷해요.
Target
그치?
dummy would
그냥,
fix like a lot of the issues here where we wouldn't have to like PvP each other to test things.
그냥 똑같아요. 저번이랑.
Our feelings are that target dummies are the wrong
끝나고
direction to go
그냥
for
좀
this.
봅시다.
We
요약된
would
거라던가
rather
이런
the
것들.
players have to test their stuff against monsters. It's entirely possible to
아니,
use
뭐 지금 내용
PvP
별
as like
관심
a target dummy
없어갖고
if you can
듣지도
find
않고
someone
있고
dummy
그래서.
enough to fight against. But
뭐 PVP 얘기하는
yeah,
거
we're
아니지?
not intending to add target
아닌가?
dummies to Path of Exile.
맞죠?
What if
What?
it was purchasable in the shop?
That doesn't sway me.
Okay.
You make.
What about right now? Both like Path of Building and Path of Exile in-game doesn't really give an accurate representation of how things scale, of how much damage you're doing, etc. Is there plans to like make this better or change it? For example, Spectres, the player has no idea how to like
일단 레딧 글도
calculate
이따가 좀
anything
봅시다.
in-game at all. You have to use third-party tools.
We want to provide that information in a better way. Like potentially, we just make sure that the wiki is well populated with accurate information and then available inside the game client or something like that. That's probably the best direction there. I mean, we can add stuff to the UI to make it clearer, but we're already dealing with an information overload. Like some of these skills are already way complicated for new players.
Right.
So we'll find a way of
공개할 수 있는
communicating.
이제 정보도 별로 없다고 하네요.
You talked on Extra Call about removing some league mechanics from PoE 2 to combat Content Bloat. With PoE 2 being so far away, will we see any core mechanics removed from the game to combat Content Bloat before then?
Yeah, we're planning to add Expedition and Ultimatum to the core game at some stage with all the necessary improvements that they need to, you know, be a lot better than they were. And we'll probably replace 2 leagues at that point that weren't up
이게
to our
생각보다 이
standards. And
게임이
so we are making an
신빡빡이가
effort to
되게
stop the
많습니다.
bloat
특히
by
레딧에.
swapping leagues 1 for 1 at this stage.
그거 감안하고
And
레딧
we'll
글을
replace
보긴
stuff
해야
where it's
돼요.
necessary.
Quest
It has
reward.
been prophesied.
Quest
No
reward.
talismans.
억가도 별로 안 좋지만 억가도 안
yes,
좋거든.
of course it is. Please buff Talisman.
Talisman's
레딧에
not a
되게
league, it's
빡빡이 좋아하는 사람 되게
Buff
많아.
them.
빡빡이한테 뭐라
Smart
하면은
Link comes to mind.
이거 엄청 하는
Quest
사람
rewards
많고.
during the campaign seem a little off. 4 Link in Act
대부분
10,
있을
etc.
있을 것
Any
같은데?
things like smart loot for quest rewards, you only get them once. They're not necessarily abusable. Or 5 Link, any improvements to the quest reward system.
So we don't want to hand out pure power as quest rewards. Like giving out a 5 link as a quest reward is just too powerful as far as we're concerned, because then the only step up you have is 6 link for your itemization, you know, for your socketization. We are looking at reviewing
뭐
quest rewards to
멋있다는데,
make sure they're
발음?
interesting and remedial.
빡빡아.
Like, you know, there's random examples of stuff like, you know, the vendor letting you alch something or various other currency
오빠 할
operations.
거면
You
날
know, set an
오빠해.
item to 20
난
quality,
오빠
maybe
좋아.
that kind of fun
오빠해.
stuff that you could do
앞으로
that doesn't give you a
오빠
tradable item. It's just a thing you can do while you're leveling up.
억가 노노.
For emphasis, though, this quest reward stuff is not likely to be in 3.16 because there's too much stuff going on already in that one.
Right. Another thing, gems, etc. Right now, like some classes just don't have access to every gem. Is there still a room
비슷해요.
or
네.
reason for that in current Path of Exile?
야,
There's not
템플
that
안
many
열어.
gems
조용히
you're
해라.
hiding for new players. It's still like a
안
large amount.
엽니다.
But it's
Yeah.
often very much more confusing that they just don't have access to things.
There's examples like Templars not getting critical strike gems.
어차피
that
이제
we
한
probably
5분
need to
있으면
fix. So we're going to
끝나거든요,
go
이거?
through and review this. And this is a good opportunity for me to
끝나고
mention that in hard mode,
내용
there
좀
are no gem
정리해.
vendors whatsoever.
살짝만
You've got to
해봅시다,
find all the
이거.
gems that you don't get from quest rewards. So the
궁금해.
people who appreciate that will know why it's good. You know how awakened
far-
gems are fun? It's that.
Yeah, no, that sounds
Yeah.
fun
아침부터
for hard
치킨 먹는
mode.
거 레전드다.
How far have you gotten, Chris? How
그래서 이
hard
링크
mode,
자료는
how hard
준비해놨고
mode viable have you been so far?
I'm just doing early testing with itemization stuff. I haven't had enough deep playthroughs, but it starts soon. Do you want in on the early internal alpha?
I
My
do.
hard mode.
생각보다
no.
늦게 끝나네 이거.
Health
5시
bars
시작이었잖아 이거.
for bosses from PoE 2.
스킨 어제
Will
여기
that come
대표가
to PoE
사왔어요.
1?
You asked that one already.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I think I answered probably not, but maybe I'll
3시간
talk to the
가까이
team.
지금 이걸
Right,
보고
sorry.
앉아 있네.
Any news on PoE Mobile?
No news yet, but we're keen to share some stuff. I have a weekly thing of playing through it a bunch, and it is so polished. Like, the user interface looks and feels really good, so I'm quite
사실
keen to
뭔
share
얘기하는지
stuff.
잘
But
몰라.
there's still a bunch of time until it's ready, so we're
맞아요.
holding it out so that we can have more of a splash when we do want to show things. But yeah, it's coming along really well. And I probably
have
should
one
go.
question.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was
yes,
about to
I
say
have
we're
one
probably out
I
of
was
time.
supposed to ask about the mobile. Is it going to be playable on PC as well, like as a downloadable thing?
It's the intention is that it's just on phones, but nowadays there are ways of running Android apps on Windows 11 and running iOS
Yeah.
apps on iOS, so implicitly,
모바일
I
나와봤자
guess, kinda, but we're not
하겠습니까?
intentionally doing that. Like, it's
하긴 할
designed
거야,
for
난.
phones. It's designed for playing in the bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking time. Sorry that
끝났네.
there were some
네,
questions we didn't have
끝났습니다.
time for. I wasn't aware of the time limit, but honestly, and I think I speak for the entire community, thank you so much for taking the time to do this and answer. And thanks to Matt.
근데 반응이 되게 좋네요. 채팅창. 예, 저번에도
I don't know if it
마찬가지였는데
was clear, but a lot of the things I was trying to argue wasn't necessarily for me or whatever. But
나 이거 살짝 봤는데.
hopefully people got that.
No worries.
마틸
Thanks, guys,
doesn't
for doing a
have a
great
phone.
job. Good
마틸 폰
questions.
없음.
Thanks to chat for being fun. And I'm really sorry about the time limit. I did not realize I'd scheduled a meeting, but it's one of those important ones about tax that you really have to turn up to,
Yeah.
otherwise everything catches on
나
fire.
안 갈
so
건데?
I'm
이거 나
gonna go do that
요약하고
now.
갈 건데?
Well, good. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Chris.
See you later, everyone.
야, 칼같이 가는 거 봐라.
All right.
개빠르네.
Sweet. Cool. Interesting.
You good, sis? You not
I'm-
mad?
No,
anything? 'Cause
I'm
I
not
think
mad.
chat-
It's just like I was trying to stick up for people without a voice, right?
마틸이랑
Not
지장이 뭐
necessarily just
싸웠다기보다
myself
그냥
as well.
Yeah, that's
좀
that's
그런
fine.
거 아니에요? 그냥 싸웠
Everything went
서로
well as far
진짜로
as I was
싸운 게
concerned,
아니라
but I get the feeling a lot of people think you hate me now.
좀 돌려간
No,
느낌
not
아니에요?
at all. I like discussions. Also, it takes a lot for me to hate somebody.
Yeah, you don't seem like the kind of guy.
No. Also, we're like practically brothers. We had the same birthday. How could I ever hate you?
Practically brothers.
That's why I
일단은
call it our
그
birthday.
레딧의 그
Our
요약본이
birthday.
있긴 있거든요.
Yeah.
이 지금 라이브 스트리밍에 대한
It's I don't know. Maybe that'll line up one year where we get to have a little party or something.
That'd be fun. Joint birthday.
Well, I'm saying
둘 다
maybe
성격이
it
좋을
lines
거예요.
up one
그러니까
year.
방송하지.
Yeah.
그래서
Streaming
성격 안
might be a
좋으면
long
방송도 못해
career,
내가 볼
maybe
때.
in the future. Be in the same place at the same time.
That'd be cozy. No, I have like no animosity at all. I'm not upset at all. I did want to argue that obviously it's different from a hardcore point of view. Like without blocker dodge, you're kind of screwed right now. But I didn't really want to bring that up because
얘네 말은 모르겠고 난 요약본 좀 볼랜다. 자막 꺼. 요약본 어떻게 보느냐? 한국어로 번역. 우리 좀 한국어로 보자. 플라스크에 대해서는 긍정적으로 얘기한 거 들었어요. 그거 확실한 거야 근데? 질문 목록이 있었어 원래? 아 이미 좀 대본이 있었네요 나름. 맞아 이거? 이번에 얘기했던 내용이 좀 있었나? 많이 보고 있네 이거. (3.15에) 대해서 좀 얘기를 했었는데 볼까요? 뭐 사소한 변경이 있습니다. 사소하고 이건 진짜 너프 전에 주문 투척을 플레이하는 160명의 고레벨 플레이어를 테스트를 했는데 주문 투척 테스트 빌드로 테스트하는 동안 문제가 없었습니다. 현재 작동하지 않는 주문 투척 빌드를 GG에 알려주십시오. 진짜 테스트한 거 맞아? 어떤 고레벨 플레이어였길래? 문제가 없다고 느낄 수 있어요 이거. 문제가 없다고 느낄 수 있는데 사실은 문제가 많았습니다. 제가 저 스펠링을 잠깐 액티밀 때 좀 써봤는데 이게 POE가 네, 맞아요. 딱 그거예요. 제가 팀일 때 써본 거가 돌아가게 하는 건 쉬워. 돌아가게 하려면 기존에 안 챙겼던 뭐 만화 같은 거, 특히 만화 리젠이라던가 아니면 만화 소모 감소라던가 이런 거 다 챙기면 손해보는 게 생기지. 뭐 생존이라던가 딜이라던가 다 손해보는 게 생겨요. 그렇다면 그걸 정상적으로 돌아간다고 할 수 있을 것인가? 제가 볼 때 이게 주문투척 다 망했어요. 거의 굳이 할 이유가 없다. 이제 주문투척을 주문투척 왜 합니까? 편하려고 하는 거야. 편하고 좀 딜 적당히 나오고. 지금 세팅하는 주문투척 세팅하려면은 뭐 만화 감소 좀 챙겨야 되고 그런 거 챙기면서 해야 돼갖고 세팅도 귀찮아. 누구를 대상으로 테스트하는지 모르겠네. 오라 당연히 먹히죠. 자, 이거 다음 건 뭐야? 빌드 다양성 대 빌드 실행 가능성. 0.6%의 시간 동안 재생되는 빌드를 10%의 시간 동안 재생되도록 변경해야 합니까? 이거 잠깐 같이 띄워놓자. 이건 무슨 말이죠? 어떤 의도로 얘기한 거야 이거? 첫 가디언 킬이 주문투척일 수 있지. QOL은 또 뭐야? 그러니까 주문투척 빌드나 뭐 빌드 다양성에 대해서 문제 제기를 하니까 문제가 없다. 아니 첫 가디언 킬이 그러니까 주문투척으로 첫 가디언 킬인데 뭐가 문제냐? 이런 뜻이었구나. 그러니까 이 한 명이 잘 썼다고. 이거 왜 뜨냐? 그리고 마틸은 스펠슬링어가 플레이할 만하다고 생각하지만 QOL이 뭐죠? 그리고 이전 스펠슬링어, 이전 주문투척은 모든 주문과 함께 작동했으며 주문투척 빌드를 만든 사람들은 일반적으로 잘하고 있다고 느낀다. 맞아? 주문투척 하시는 분 계십니까 혹시? 지금? 퀄리티 오브 라이프, 편의성. 뭐 저도 솔직히 지금 이번 리그에 주문투척 안 해봐서 뭐 제대로 빌드를 짜서 해본 건 아니라서 뭐 정확하게 모르겠습니다만 마틸이 이번에 했는데 그게 이제 또 솔직히 그 마틸 빌드 뭐 빌드를 까는 건 아닌데 이게 또 한국 스타일이랑 다른가? 그 빌드로 이제 뭐 국악성 사이러스 잡아봐라 이렇게 하면 모르겠다. 정로아님의 그 봤습니다. 견운 주문투척 봤는데 템도 보셨습니까? 그 템으로 템이 좋으니까 사실은 돌아간 게 아닐까. 그러니까 애매하다. 그냥 애매하다. 템이 좋으면 다 돌아가니까. 마틸 거 그대로 하면은 제가 볼 때 뭐 적어도 뭐 사이러스 잡기는 쉽지 않을 거다. 진짜 잡을 수 있겠지. 뭐 컨트롤로 뭐 만드는 사람은 뭐 잘하고 있다고 느낄 수 있나? 아무튼 뭐 약간 자랑 아닌 자랑일 수도 있고 모르겠습니다. 여러분들은 어떻게 생각하실지 주문투척에 대해서. 사실 뭐 주문투척 빌드가 지금 뭐 별로 안 하잖아요 솔직히. 이거 끄자. 다음 건 뭐예요? 플라스크 시스템 주입구, 주입 오브겠죠? 주입의 오브 방식이 만족합니다. 새로운 크래프팅 벤치는 해당 모드의 대부분의 문제를 해결했습니다. 다른 플라스크 변경사항은 매우 좋지 않으면 재평가됩니다. 매크로는 허용할 계획이 없다. 그치. 뭐 매크로는 원래 옛날부터 허용하지 않았으니까. 98에 국악 10분 걸렸다. 뭐 잡긴 잡을 수 있지. 근데 이 주입의 부분을 솔직히 저는 잘 안 써봐서 모르겠거든요. 주입의 부가 뭐야? 뭔 효과야? 아, 뭐 동결시 자동 사용 뭐 이런 거구나. 이거 문제 없어요? 아닌가? 이게 대부분의 문제를 해결했어? 그 얘기가 아닌가? 뉴 크래프팅 벤치 픽스드 모스트 잘 모르겠네 난. 저도 문제가 없다고 생각하는 사람은 아니라서 좀 불편하던데 일단 그거 써도 긍정적으로 좀 본다고 해도. 아 여기서 나온 거구나. 오케이. 일단 그리고 아 맞아 그 얘기 있었어요. 플라스크는 뭐 지금 어쨌든 이게 재평가된다는 게 아마 뭐 고려하겠대요. 그 롤백일 수도 있고 아닐 수도 있는 것 같아요. 전 롤백이란 말을 쓰진 않지 않았어요? 어제 지금의 방식은 좀 아닌 것 같다고 생각하는 것 같긴 해요. 얘네도 주입의 우로 랜덤하게 붙던 게 이번 패치로 아 지금 크래프팅이 돼요? 아무튼 뭐 얘네도 이 플라스크에 대해서 아마 엄청나게 문제 제기를 받았겠죠. 솔직히 플라스크 좀 짜증나잖아. 개 짜증나잖아 진짜로. 씨. 나도 진짜 플라스크만 옛날 같았어도 더 재밌게 할 것 같아 나. 아 지금 제작대에 생겼어요. 아무튼 이거 진짜 많이 뭐 어떻게 돌아갈진 모르겠다만 개선해준다고 하긴 했어요. 하긴 했어. 물론 이번 리그는 아닙니다. 이번 리그는 그냥 이대로 가는 거고 다음 리그 혹은 뭐 3.17이겠고 매크로 멀티 키 바인딩 이거는 솔직히 별 중요한 내용 아닌 것 같아요. 매크로 어차피 많이 안 쓰시니까 대부분. 체이스 아이템 체이스 아이템이 아마 그거 같아요. 그 우리가 목표로 하는 아이템. 이 아이템 먹고 싶다 이런 아이템을 말하는 게 아닐까. 파밍할 수 있는 아이템. 체이스 잉크 헤드헌터 미러를 의미하지 않는다. 오, 이 맵이 헤드헌터를 떨어뜨릴 수 있습니다 라고 생각하는 사람은 아무도 없습니다. 그러니까 타겟 파밍을 할 수 있는 게 중요하다. 예를 들어 뭐 보스가 특정 보스 뭐 지금 굳이 예를 들면 그런 거 아닐까요? 코텍스가 뭐 병밋을 주니까 그런 친구들을 통해서 뭐 병밋을 파밍한다던가 아니면 특정 장소에서 카드가 어떤 카드가 드랍되니까 그런 거에 좀 초점을 맞춰서 설계를 해야 된다 라고 지자란이 생각을 한다고 하네요. 체이스 아이템의 정의를 얘기자면 지자란의 경우는 특정 지역에서 플레이하거나 보스와서 베이스라인 이상으로 확률을 높이십시오. 맞아 이거? 맞는 말이야? 근데 이 레딧 글은 항상 볼 때마다 뭔가 좀 너무 이게 딱딱 끊어서 요약을 해놔갖고 잘 모르겠다. 이것도 약간 지자란의 멘트예요. 특정 지역, 그러니까 그 위에 말한 거랑 같은 내용이에요. 뭐 카드 파밍이나 특정 보스 파밍 이런 거를 초점을 맞추고 그런 거에 대해서 좀 해야 될 것 같다라고 말했던 것 같고, 이건 무슨 말이죠? Some analogy about Diablo farming like Pinderskin and WoW 보스 루트 테이블. 아 이거는 좀 제가 디아블로를 좀 해서 말씀드리자면 핀들스킨이라는 그 디아블로의 몬스터가 있습니다. 그 몬스터가 특징이 있는데 POE로 치면은 대부분의 유니크 아이템이나 뭐 좀 엄청난 아이템 풀을 가지고 있는 친구예요. 확률을 떠나서 다 줄 수 있다, 다 나올 수 있는 친구인데 그런 거에 대한 뭐 파밍 시스템을 생각하겠다 뭐 이런 건가? 와우, 보스 루트 테이블. 와우도 이제 그 전리품 그게 있죠. 와우 해보신 분들은 알겠지만 이건 누가 말한 건지 모르겠네. 근데 빡빡이가 말한 건가? 아마도 내용 보니까 뭐 개발자가 말한 내용일 것 같긴 해요. 핀들 스킨 솔직히 말하자면 제가 디아블로 진짜 열심히 했었거든요. 얘가 디아블로 디아블로가 솔직히 망한 게 봇 때문에 망했다고 생각하는데 저는 디아블로 봇의 초창기예요. 잡기 쉽고 POE로 치면 뭐 채석장 같은 느낌으로 되게 잡기 쉽고 근데 아이템 다 주고 막 이런 친구였고 최초의 봇의 시초가 아닌가 어떻게 보면 그런 친구였습니다. 그리고 그 RNG 랜덤한 요소를 좀 추구하고 싶다고 합니다. 근데 타겟 파밍 아까 지자란이 건의했던 타겟 파밍은 특정 카드나 뭐 특정 보스를 잡는 파밍은 이런 걸 좀 막으니까 문제가 될 수 있다고 했던 것 같습니다. 메피스토보다 상위죠. 모든 메피스토가 안 주는 아이템을 얘는 다 줬어요. 사업부 카드에 이거 그 점술 카드죠. 불쌍한 목표 그 샤브론 우리 샤브론 갑옷 같은 것도 원래 이제 그 카드가 있어요. 갑옷 카드는 없는 것 같고 샤브론 아이템 주는 카드가 있는데 그런 식으로 이제 하는 게 솔직히 저도 이제 공감하는 것 중에 하나가 그 카드 묶음에 의해서 이제 좀 평가가 좀 낮아졌다 하는데 맞는 말이긴 해요. 왜냐면 뭐 지금 예를 든 건 샤브론이긴 하지만 그 의사 카드 같은 것도 옛날에는 뭐 카드 묶음이 이렇게 막 잘 풀리지 없었고 다 막 묘실 돌고 했는데 지금은 솔직히 풀리는 거 거의 다 카드 묶음이죠. 그래서 그런 파밍에 대한 그런 걸 좀 제안을 한 것 같아요, 지자란이. 그 유니크요? 난 진짜 유니크에 대해서 할 말 전 유니크 아이템 되게 좋아하거든요. 유니크 아이템? 개쓰레기입니다. 여기 나와있네. 스타포지 카드. 스타포지 카드는 좀 거래로 리그 초에 빨리 만들 수 있다. 그리고 카드 묶음은 좋은 카드를 좀 빨리 얻게 할 수 있다. 맞죠? 근데 아니 나 근데 이 내용이 굳이 여기 적었어야 되나? 당연한 얘기잖아요. 이걸로 이제 무슨 얘기를 했는데 그래서 얘네가 뭐라 했는지를 좀 써주지. 아쉽네. 그 누가 얘기한 건지 이런 거 좀 써주면 안 되나? 스태키드 덱 관대하게 느끼긴 한데 여기 제너러스 레딧이 원래 근데 좀 그 친박의 성향이 있습니다. 그래서 실제로 저번에 그 베이클라스트 이후에 레딧에 그 빡빡이 욕하는 글들 되게 많이 삭제되고 했어요. 진짜로 실제로 빡빡이한테 뭐라 하는 글들이 이제 올라오면은 삭제되고 그런 현상이 있었습니다. 뭐 스트리머 까는 내용도 다 삭제되긴 했지만. 보스들은 뭐야? 노래 바뀔 때마다 이거 계속 나오네. 잠깐만 이거 어떻게 바꾸냐? 정확히 말하자면 레딧의 운영자가 제가 볼 때는 운영자가 뭐 좀 그런 게 아닐까. 확실하진 않습니다. 왜냐면 진짜 그 글 삭제가 되게 많이 됐어요. 그 빡빡이에 대한 안 좋은 얘기하는 글이 엄청 삭제됐습니다. 근데 이거 북한, 야, 생각해보면 북한도 아니고 왜 그러냐? 자, 이건 뭐야? 사이러스 드랍 평균값이 메이븐보다 좋다. 메이븐이 더 어려운데 왜 사이러스가 더 좋냐? 이런 얘기 같은데? 그죠? 경제에 영향을 미치지 않도록 드럼률을 조정하고 싶지 않음. Don't want tune the drum rate to not influence the economy. 사실 근데 지금 메이븐 잡아서 진짜 얻을 게 없어. 그나마 이번 리그 같은 경우는 뭐 비리디도 있었고, 솔직히 그 메이븐의 오브 빼고는 다 개똥이잖아. 조금 나은 게 도플갱어 정도? 근데 메이븐 잡기 솔직히 빡세죠? 잡을 이유가 별로 없긴 해요. 아찌리 이게 아또죠? 아찌리 도끼 개쓰레기죠? 이게 참 우버아찌리도 님들 아시겠지만 우버아찌리도 잡기 진짜 빡세거든요? 우버아찌리가 주는 아이템 중에 솔직히 장갑, 아찌리 장갑 빼고는 쓸만한 거 없다고 봅니다. 요즘 메타에 진짜. 저 영어 잘해지면? 그러니까 지금 약간 이 전체적인 주제가 그거 같아요. 왜 이렇게 힘들게 보스가 이게 다 어려워요. 사이러스도 마찬가지고, 특히 메이븐 더 어렵고, 우버아찌리가 제가 볼 땐 사이러스보다 어렵거든요, 제 개인적으로는. 근데 그런 어려운 애들이 주는 게 왜 이렇게 구리냐 하니까 뭐 메이븐 드랍 뭐 재평가 할 거다, 뭐 그런 느낌인 것 같습니다. 그 대체 퀄리티 잼, 특히 오라 관련 대체 퀄리티 잼에 관해서는 크리스가 이거 오라보다 아까 얘기 많이 했는데, 부합장은 뭐 엄청 옛날 거고, 아까 오라봇에 대해서 마틸이랑 지자란도 되게 많이 얘기했거든요. 나 기억이 안 나. 근데 뭐 어떤 식으로 얘기했지? 이게 지금 방송을 거의 3시간을 했어요, 얘네가. 그래서 저도 잘 기억이 안 나는 게 좀 많은데, 각성잼 뭐 버프할 만하죠. 지금 너무 구려, 각성잼. 특정 몇 개 빼곤. 근데 그러면 결국 또 사이러스만 좋아지는 건데, 딴 것도 좀 상향시키면 좋겠다, 솔직히. 상향. 그러니까 너무 지금 너프 하지 말고 진짜 아찌리 도끼 이런 거 상향시키고, 메이븐도 조금 좀 쓸만한 아이템 몇 개 더 주고, 뭐 이런 식으로. 아니면 좀 메이븐이 주는 그 개쓰레기 같은 허리띠들, 그거 좀 리메이크 하던가 뭐 이런 식으로 하는 게 낫지 않나? 액티브된도 다 각성 버전 있으면은 사실 좋죠. 메이븐 가고비 크랩 롤. 대체된 퀄리티가 일반 유저들한테는 쓰레기 같은 게 많은데 오라봇한테 너무 좋은 게 많다. 고려해야죠. 오라봇도 문제니까 지금. 이게 오죽하면 지금 오라봇이랑 크리스랑 뭐 팀 먹고 한다는 소리가 나와. 하여튼 뭐 그렇습니다. 고려해야 돼요. 스타포지는 너프 많이 당했죠. 저번에 한번 엄청 칼질 당했지. 거의 똥 됐고 못 씁니다 이제 거의. 기타바 뚜껑. 유니크 아이템에 대해서 진짜 할 말 많아요. 저 진짜 유니크 아이템 에지가 나면 전 빌드에 유니크 아이템 뭐 한두 개씩은 쓰고 싶어 하는 스타일인데, 레어만 둘둘 하는 것보다 유니크 아이템 좀 특성 살려서 쓰면 재밌거든요, 전 개인적으로. 근데 이번에도 유니크 몇 개 쓰냐? 하나 둘 셋 4개나 쓰는데 솔직히 다 구려요. 가격도 보면은 유니크는 다 싸잖아요 보통. 왜 싸겠어? 구리니까 싸지. 아무도 안 써. 좀 좋게 쓸만하게 활용할 수 있게 만들어주면 좋겠습니다. 오라보 팀은 아닐 거야. 수학에 대해서도 진짜 많이 얘기했어요 내가 이번에. 거의 오늘 방송에 대부분의 내용이 전 수학 쪽에 엄청 얘기했던 것 같은데. 뭐 결론만 좀 볼까요? 님들 생각은 어때요? 수학이 돌아오는 게 좋다고 봅니까? 저는 제가 항상 수학 그거 개사기라고 맨날 하긴 했어요. 하긴 했지만 그래도 어느 정도 돌아올 건 좀 돌아와줘도 돼. 조금은 돌아와도 돼. 지금은 조금 과하다 이런 느낌. 그러니까 수학이 개사기인 건 인정하는데 저도 개사기 맞아 솔직히 수학. 그래도 아까 얘기했던 게 그게 있거든요. 이게 초보들은 진짜 그 아이템 맞추는 게 너무 힘들다 뭐 이런 얘기도 했어요 얘네가. 어디 있는지 모르겠다 근데. 초보라고 하진 않고 막 평균적인 플레이어라 했나? 진짜 수학 리그처럼 돌아오는 거는 아닌 것 같아. 그거는 너무 또 이제 너무 오버파워 맞는 거 인정하는데 어차피 이게 아예 수학이 없었다. 지금 게임 POE 역사상 수학 리그 아예 없었으면은 뭐 이런 내용도 없겠지만 없어도 아무 불만 없을 거야. 근데 이미 한번 수학을 거쳤잖아요 우리가. 수학을 거쳤고 거기서 이제 유저들이 재미를 굉장히 느꼈어요 진짜. 제가 생각하긴 그래요. 이게 뭐 그때 저번 인터뷰 때 말했죠. 수학은 우리가 실수한 거다. 우리의 뭐 개발 철학에 맞지 않은데 우리가 잘못해서 낸 리그였다라고 했는데 어쨌든 결과가 유저들이 되게 좋아했으니까 저는 어느 정도는 좀 돌아와도 된다고 생각합니다. 지금 유저들이 좋아했던 걸 다 쳐내고 안 좋아했던 거는 억지로 끼워 넣으려고 하는데 좋아했던 것도 좀 넣어줄만 해. If a harvest craft were traded 그래 수학이야 막 알바 사원처럼 거래되고 그럴 필요는 없고 이 제가 말한 거 크리스가 언급했어요? 빡빡이가 괜히 CU 아니야? CU 맞나? 증강 이거 뭔 말이야? Finding argument rare craft 여기 나와 있네요. 그리고 그래서인지 뭐 3.16이나 3.17에 그 수학에 대해서 뭐 균형을 맞춰서 뭐 개편할 예정이라고 하네요. 아틀라스 패시브 트리도 마찬가지고 그 지금 뭐 헤이워크 촌락 이런데 그런 것도 뭐 조정이 될 수도 있고 3.17 엔드게임 그쵸. 이게 아까 말한 그거 수학이 이게 그거는 또 애매하긴 해요. 이게 참 그러니까 애초에 수학을 안 냈어야 되는 게 저는 맞다고 생각하는데 저도 이런 식으로 자꾸 나갈 거면 수학을 이제 또 거래를 하게 되면 진짜 애매해지긴 하거든요. 이 게임 시장이. 그거는 나도 인정은 해. 그러니까 얘네가 실수라고 하는 게 아마 괜히 냈다 아닐까? 씨발 수학 괜히 냈다 이런 느낌인 것 같아. 이거 안 냈으면은 지금 반발도 없어요 애초에. 아쉽다. 괜히 냈다 했어요? 근데 딱 그럴 것 같아 이게. 수학 없었으면 멀크. 뭐 그런 정도는 근데 차라리 낫지. 이게 솔직히 수학 이후로 딜 같은 거 특히 딜적으로 보면은 딜 인플레가 엄청 심해지긴 했잖아요 솔직히. 그래서 얘네가 딜러프를 자꾸 때리는 거고 그런 게 아닐 거예요. 수학은 얘네가 실수가 맞고 제 생각에도. 근데 이미 실수를 했으면 이런 대처는 아니야. 실수를 했다면 이런 대처는 아니다. 수학 공예품을 거래할 수 스케일드 블러썸이 뭐예요? 수학리그 솔직히 전 수학리그 안 해서 잘 모르는데 막리그였어요 그거? 난 진짜 제가 수학리그 했으면 저 진짜 재밌게 했을 것 같은데? 왜냐면은 아이템 제작이 너무 쉽잖아요. 그 제작이 쉽다는 게 좀 우리가 막 다들 미러급 아이템 제작을 하는 게 아니거든요. 제가 볼 땐 대부분의 플레이어들은 그냥 적당히 내가 쓸 괜찮은 아이템을 만들 수 있잖아요. 그러면 재밌지. 미러급 아이템이 아니더라도. 의식도 재밌었어요. 저 의식 때도 맞아, 수학 거래가 좀 활성화됐고 괜찮았는데. 농사하는 거? 내가 그 고통은 모른다. 내가 농사하는 고통은 몰라. 근데 만약에 전 했으면 재밌게 했을 것 같아요. 솔직히 그냥 쉽게 대충 만들어 쓰면 되니까. 신서리그 해봤지 난. 아, 메모리 같은 거야? 아, 오케이. 근데 의식, 자, 저는 수학 다음에 의식이었잖아요. 의식 때 수학 컨텐츠를 해본 결과 재밌었다. 왜 재밌었냐면은 그냥 솔직히 돈 벌기도 쉬웠고, 그냥 수학 가서 무지성으로 이거 막 이런 거 찍고 헤이워크 촌락에서 산호섬 가서 돈 벌기도 쉬웠고, 그게 아니더라도 내가 필요한 아이템을 내가 좀 편하게 만들 수 있어서 좀 좋았어요.
아니 수학 솔직히 반도 안 바래. 솔직히 3월 13일 때 5대5였으면 적어도 7대3이나 8대2 정도는 돼야지. 9.9 가져가고 0.1 남겨주면 뭐하냐고.
아니 근데 지금 수학은 어때요? 솔직히 나 이번 리그 수학 뭐 거래도 해본 적이 없고 아직 수학 거래 안 했고, 근데 이제 제가 저번 리그 한 리그 쉬었는데 그동안에 패치된 게 뭐 영향력에다가 수학을 못 바른, 뭐 액자를 못 바른댔나? 뭐 그런 게 있어갖고 지금 수학은 좀 구린가요? 많이 구려요? 비영향 액인데도 액이 안 뜸. 액자 자체도 안 떠요? 아, 내가 괜히 못 본 게 아니구나. 매핑하다. 아니 이번에 캐릭 계속 여러 개 키우면서 수학 하긴 했죠. 저도 그 신성한 숲 가서 안 뜨더라고. 버그인 줄. 뭐 아무튼 뭐 수학에 대해서는 조심스러울 수밖에 없는 건 맞아요. 이거 괜히 막 어설프게 또 풀면은 또 얘네가 딜 러프한 거 의미 없을 정도로 딜 인플레 되고 결국 원점으로 복귀되는 거니까 막 조심스러울 수 있는데, 제가 볼 땐 다시 롤백 해야 된다. 어느 정도 선 지켜서. 이미 이렇게 지네들이 실수한 이상 해야 됩니다. 안 하면 안 돼. 안 하면 또 무슨 불만이 이게 계속 갈 거예요. 앞으로도 안 갈 수가 없어. 아, 근데 멀크까지? 멀크까지 오면 난 좋긴 한데. 오케이, 수학 액자 드랍률로 조정하겠다고 했대요. 좋은 정보 감사. 그래, 수학을 그냥 아예 빼던가 하지. 괜히 억지로 끼워 넣다 보니까 더 문제된 것 같아. 자, 이거는 다음 것 좀 보죠. 일단 그럼 스마트 전리품과 인벤토리. 너무 많은 혼란. 그거죠. 잡템이 너무 많다. 지금 집을 게 너무 많다. 이런 느낌의 뉘앙스 아닐까? 뭐 파편. 지금 제가 오늘 아까 어제죠. 이제 어젠데 어제 방송할 때 역병 한번 돌았거든요. 역병 돌아보니까 야 진짜 쓰레기 아이템이 너무 그러니까 필터를 좀 올려도 쓰레기 아이템 너무 많고 주술 게 너무 많아. 너무 싫더라고요. 그 스마트 전리품이라는 이름이 마음에 들지 않는데요. 뭐 그럴 수 있지. 그럼 이름이야 뭐. 각 리그는 특정 아이템을 얻기에 가장 좋은 장소여야 합니다. 예, 델브의 화석. 이것도 지금 사실은 아니지 않나? 델브, 그러니까 광산에 막 1500층 이상 뚫어서 그 비싼 화석 뭐죠? 아무튼 뭐 그런 거 얻는 거 아닌 이상 사실 역병에서 화석 얻는 게 더 빠른 것 같고, 저는 그냥 일반적인 화석 쓴다고 생각하면 다른 컨텐츠에서 더 화석 얻는 게 빠를 수도 있어. 아닌가 또? 내가 광산 안 한 지 오래돼서 모르나? 요즘 광산 어때요? 요즘 사이드 파밍 같은 거면 광산 그 사이드 파밍, 저층 사이드 파밍 화석 잘 얻나? 아 진짜 씹노잼이긴 하겠다. 근데 조각이랑 커러시 같은 거는 그쵸, 뭉탱이랑 떨어지긴 했댔죠. 애초에 자동 정렬이 없습니다. 자동 입금이 되지 않습니다. 이거 무슨 말이에요? 누가 한 말이야 이거? 아, 분열사 죽었어요? 죽어버렸어 이제? 왜 죽었어? 좀 살려내. 살려내라고. 자동 정렬 이거 그건가? 뭐 아이템 창 정렬 이런 건가? 지자란이 물어본 건 화석 얻으려면 델브만 이용하는 게 GG의 철학이냐? 크리스가? 아니다. 하지만 가장 효율적인 방법은 광산이다 라고 했습니다. 라고 하네요. 이게 어쨌든 크리스가 한 말이라는 뜻이고, 자동 정렬은 뭔 말이야 이거 씨. 아니 얘는 요약할 거면 조금 그 길게 그냥 한 문장으로 해주지. 아, 그리고 이 얘기는 들었어요. 그 잼 있죠, 잼. 보석. 아, 보석이 아니지, 잼. 그냥 잼이라고 할게요. 잼 창고가 생길 수도 있다고 하는데 캐시로 팔지 않을까 이거 어차피? 캐시로 팔 것 같은데. 근데 잼 창고를 어떻게 만들까? 잼이 몇 개인데 어떤 식으로 만들지 궁금하긴 하네요. 만약에 만든다면. 아, 그리고 이거 궁금했는데, 아, 고유창고처럼. 그러네. 쉽네 생각보다. 개 쉽네. 예언 없앤다는 거 진짜 이거 필요해요 님들. 솔직히 제가 볼 때 잘 안 해서 그렇지, 솔직히 예언 이거 작업 하는 사람만 하잖아요 이거 예언. 잘 안 해서 그런데 제가 볼 때 진입장벽에 엄청난 부분을 차지하는 게 이 예언이라고 생각합니다. 이게 뭔 소린지 어떻게 알아 이거. 그냥 저도 잘 몰라요 이거 안 해갖고. 잘 뭐 몇 개 좀 비싼 거나 유명한 거 그런 거만 알지, 이거는 거의 진입장벽에 헬이야 헬. 그냥 예언 고인물만의 컨텐츠일 뿐이야 라고 생각합니다. 저는 이거 없앨 필요 있었어요. 진작 없앴어야 돼 진짜. 그 누가 잘 하지도 않아요 이거. 옛날 같은 경우는 뭐 예언 막 카페 같은 데 보면 예언으로 막 돈 벌기 이런 팁도 있긴 했는데 누가 하냐고 그거. 요즘 누가 해. 예언을 위한 예언 아이템들, 제 생각엔 예언 중에 가장 많이 쓴 예언이 이겁니다. 작업대 그 멀크나 뭐 접두어 고정 이런 거 있죠. 그거는 어쩔 수 없이 해야 되니까 많이 할 것 같은데, 그런 것도 이제 저번에 얘기했던 거랑 좀 연관을 지으면 그냥 액티를 밀다가 뭐 맵을 돌다가 뚫을 수 있게 해주는 방식이 될 거고, 뭐 2배 예언이나 하위템 예언? 드랍으로 바뀐다. 예언이 이제 드랍되는 거야. 그러니까 예언이란 시스템이 아니고 그 시간과 빛의 조각 이런 거 있죠. 시간과 빛의 조각처럼 지금 제가 있는데, 얼음과 환영의 환영 이게 딱 먹으면 얘를 그냥 그 히트시버 저거에 쓰면은 프로스트 그 페르노가 되는 그런 식으로 하지 않을까? 뭐 정확하게 모르겠습니다. 근데 없애는 거 찬성. 예언 없애야 돼. 개쓰레기 컨텐츠였습니다 이거. 솔직히 제 기준엔 뭐 열심히 돈 버시는 분한테는 죄송한 말이지만 이걸로 제 기준에 없앴어야 된다 진짜. 진작에. 오늘 주제 핫했던 게 액티 미는 거 빌드 다양성. 그거 할 말 많지 나도. 심연도 없애도 돼요. 개쓰레기라 그것도. 지금 누가 쓰냐 심연. 모조품이나 쓰지. 무료 탭을 기준으로 제공하는 데에 확신이 서지 않음. 유료로 낼 수 있다는 거죠. 뭐 이건 상관없어요. 유료로 내든 뭐 얼마를 내든 게임만 잘 만들어주면은 저는 창고에 대해서 뭐 아깝게 쓰지 않아요. 그냥 돈 그냥 막 쓸 테니까 제발 게임만 잘 만들어줘. 진짜 이상하게 만들지 마. 창고 살게. 액트 점핑권 있으면 진짜 좋겠다. 아, 나 이거 궁금해요. 지금 이제 그 수학이 죽고 나서 아이슬링 아이슬링이 뭐 지금 제작할 때 거의 핵심이라고 하던데 전 안 써봐서 모르거든요. 이거 지금 제작하시는 분들은 좀 싫은 내용이긴 해요. 아이슬링을 너프한다는 내용입니다. 그러니까 이게 없으면은 지금 제작에 그 좀 하이엔드 제작을 잘 못하나요? 아이슬링이 없다면? 그냥 뭐 되긴 되겠죠. 뭐 소멸 액자리라던가 그런 원시적인 방법으로 뭐 되긴 되겠지만, 근데 이게 엄청 좋아요? 아이슬링이 지금 현재 아이슬링이? 제가 이 아이슬링 잘 몰라가지고. 아, 너프를 이미 한 거야 지금이. 아, 그래서 근데 롤백할 예정은 없다. 오케이. 아니 그럼 저번 리그의 아이슬링은 어땠어요? 지금이랑 다른가 또? 개사기였어 이거? 아, 내가 저번 리그 또 안 해갖고 이게 또 모르네. 뭐 진짜 한 리그만 쉬어도 이거 몰라. 무조건 엔드를 가려면 아이슬링이 필요하다. 아이슬링 크래프팅이. 오케이 오케이. 오케이 오케이. 엔드게임 볼까요? 낮은 티어 정복자를 다시 할 수 있는지. 아, 이거 지금 안 되나? 사실 저 같은 경우도 그냥 이거 뭐 팔각성이든 구각성이든 뚫어놓으면은 뭐 돌 빼본 적도 거의 없고 해가지고 낮은 티어에서 정복자가 나오는지도 모르겠네 지금. 돌 빼면 되나? 이거 잘 모르겠어요. 되는지 안 되는지. 아, 사각 이상부터 나와요? 3.16의 단축 및 3.17의 새로운 느낌. 아, 이건 저번에 말했죠? 3.17에 뭐 우버 역병 뭐 이런 거 나온다고 하니까 뭐 재밌긴 할 것 같아. 레벨 100에서 파워 스파이크가 없음. 이거 무슨 말이에요? 원래 지금 레벨 100에서 뭐 있었어? 나 100렙 찍어본 적이 없어서 잘 모르겠네. 저 렙은 저 티어 정복자는 조금 맵을 적게 돌아도 만날 수 있으면 좋겠다라고 얘기를 했다. 어느 정도 인정? 그것도 뭐 할 수 있는 부분이긴 한 것 같아요. 그것도 좋은 거죠? 어쨌든 생각한다니까? 좋은 내용. 근데 이거 진짜 모르겠어요. 노 파워 스파이크 at 레벨 100 모르겠네? 좀 들으신 분이 있네. 이건 이야기하자면 길어요? 철학 얘기? 일단 좀 넘어가겠습니다. 그리고 대체 엔드게임. 레딧은 왜 있어 이거? 레딧은 이게 뭔 말이야? 약간 이거 웃자고 한 얘기인가? 그쵸, 웃자고 한 얘기죠. 그냥 농담하는 거죠. 뭐 100렙의 궁극 특성 그런 얘기구나. 뭐 그냥 넘어갈게요. 이건 별로 중요한 걸 수도 있지만 일단 넘어갈게요. 리미팅 SS. 뭔 말이야? 최종 게임에 대한 그런 접근성을 좀 제한하지만 이게 뭐 지도, 초대장, 아왕사냥. 한글로 보자. 뭔 말이지? 이거 나 한글로 써있어도 무슨 말인지 모르겠는데요? 그냥 거래가 되게 해준다는 것 뿐이에요? 이런 것들이? 그러니까 예를 들어 새로운 엔드게임 말하는 건가? 이게 레딧은 저번에도 제가 느꼈는데 이거 요약을 되게 진짜 딱딱 간결하게만 요약해놓더라고. 아니 풀 문장으로 차라리 해놓으면 좋을텐데. 엔드게임 거래가 예를 들자면 뭐 사이러스 같은 것도 그냥 뭐 거래 가능하게 해준다 뭐 이런 겁니까? 근데 이게 액세스 제한이랑 뭔가 연구 플레이 방지하기 위해서인데 왜 거래 가능이야? 아울 같은 거 그러네. 그 광산 보스는 또 거래가 안 되네. 이거 되면은 참 좋을 것 같은데요, 진짜? 정말 좋을 것 같은데? 일주일에 한 번 이거는 넘어갑니다. 이것도 웃자고 한 소리 같고 뭐 생각해보겠다 이런 거겠죠 이것도? 근데 진짜 되면 좋을 것 같아요. 아울 같은 것도 만나기가 힘들잖아요. 일반적으로 이제 광산을 좀 열심히 하는 분 아닌 이상 아울 먹거리를 먹고 싶어도 광산 뚫기도 솔직히 귀찮고. 근데 거래가 되면 너무 좋겠다 진짜. 아 그렇게 할 수 없대요? 아 그러니까 이런 연구 플레이 때문에 할 수 없다고 했구나. 근데 진짜 되면 참 좋을 텐데. 아울도 그렇고 진짜 뭐 사이러스도 그렇고 또 뭐 괜찮은 애들 있나? 아무튼 뭐 다양한 보스들 참 좋을 텐데. 아쉽네요. 메이븐이나 우버월드 같은 컨텐츠는 이게 좀 철학 같은 거죠. 그러니까 엔드 컨텐츠, 메이븐도 엔드 컨텐츠라고 보고 우버월드 같은 것도 엔드 컨텐츠라고 보면 대부분의 플레이어가 할 수 없게 어려워야 된다고 생각합니다. 얘는 뭐 좀 하드 유저만 할 수 있는 게 사실 자기의 철학. 이거 저번에도 했던 얘기랑 똑같아요. 그러니까 메이븐을 잡건 우버월드를 잡건 뭐 엔드게임의 보스를 잡으면은 주변에서 와씨 저 새끼 미쳤다 메이븐 잡았다 이런 효과를 원한다 이런 겁니다. 그러니까 보스가 약간 그 정도의 포스가 있는 진짜 리그마다 그 소수만 잡을 수 있는 보스를 원한대요. 근데 솔직히 말해서 이거 만약에 그런 식으로 얘네가 진짜 세진다고 해도 어차피 이 POE랑 게임 특징상 메이븐 잡는 진짜 빌드 하나 센 거 나오면 다 똑같이 그냥 빌드 아이템 맞추고 하면 누구나 다 잡을 수 있어요. 제가 볼 땐 뭐 금액의 문제긴 하겠지만 그러니까 이런 게 약간 의미가 있나 싶은 거죠. 전 이런 방식의 생각이 어차피 누구나 잡게 된다. 아무리 어렵게 해도 진짜로 이거를 아무리 어렵게 해도 한 명이 잡고 그 빌드가 올라가고 막 공략 나오면 다 잡게 돼요. 이거는 맞아요. 이 지금 보스를 버프 시킨다는 내용은 아니고 제가 볼 때는 그 3.17에서 나오는 그 엔드 게임 보스 새로운 뭐 그거 얘기가 더 맞을 것 같아요. 차라리 지금 보스를 올린다 뭐 그런 거 아닌 것 같은데. 근데 재밌긴 하겠다. 사이러스 초기에 사실 진짜 지금보다 어려웠거든요. 사이러스가 그냥 사각성 사이러스도 공략도 모르고 다들 그때 좀 재밌긴 했어 사실. 와우에서 레이드 초반에 특정 공대만 와우랑은 좀 달라요. 이게 POE는 와우는 저도 와우를 진짜 많이 했고 좀 많이 진짜 열심히 했었는데 와우는 이게 돼요. 이런 컨셉이 돼요. 와우는 그 진짜 서버에서 몇 명만 특히 초반에 몇 명만 잡을 수 있고 이런 게 되는데 POE는 이런 게 되면은 좀 아쉽지 않을까 생각합니다. 전 이런 개념으로 접근을 하면. 그리고 컨텐츠, 지금의 대부분의 컨텐츠 밸런스는 소프트코어를 중심으로 이루어준다. 아마도 여기가 당연히 우리가 일반적으로 하는 게 유저가 제일 많으니까 이쪽 밸런스, 이쪽 중심으로 밸런스 잡는 게 맞을 수 있죠. 근데 이번 패치나 뭐 저번 패치도 보면은 건틀릭 기준으로 약간 잡는 것 같기도 한데, 난 건틀릭 기준으로 잡는 것 같지 않아요? 나만의 생각인가 그것도? 이게 그냥 일반 소코 밸런스도 물론 생각하겠지만 건틀릿의 영향이 있어요. 지금 이 밸런스 패치하는 거 보면. 왜 이렇게 이번 리그 어렵게 만들었냐? 아, 오케이. 아, 이것도 이게 또 애매하다. 그러니까 건틀릿 기준으로 잡냐고 물어본 거예요? 지자란이? 아마 지자란이 물어봤겠지 이건? 아니, 물어봤다면? 아니에요? 아, 정리하는 거 개빡세겠다. 아, 건틀릭이 안 나왔어요? 근데 아마 제 생각에는 이것만 보고 하진 않는 것 같습니다. 그냥 제 개인적인 생각엔. 자, 그리고 이것도 지금 말도 안 되죠. 이 사이러스 영향받는 그 친구들, 몬스터, 레어 몬스터, 그 드록스 깃발 데미지, 이거 개미쳤거든요. 지금 그 애지간한 뭐 생존 빡빡하게 챙긴 빌드 아닌 이상 그냥 한 대 컷이야 진짜. 아, 진짜로. 특히 이거 그 초반에야 그렇다 칩시다. 초반에는 얘네도 좀 약하니까 나오지도 않고. 근데 후반에 이제 팔각성 이상 14티어, 15티어, 16티어 갔을 때 잘못 그냥 스치면 죽는다가 여기서 진짜 심하게 낼 거야. 멘탈 깨져. 솔직히 멘탈 진짜 깨져요. 말이 되나 싶을 정도야. 이게 그 데미지가 뭐 8000씩 들어오는데, 8000. 그냥 그 8000이면 그러니까 댐값 좀 챙긴 건데 8000이겠지? 저도 이 영향받는 몬스터 없애주면 안 되나 싶을 정도로 싫어요. 검토한다니까. 근데 검토한다니까 나쁘지 않아. 검토 빨리 해라 제발. 빨리 해라. 진짜 죽는 거 너무 스트레스. 그러니까 죽어도 이유가 좀 이거 허무하잖아요. 그냥 허무해요 진짜. 저렇게 죽으면 환영 상태면 그냥 그 양꾼 활 쏘는데도 개세고. 맞아요. 근데 전 드록스 맵이 제일 힘들어요. 뭔가 검토한답니다. 어쨌든 검토 예정이라고 돼있네요. 번역은. 더 결정적인 모습 파편. 이거는 무슨 말이죠? 사이러스 몹 띠껍죠. 조프? 모르겠다. 이게 지금 앞뒤 내용이 다 잘려서 이렇게 딱 이렇게만 나와 있어. 진짜 이해가 안 되는데? 예를 들어 뭐 그 차율라 그 균열에서 보스 잡으면 뭐 개똥밖에 안 주냐? 이거밖에? 아니면은 아울이나 오샤비 같은 거 보기 힘들다. 그것처럼 이제 아울 같은 것도 쉐이퍼 조각 그런 것처럼 조각으로 만들어 좀 가기 쉽게 해주면 안 되냐? 오, 여기 번역가들 좀 몇 분 계시네. 감사. 근데 안 한다는 뉘앙스였다. 오케이. 검토 예정. 파편? 검토 예정이겠지 얘도. 그리고 광산이 3.16에서 대두동 될 수 있다. 몰 커먼 시티. 이거 그 여기 되게 좋은 방이죠. 광산 이거 뭐라고 해야 돼? 아무튼 그 방이 있어요. 막 지도 엄청 퍼주고 막 보상 좀 좋은 방. 거기랑 아울, 모어. 우리가 좋아하는 증폭. 증폭. 예, 검은색 도시. 증폭된다. 더 잘 만나게 해줄 수 있다. 진짜 아울목이 지금 좀 너무 비싸요. 좀 약간 가성비로 쓰고 싶은데 아울목 좀 비싼 건 너무 비싸갖고 이제 이런 거 하면은 좀 싸지겠다. 그래도 난 광산 안 갈 듯. 전 그냥 좀 싸지면 샀었을 듯. 광산 노잼이라. 누군가 이거 님들 다음 리그에 광산 이렇게 좋아지는데 안 갈 거야? 가야지. 가서 그 아울목 같은 거 많이 캐다가 거래소에 올려주시면 제가 사겠습니다. 빨리 가요. 광산이야. 다음 리그 광산 리그야. 무조건 갑시다. 근데 광산 솔직히 그냥 노잼이야. 난 솔직히 내가 필요한 것만 한두 개 살게요. 자, 다음 거 뭐야? 트라이얼 마스터? 트라이얼 마스터는 뭐야? 나 처음 들어봐. 트라이얼은 약간 그 전직 시험이랑 관련 있는 거 아니야? 결전 보스예요? 역시 내가 뭐 처음 들어볼만 했다. 안 했으니까. 걔를 만날 수 있게 해준다네요. 근데 이 결전 보스가 주는 아이템 중에 좋은 거 있습니까? 진짜 비싼 거라던가 아니면 그 뭔가 얘가 주는 걸 이용해서 뭐 빌드를 할 수 있다거나. 장갑. 그 저는 안 써봤지만 그 유명한 그 무한 바하를 위한 장갑. 오케이. 나오면 재밌겠네. 근데 아울목 은근히 잘 나오던데? 저 아울 몇 번 잡아봤는데 옛날에 잡을 때마다 거의 목걸이 주는 것 같은데? 운이 좋았나 그냥? 자, 이거는 뭐 좋아지는 거죠. 어쨌든 지금은 못 가죠. 이거 아예 못 가지 않나? 그리고 한 번에 10개의 보스를 모두 생성하는 메이븐 인비테이션, 메이븐의 초대장. 지금은 이제 10개의 보스가 따로따로 한 마리씩 뭐 두 마리씩 세 마리씩 나오는 건데 10개가 한 번에 나오게 아예 그냥 10대1. 마법소틀이 뭐야? 처음 들어보는데? 지금도 한 마리 10마리 튀어나올 때 있어요? 나 못 봤네. 불탄 것도 있고 좋은 것도 있어요. 저는 근데 이게 참 저번에도 느낀 건데 솔직히 나 이 레딧 요약만 보면은 다 좋아 보인다니까요. 진짜로 안 좋은 말이 하나도 없이 다 빠져있으니까. 지금까지 여기 있는 건 보면은 안 좋은 내용 없습니다. 다 검토할 거고 뭔가 얘기했던 거에 대해서 긍정적으로 다 생각하는 거고 그렇게 보여요. 여기만 보면. 누가 전문을 다 적어놨네요. 선생님 그거 POB인데요? 근데 마틸이랑 지자랑 싸운 게 난 궁금하다. 싸운 건지 그냥 POB 들어가면 거기 전문을 적어놨어요? 근데 전문을 다 보는 것도 좀 귀찮긴 한데 솔직히. 여기서 봐야겠다. 싸운 건 아닌 건 알아요. POB에 링크 하면은 그냥 들어가면 된다고요? 여기다 적어놨다고? 야, 근데 이분도 진짜 찐 POE 덕후다. 여기다 이거 요약할 생각을 하냐? 레전드다. 너무 길다. 이거 못 볼 것 같고요. 일단 요약만 봅시다. 일단 요약만 보자. 벌써 9시야. 나 회사 가긴 가야 되는데. 이거 아쉽네. 님들 액트 이게 캠페인이 액트겠죠? 액트 스킵 계획이 없대요 아직은. 아 이거 너무 아쉬운데. 점핑권 달라고. 이거 아까 마틸이 이쪽에서 좀 얘기했던 것 같아. 이 레벨링 지루해진다 뭐 이런거. 진짜 지루합니다. 저도 거의 진짜 제가 볼 때 저만 해도 액트 한 거의 막 수십 번에서 거의 100번은 밀었을 텐데 재밌어서 민 적 별로 없어요. 그렇게 미는 동안 액트 미는 거 진짜 재밌어서 민 적 없어. 한 번도 없어. 그냥 맵핑 해야 되고 엔드 컨텐츠 가야 되니까 미는 거지. 해주면 솔직히 좋다. 그러니까 이게 저번에 얘기했던 거랑 또 연관이 있는데 그 액트를 다시 미는 거에서 재밌게 만드는 방법을 찾고 있다고 하잖아요. 맨날 좀 더 뭔가 저번에도 이렇게 이런 말 했거든요. 익스트림하게 뭔가 좀 해주겠다. 근데 제가 볼 때는 그럴 필요 없고 액트를 짧게 쉽게 만들면은 그게 더 재밌지 않을까요? 나는 그렇게 생각해요. 액트 너무 길고 지금 뭐 누군가에겐 액트 미는 게 재밌을 수 있지만 저는 개인적으로 액트를 진짜 많이 미는 입장에서 아마 평균 유저보다 많이 미는 편일 거예요. 제가 제발 조금 더 쉽고 짧게 해주면 좋겠어요. 근데 이제 어렵게 만든다니까 싫은 거지. 난 앞으로 이제 액트 1이 지금 어려워졌지만 앞으로 좀 더 어려워진다니까 그게 싫은 거고. 작은 캐릭터 오브를 만들어서 카오스 오브로 돌려서 레벨업 한 다음 사용. 아무튼 뭐 다양한 방법을 찾고 있대요. 근데 다 긍정적으로 말했네요. 그럼 오늘 나름. 아 그리고 CW가 뭐냐면 아마도 크리스 윌슨 아닐까요? 크리스 윌슨? 근데 바뀌었어요. 이거 바뀐 것 같아. 마틸이 질문했고 이 사람이 대답했겠지? 맞아. 근데 이거 잠깐만 퀘스트 보상은 어떻게 되나요? 그건 여러분이 알아서 하세요. 아 진짜 이렇게 말했어요. 근데? 아 이게 제대로 쓴 거예요? 크리스가 물어봤어요? 아 이해했다. 상황 이해했다. 그니까 마틸이 크리스 윌슨 보고 그냥 이 여러분이 유저가 아니고 GGG가 알아서 하세요 이거구나. 아 맞게 한 거네요. 그럼 디아블로2에 대해 어떻게 생각하냐. 20년 된 뒤진 게임입니다. 맞는 말이지? 옛날 게임이잖아 솔직히. 이거 맞는 말이야. 굳이 그 20년 된 죽은 게임에 대해서 꽂혀가지고 뭐 할 필요는 없는 거니까. D2 POE가 원래 디아블로2의 팬게임으로 시작했다고 알고 있습니다. 아 오케이 이해했습니다. 근데 진짜 멋있다. 근데 아까 방송 보니까 지자란도 그렇고 마틸도 그렇고 기분 썩 좋아 보이진 않던데 둘 다. 어허. 아 여기는 뭐 뭔 말이야 이게 다? 독재자가 허용하는 트윈킹이 뭐야? 몰아치니까 크리스가 어떻게 하라는 거냐 그랬다. 오케이. 레벨링은 저숙련 플레이어 아마 약간 뭐 굳이 따지면 앵린이에게 적합하고 이후 캠페인은 중급 플레이어에게 적합해야 합니다. 최고의 플레이어를 중심으로 균형 잡힌 최종 게임을 하지 않는다. 크리스가 말한 건가요 이것도? 디아트 존나 이야기하면서 하니까 마틸 지자란 둘 다 이야기 자르면서 20년 전 이야기 꺼내지 말고 테크놀로지가 더 진화했다. 근데 이거 맞죠? 이 특히 진짜 이게 말도 안 되는 게 레벨링 밸런스라고 해야 되나? 그러니까 액트 난이도는 제가 생각하는 PoE 액트는 진짜 튜토리얼 그 이상도 아니거든요? 이하도 아니고 튜토리얼이라 생각하면은 저숙련 플레이어에 적합하게 하는 게 맞아요. 저도 제가 생각하기도 앵린이에게 쉽게 말해 좀 더 쉽게 하는 게 낫지 않나 액트는. 저는 그렇게 생각해요. D2를 만든다고? 솔직히 내가 액트를 너무 재미없어 하는 것도 맞아. 제 친구 몇 명은 액트 다 깨고 엔딩 봤다 하고 이게 또 다른가? 내 기준이랑 좀 다를 수 있겠네요 진짜. 그러니까 누군가에게는 액트가 그냥 엔드 컨텐츠일 수 있구나. 그래. 누군가에게는 그냥 액트 10까지 깨는 그 자체가 엔드 컨텐츠일 수 있구나. 거기서 또 재미를 느끼고 난이도가 좀 있어야 될 필요가 있구나. 저 같은 경우는 그냥 액트는 대부분의 분들도 마찬가지긴 하겠지만 액트는 그냥 빨리 밀고 빨리 밀고 랩업해서 그래 내가 너무 좀 그 심리를 모르긴 한다 진짜. 그러네. 좀 적절한 난이도는 있을 필요는 있겠네요 그렇게 생각하면. 근데 솔직히 저도 액트 처음 할 때 재미없긴 했어요. 저도 액트 처음일 때 며칠 걸리긴 했는데 재미없던데. 개 재미없던데. 아직도 기억나. 화염구로 밀다가 소환수로 민 거. 맞아. 차라리 스토리가 조금 전 아직도 PoE 스토리를 보면서 한 적이 없는 것 같아요. 참 제가 게임 플레이 스타일 제가 이상한 건지 모르겠는데 스토리를 근데 이게 몰입하기가 좀 힘들어요. 그 뭐라고 해야 되지? 아니 뭐 퀘스트도 그냥 여기 옆에 띡 뜨는 게 끝이고 뭔가 말을 걸어서 뭔가 이런 거 하나하나 눌러보는 것도 조금 그렇고 뭔가 몰입이 자연스럽게 안 되긴 하는 것 같아요 전 개인적으로. 스토리는 진짜 국산 게임이 또 님들 메이플 스토리 이거 레전드입니다. 스토리 요즘 안 해서 모르겠는데 블랙헤븐 스토리 레전드거든요. 이거 좀 유치할 수 있는데 몰입돼요. 메이플 스토리 블랙헤븐 해보신 분은 알 거야. 공감 가능할 듯. 심심하면 한번 해보세요. 메이플 스토리 블랙헤븐 질입니다. 물만해요 진짜. 자 아무튼 뭐 레벨링에 관해서도 뭐 다 생각을 하고, 그러니까 얘네가 진짜 무지성으로 막 너프 시킨 것 같긴 하지만 생각은 다 하고 있어요. 진짜 놀랍게도 뭐 보여주기 식인지 뭔지 모르겠지만 생각은 다 하고 있어. 보면 항상 몬스터 밸런스를 개선하여 더 단단하지만 과도하게 압도하지 않도록 하겠습니다. 예, 로아. 이번 리그 여기서 죽으신 분, 그 액트 1 갯벌에서 로아한테 박치가 맞고 죽으신 분 엄청 많을 듯. 저거 개쎄거든요 지금. 저거 한 대 잘못 맞으면 그냥 뒤져. 아무튼 뭐 밸런스 개선은 한다고 하네요. 로스트크 아니야. 브루투스 전투 주요 변경사항 없음. 뭐 없을만 해요. 뭐 그냥 이게 아까 그 얘기였거든요. 지금 그 브루투스가 어디서 나온 애냐? 수용소인가? 수용소에서 나오죠. 여기 가면은 브루스가 원래 방 안에 있었는데 갑자기 방 밖으로 나왔잖아. 근데 걔한테 죽으면 부활 위치가 지금 좀 구린가봐요. 전 죽어본 적이 없어서 모르겠는데 부활 위치가 아마 느낌상 처음 그냥 시작하는 데서 주나? 가서 죽어보라고요? 전 죽어본 적이 없어갖고 솔직히 모르는데 이게 엄청 빡치나봐요. 맵만 볼까? 근데 수용소가 맞아? 길 찾아야 되잖아. 귀찮은데? 귀찮아. 안해. 굳이 테스트 안 해봐도 뭔지 알 것 같아. 죽고 나면 욕부터 나와. 그래서 근데 그런 거에 대해서 아까 얘기를 했어요. 그 스트리머들이 지자란인지 마틸인지 누군지 모르겠는데, 근데 뭐 변경사항 없을 예정이라고 합니다. 그리고 긴 형식의 퀘스트와 지저분한 레이아웃을 해. 클라리스 퀘스트. 자, 이게 무슨 퀘스트냐? 이거 아까 그 크리스 윌슨이 말하는 내용인데, 클라리사 퀘스트 저도 조금 실수할 때가 많은데, 사한시네. 이게 액트 2 깨고 딱 처음 오면 여기잖아요? 이게 진짜 개웃긴데, 원래 지금 저는 퀘 깼기 때문에 클라리사가 없는데 얘 잡고 여기 이제 클라리사한테 말을 걸어야 돼요. 말을 안 걸고 그냥 마을로 가면은 그 다음부터 퀘스트 진행이 안 됩니다. 저도 이제 이 액트 밀다가 그냥 좀 잠결에 드는 뭐든 이 현상을 많이 겪었었는데, 이것 때문에 유저 이탈률 얼마? 18%. 진짜 개웃기긴 하다. 그래, 이게 퀘스트 접근성이 너무 안 좋아요. 이 게임이 진짜 너무 안 좋긴 해. 야, 근데 이거 진짜 신기하다. 18%나 감소할 정도야? 뭐 다른 사유도 있긴 하겠지만 이 게임에 아마 POE2 나오면서는 많이 개선될 사항일 것 같긴 한데, 퀘스트입니다. 제가 볼 땐 퀘스트. 일단 이 퀘스트 창부터가 이렇게 뜨는 게 좀 구리고요. U 누르면 나오는데 이거 개 쓰레기입니다. 이거 가독성 좀 별로 안 좋은 것 같아서 뭔가 좀 바꿔서 나오지 않을까. POE2는 이미 1은 이렇게 고착됐고 어쩔 수 없고, 반딧불이도 개짜증나요. 네. 저게 그리고 문제가 클라리사가 바로 안 나와. 막 꿈틀꿈틀 거리다가 나와갖고 바로 클릭이 안 돼요. 개짜증나죠? 기다려야 돼. 그래서 참고로 이런 거 참여하잖아요? 뭐 크리스랑 뭐 하는 거? 무조건 욕먹게 돼있어. 거기 참가하는 스트리머 욕 안 먹을 수가 없어.
오투액트 개선 어림도 없지. 받아라 아케인 생추어리.
그 랜덤 요소 집어쳐 그거. 데이터베이스. 근데 마틸이 뭐라고 이렇게 욕먹어? 마틸 뭐 그렇게 욕먹을 만한 거? 아까 그 뭐 주문 투척? 이거 말고는 잘 모르겠는데? 그리고 걔네가 무슨 잘못이 있겠어. 솔직히 그냥 초대 받아서 나간 거고, 어떻게 보면. 마틸 뭐라고 심하게 했어요? 빌드 다해서 맞아. 그 얘기도 하긴 했다. 그거는 좀 말 나올 만하긴 했다. 마틸은 빌드가 다양한데 뭐 너네가 못하는 거다라는 느낌으로 말을 살짝 하긴 했어요. 살짝 하긴 했어. 그런 식으로. 자, 방어 봅시다. 파티? 일단 파티는 넘어가. 나 관심 없어. 방어는 3.16에서 검토 중이다. 지금 방어 좀 문제 있습니다. 플레이어는 파워를 줄이지 않고도 이게 그거죠. 원래 지금 같은 경우는 생존 같은 거 좀 챙기려면 딜 좀 줄여야 되거든요. 방어 날먹을 할 수 있는 요소가 많이 없는데 딜은 좀 유지되면서 방어 기제를 챙길 수 있게 해주겠다. 좋은 거죠? 지금 저도 마찬가지인데 제발 방어 기제 조금만 진짜 특히 주문 쪽에 뭔가 조금만 해주면은 셀키도 살아날 수 있다. 셀키도 살아날 수 있다. 예 맞아요. 지금 방어 기제 저도 이게 오죽하면은 너무 힘들어서 체력 찍을 거 대충 찍고 막 이런 거 빗겨내기 찍으면서 MOM 찍고 이러겠습니까? 셀케가 살아나려면 필요하다. 방어 기제. 그리고 와드를 사용한 더 많은 시스템은 탐험이 핵심인지 여부에 따라 달라집니다. 이제 이거 그 얘기겠죠 아마? 탐험 리그가 코어 그쵸 코어 시스템으로 들어가느냐 안 들어가느냐에 따라서 지금 현재 수호에 따른 뭐 새로운 유니크가 또 나올 수 있고 뭐 수호에 관련된 뭐 노드가 나올 수 있고 하는 그런 것 같은데 제가 솔직히 말할게요. 지금 수호 그냥 이거 누가 개발했는지 모르겠는데 이걸 방어 기제라고 냈는지 난 모르겠어요. 내가 머리가 나빠서 빌드를 못 짜서 수호를 활용하지 못한 걸 수도 있지만 이 수호 너무 쓰레기야. 지금 수호 누구 머리에서 나온 이 아이디어인지 참신하긴 한데 저거를 난 효율적으로 못 쓰겠던데? 수호는 다음 리그에 당장은 안 들어간다. 방어도구 다버튼 활성화해도 저는 이미 다 다버튼에 익숙해져갖고 괜찮아요. 그 나만의 수호 빌드는 수호를 방어 기지로 쓴 게 아니잖아요. 지금 저도 마찬가지고 마틸이 하고 있는 것도 마찬가지고 이 수호를 딜로 써요. 그냥 수호랑 애실은 극명한 차이가 있어요. 애실은 좋고 수호는 구려요. 솔직히 말해서 애실은 챙길수록 좀 괜찮은데 수호는 많이 챙겨봤자 그렇게 좋은 것 같지도 않아. 아무튼 뭐 그렇습니다. 이건 뭐야? 왜 여기 아 이거 방어 상승 관련해서 이거 왜 가려놨었냐? 계획이 있을 때 논의할 것이다. 이건 무슨 얘기지? 수호는 애실보다 구립니다. 확실하게 좋을 수가 없어. 그거보다 이거 무슨 말인지 모르겠는데? 아 그리고 방어 상승도 이게 근데 진짜 조금 요즘에 이제 그 특히 이번 리그 제가 저번 리그 안 해서 모르겠고 솔직히 이번 리그를 보자면 이게 진짜 좀 개인적으로 뭐 빌드 다양성 얘기하는 게 진짜 마음에 안 드는 게 방상이 너프 되긴 했죠. 그래도 결국에 남은 게 뭐냐? 공격 빌드나 타 어택이야. 어택 주문 어디 있습니까? 셀케가 아니더라도 뭐 COC라도 거의 없어요. 지금 그 스펠 빌드가 진짜 생존이 너무 챙기기가 힘들어요. 그 셀케 특히 셀케는 원래 힘들었지만 뭔가 더 힘들어. 지금 너무 힘들어. 차라리 뭐 민첩 쪽 활 빌드나 이런 거면은 곡차곡만 찍어도 좀 날먹이 되고 어느 정도. 그리고 차라리 밀리 같은 거 밀리가 지금 전 괜찮다고 보는 게 오히려 셀케보다 생존 챙기가 더 쉽고 딜도 더 세요. 셀케는 지금 딜도 쓰레기? 뭐 생존도 구대기 막 이런 거 같아. 그래서 제가 볼 때 이거 좀 포티파이 이거 개편할 거면 스펠 계열에도 조금 희망을 좀 주면 좋지 않을까. 이런 방어 상승 같은 댐감기 하나만 주면 좋겠습니다. 밀리는 지금 저는 밀리 지금 되게 좋은 것 같아요. 옛날에는 솔직히 밀리가 스타터로도 안 좋고 막 생존도 구리고 막 이렇다고 했는데 지금은 아닌 것 같아. 밀리가 사실 주문보다 더 좋다고 봅니다. 진짜 애지간한 주문보다 주문할 바에 밀리가 그냥 차라리 뭐 패턴 스킵 이런 것도 훨씬 쉽고 딜도 세, 생존도 더 좋아, 더 빨라. 그리고 지금 밀리가 좋은 거 막 화염질주 이런 거 개쓰레기거든요. 지금 화염질주나 뭐 이동기. 근데 그냥 도약강타나 뭐 칼날선에 개빠르게 막 달려가니까 진짜 좋다고 봅니다. 다양성에 대한 얘기 나오네. 빌드 다양성 봅시다. 대부분의 사람들이 빌드 가이드를 재생하는 가이드를 즐긴다고 봐야 되겠죠? 빌드 가이드가 있으면 그걸 통해서 즐기는 게 그 메커니즘이 있다. 한 빌드는 맨 위로 올라가고, 그리고 사람들은 그런 빌드를 하는 경향이 있다. 당연히 뭐 좋은 빌드, 지금으로 치면 뭐 네크 환방투 이건가? 길어도 좀 얘기해주세요. 이건 궁금하다. 다른 빌드는 좀 무시될 수 있다. 무시된다. 그럼 이제 이거 크리스가 받은 이메일이겠죠 아마? 근데 이거는 맞는 말이죠. 근데 솔직히 이게 대부분의, 그러니까 이거 크리스가 한 말인데 가이드가 몇 개 올라오면 그 중에 일부가 다른 빌드보다 많이 하니까 닌자에서 그 빌드가 1등해서 사람들이 새 빌드를 고를 때 닌자 보고 그거 따라한다. 근데 뭐 팩트죠. 사실 저는 진짜 솔직히 말하자면 왜 환방투가 1등인가 이해 안 됩니다. 그러니까 이게 뭐 생존이 좋고 이런 거 다 좋은데 이거는 약간 물타기가 되지 않았나 라고 생각해요. 왜냐면 차라리 다른 게 나은데, 막 번개화살 이런 게 저는 낫다고 보는데 환방투보다. 같은 돈 투자해서 또 느껴지는 것도. 글래디가 그냥 탱이 좋으니까? 아 근데 글래디 이거 뭐 거의 환방투 원툴이네 지금 글래디. 야, 저 환방투 1등인 건 진짜 대박이긴 하다 진짜. 발굴은 쓰레기입니다. 따라하지 마세요. 이런 빌드에 비하면. 사실 금단 토템은 이제 좀 잘 안하나? 이거는 역시 토템이라서 인기가 좀 식었나요? 그냥 스타터로만 하고 다들? 제가 볼 때 딜만 보면 얘가 훨씬 셀 거거든요? 동일 금액이나 이런 걸로 보면? 아니 그러니까 또 극엔드 세팅은 얘가 훨씬 센가? 한방투 POB. 제가 빌드 하나 추천드립니다. 여기 그래도 좀 상위권에서 추천드리다면 상위권이 아니게 되는데 점점. 잠깐만. 딱히 끌리는 게 재밌어 보이는 게 없냐? 왜 이렇게 노잼이하다. 잠깐만. 차라리 서리칼날 이런 거 재밌지 않을까? 서리칼날? 이거 누가 버서커. 그래 버서커로 차라리. 레이더? 아니죠. 버서커로 서리칼날 재밌겠다. 근데 뭐 할 수도 있죠. 저는 뭐 빌드를 하는 거에 대해서는 전혀 뭐 안 좋은 생각이 전혀 없어요. 저는 많이 하는 데는 다 이유가 있고, 네크 많이 하는 데 이유가 있고, 다 이유가 있다 생각해서 많이 한다고 생각하고, 대신에 빌드 다양성이 없는 것도 인정합니다. 다양성은 지금 좀 많이 힘든 시즌이 아닌가. 리밸런싱. 이거에 대해서는 이게 너무 요약돼 있고, 이게 뭐라고 해야 될까? 여기에 대해서 조금 정리 좀 들으신 거 이제 좀 요약해 주실 수 있는 분 계십니까? 이게 여기 내용이 끝이 아니거든요, 이게. 투사차 빌드가 1등 할 수 있죠, 사실. 숨은 꿀빌드가 많아요 지금. 그리고 진짜 저도 못 찾은 알고 있는 건 솔직히 몇 개 있긴 한데. 원문? 아까 그거 어디 갔지? 이게 전후 사정을 좀 알아야 될 것 같은데 이건. 저 다양성에 대해서 근데 어딘데 이거? 요거 검색하면 나오지 않을까? 씨. 자, 이거 어떻게 하느냐? 한국어로 번역. 아, 여기부터네요. 이게 첫 번째 그 이메일 받았다는 거고. 여기부터 이제 지자란하고 마틸이 뭐 빌드에 대해서 좀 얘기를 했거든요. 우리는 그동안 큰 메타 변화를 겪었습니다. 남은 뭐야 이거? 요즘 플레이어층이 달라진 것 같아요. 우리는 과거에 혼란을 겪고 당시 일부 사람들은 울었고, 그들은 현재 여전히 일하고 거기에 이게 아마 숨겨진 꿀빌드가 있다 뭐 이런 얘기 같아요. 해보고 싶은 빌드에 대한 생각을 멈출 수 없습니다. 나는 사람들이 실험과 파악을 통해 결국 뭔 말이야 씨. 마틸이죠 남이. 그러니까 이 마틸이 약간 이런 멘트를 했어요. 빌드가 좀 다양한데 사람들이 뭔가 시도를 하지 않는다. 실험과 뭐 노력을 하지 않는다. 뭐 이런 멘트를 했었고, 그러 듣자마자 지자란이 동의하지 않는다. 빌드 생존 가능성이 이 리그보다 낮습니다. 그중 상당 부분이 수비라고 생각합니다. 그러니까 이게 무슨 말이냐면 번역이 좀 이상한데 방어 기제에 대한 문제를 말했어요. 지자란이. 지금 방어 기제가 너무 좀 힘들다. 그런 예로 뭐 특정 빌드는 회피, 그러니까 완벽 회피나 막기 확률, 이게 막기 확률이거든. 차단이 블럭 얘기했거든요. 막기나 뭐 완벽 회피 없이는 쉽지 않다. 하지만 마틸은 이제 토템 플레이 스타일 자체가 그냥 원래 그렇다. 제대로 재생하면 할 수 있다. 참고로 저는 지자란한테 동의합니다. 여기서는 지자란한테 동의할 수밖에 없는 게, 저도 소코를 즐겨 하지만 방어 기제가 지금 개판이에요. 실내로 지금 활쟁이들이 또 떠오르고 레이더나 이런 게 떠오르는 게 그냥 이거 완벽 해피가 진짜 날먹이라. 어떻게 보면 지금 어차피 못 피하면 죽고 뭐 댐감을 통해서 뭔가 해결하기가 힘들거든요. 특히 이런 레인저나 위쪽 위치나 뭐 인퀴지 템플러 쪽이나 어쌔신 쪽은 댐감기가 없어요. 아예 거의 없다시피 해. 근데 이쪽은 그쵸? 곡차곡에 그냥 바람의 무늬 딱 찍어주면 그냥 사실상 오히려 생존이 더 좋아. 근데 반대로 생각해봅시다. 이거 완벽 회피 30% 만큼의 30%의 그 물리피해 감소 같은 거 얻으려면은 아머에 얼마를 투자해야 되고 투자하는 게 얼마나 많아. 좀 이 생존 밸런스가 지금 많이 깨져 있다고 생각해요. 전 심하게 깨지지 않았나 이번 리그에. 저번 리그 안 해봐서 모르겠지만 뭐 물피감 땡기기 진짜 힘들어요. 그렇게 막 날먹으로 막 완벽 해피. 자, 그럼 그런 말 할 수 있어. 사실 챙기면 또 어떻게 챙겨질 수 있는데, 그러면 딜 어떻게 합니까? 딜 지금 안 그래도 딜이 낮아진 리그에 생존을 막 엄청 챙기면서 딜까지 챙긴다? 그래서 저도 이번에 피통이 다 낮아요. 이게 진짜 어쩔 수가 없는 게 진짜 빡빡해. 너무 빡빡해. 이게 피통 챙기면서 딜까지 챙기려면은 돈을 쓰던가 아니면 노드에서 피통이나 뭐 생존 좀 빼야 돼. 진짜 조금 안타깝습니다 이건. 진짜 그쵸. 이제 그 특정 빌드는 다 되잖아. 생존 어느 정도 챙기면서 딜도 괜찮은데 특정 또 다른 수많은 빌드들은 진짜 딜과 생존 다 잡기 힘들어. 그런 면에서 저는 빌드 다양성 없다고 봅니다. 진짜. 생존을 조금 포기해 딜을 고집한 이유, 그게 더 좋아요. 저의 생각해도 어차피 하드코어가 아닌 이상 딜을 더 챙기는 방향이 저도 어느 정도는 맞다고 생각하지만, 그래도 이게 참 게임이라는 게 계속 죽고 한 대 맞고 죽고 그러면은 진짜 짜증나거든요 솔직히. 그래서 참 애매하다 봅니다 이번 이런 너프의 그 밸런스가. 뭐 망가지론자 이런 거 쓰면은 또 괜찮을 수 있지. 그래서 사실 진짜 지금 리그 피통 8,000까지 뭐 챙기기도 쉽지 않지만 피통 6,000이어도 한 방 맞고 죽는 거 똑같아요. 딜 챙기는 게 낫긴 해. 그런 거 보면. 그래서 사람들이 결국에는 빌드에 몰릴 수밖에 없다. 뭐 좀 검증된 좋은 빌드로 몰릴 수밖에 없다. 그럼 이렇게 말할 수 있어요. 너도 그거 하면 되잖아. 근데 제 입장을 또 얘기하자면 재미가 없어. 그런 빌드가 개인적으로 재미있으려고 게임하는 건데. 저도 MOM 쓰고 있어요. 그래서 지금 MOM 찍었어. 왜냐면 빌드 다양성? 더 심해졌어. 오래전부터 피통 6,000이고 8,000이고 한 방에 죽는다 그랬는데 아닌데? 제 생각하기에는 좀 다른데? 그거는 아닌 것 같아요. 그건 너무 좀 극단적인 것 같고, 예전에 조금 생존이 좀 챙겨서 안 죽었던 게 지금 죽는다 이 정도입니다. 제가 말하는 건. 그러니까 이 정도면 안 죽겠지 하는 게 다 죽어. 거의. 그게 좀 아쉬워요. 근데 근데 이거에 대해서는 뭐라고 했어요? 크리스가? 뭐 어떻게 뭐 개편한다 했나? 이게 마틸이랑, 제 기억에는 뭐 마틸이랑 지자란 둘이서 막 말하다 끝난 것 같았는데 그냥? 돌아가는 빌드는 사실 많긴 해요. 저도 인정. 이것도 관점에 따라 또 다른데 사람들이 이게 애매하다 진짜. 이 주제에 대해서 말하기가 저도 좀 조심스럽고 애매한데, 그래도 제 기준의 빌드에 돌아간다 기준은 어느 정도 그냥 팔각성에서 매핑 적당히 하고 뭐 사이러스 적당히 잡을 정도? 뭐 그 정도? 솔직히 이제 조금 눈 낮춰서, 솔직히 왜냐면 어차피 사이러스라는 게 지금 뭐 전체 유저의 10%도 못 잡는다며요. 그래, 그럼 알겠다. 그러면 그냥 각성 레벨 뭐 한 4각성 5각성 정도 돌아가는 빌드는 저도 많다는 거에 동의. 그 정도는 동의. 근데 조금 그래도 어느 정도 엔드 컨텐츠를 좀 즐길 만한 빌드, 좀 정상적으로 막 똥꼬쇼 너무 하지 않고 그런 빌드는 한정적이다. 특정 빌드들. 특정 빌드는 뭐 저자본으로 되는 것도 있고, 이게 또 관점에 따라 다를 수 있어요. 누군가는 진짜 빌드? 뭐가 다양하지 않은데? 그냥 하면 다 되는데? 라고 하는 사람이 있을 수 있어. 근데 저 생각은 솔직히 아닙니다. 저는 지금 빌드 다양성은 예전의 빌드 다양성과는 느낌이 다른 다양성이에요 라고 생각해요. 제 생각일 뿐이고 뭐 님들 생각 다 다를 수 있지. 지금 남은 사람들은 다 약간 좀 대깨 POE 하시는 분들이라 사실 알아서 다 잘할 거야. 알아서 다 잘하시겠지. 수학 때는 다 똥빌드 했어요? 그때 했어야 되나 봐. 수학 안 한 거 조금 아쉽다. 밸런스가 안 맞는 거 사실이긴 합니다. 뭐 닌자만 봐도 스펠 없죠? 셀케 다 뒤졌다. 밸런스 맞춰주면 좋은데 안 맞춰주면 뭐 어쩔 수 없죠. 사실 그것도 맞지. 그 뭐랄까 모든 스킬이 다 좋으면 그것도 말이 안 돼. 진짜. 그리고 사실 지금이니까 그리고 뭐 네크는 솔직히 제가 볼 때는 언젠가부터 항상 상위권이긴 하지만 뭐 환방투 같은 게 가끔 1등 할 때도 있고 뭐 좀 잘 안 쓰던 스킬들이 1등 할 때도 있는 건 맞는데 이제 어떤 식으로 이제 앞으로 좀 나아갈 건지 좀 그런 거에서 알려주면 좋겠다. 패치를 어떻게 할 건지. 신규 유니크? 제발. 제발 신규 유니크는 나 진짜 좀 잘 나왔으면 좋겠다. 아니, 유니크로 아이템 막 끼고 빌드 맞추는 게 재밌는데 지금 17,000명밖에 안 돼요 종접이? 아 근데 빌드 다양성이 닌자만 봐도 그냥 그럴 수 있다니까요? 이게 닌자만 봐도 다양성 좋다고 생각할 수 있어요. 물론 환방투랑 네크가 높긴 하지만 직업 밸런스야 논외로 치고 스킬만 보면은 막 압도적으로 막 옛날 진짜 막 뭐 윈터 오브나 사클 이런 거 사귈 때처럼 압도적으로 막 30% 이상 이런 건 또 없고 그냥 어느 정도는 공정하게 많이 쓰긴 해요. 다양하게. 그래서 뭐 좀 다양하게 느낄 수 있지 않을까 사실. 근데 제가 말하는 다양성, 제가 생각하는 다양성은 뭐 그런 건 아니고 그렇습니다. 그리고 이것도 조금 아까 좀 신선하게 들었던 내용인데 그 앞으로 이제 밸런스 패치를 뭔가 좀 커뮤니티나 그런 거에서 토론을 하고 좀 결정하겠다? 뭐 이런 건가요? 닌자의 빌드가 다양하면 오피가 없다. 그것도 인정. 그것도 인정. 그 신규 유니크 재밌는 게 없어 이번에. 그 장갑이 그나마 재밌었고 나머지는 재밌는 게 없더라. 아 이 커뮤니티가 잠깐만. 커뮤니티가 어떤 커뮤니티야? 레딧 같은 커뮤니티 아닌가요 이거? 아까 되게 긍정적으로 들었는데 이거? 그러니까 앞으로 패치를 하거나 이럴 때 뭔가 좀 할 그 가능성을 열어뒀어요. 뭔가 유저의 의견을 받아들이겠다 라는 가능성에 대한 멘트를 했어. 그리고 미드리그 버프 너프. 미드리그라는 게 이게 리그 도중, 지금 같은 경우죠. 탐험리그 도중 이런 상황에서 버프하거나 뭐 너프하거나 이런 걸 피하고 싶다. 진짜 어쩔 수 없을 때 빼고는. 뭐 항상 그랬지 근데. 아, 벨페 안내 이후에 뭐 그 정도인가? 반응만 본다는 거예요? 아, 이게 참 영어가 어렵다. 저는 되게 뭔가 좀 아까 들을 때 긍정적으로 들었거든요. 뭔가 유저들하고 소통도 할 것 같고 막 이렇게 듣긴 했는데. 그리고 미드리그 버프 이번에 좀 했잖아 솔직히. 뭐 했죠 버프? 면죄. 면죄 10버프. 리퍼도 조금 버그 수정하게. 그리고 칼날덧. 좋아. 면제합시다 우리. 면제 개너프 됐어. 아니 개버프 됐어. 근데 면제 왜 아무도 안 해? 좀 수치만 보면은 진짜 많이 버프되긴 했는데 PTR은 현재 뭐 이거는 뭐 그럴 수 있지. 넘어가고 그래도 아무도 안 해. 왜 안 해? 한번 소환수잖아. 소환수는 또 기본적으로 좀 할만하지 않나? 고정관념인가? 자 POE2. 근데 POE2 지금 뭐 관심이 있습니까 솔직히? 나 POE2 얘기 자꾸 왜 하는지 모르겠는데 이거 어차피 2024년이래매. 3년 남았어 3년. 자꾸 뭐 지금 이렇게 조금씩 던져주는 거에 대해서 전혀 이 POE2에 대해 설렘이 느껴지거나 뭐 기대가 느껴지거나 하지 않아요. 전 진짜 어떻게 바뀌든 뭐 나중에 또 영상 좀 보면. 이거 누가 말했어요 이거? 면제가 긴급 복구 전에 3티어 그럼 지금 11티어 아니야? 군대 다 갔다 오지 않았냐 여기? 그리고 콘솔로 POE 하시는 분 혹시? 플스 이런 걸로? 저는 한 번도 안 해봐서 이게 무슨 말인지 모르겠네. 어떤 식으로 거래를 하길래 지금 이렇게 불편함을 겪고 있는지 아예 모르겠다. 상황을 모르니까. 크리스 울센 하이. 아니 가끔 유튜브 영상 봐도 영상 올리는 거에 이 콘솔 영상이 좀 있긴 있더라고. 저 거래가 불편해요 하시는 분들 이거 혹시? 진짜 몰라. 어떤 식으로 거래를 하는지조차 몰라. 어떻게 접속하고 뭐 렐름은 어디고. 야 근데 진짜 이걸로 한다고? POE를? 물약은 또 어떻게 잘 먹나 그거? 아 이제 물약 먹을 필요 어차피 물약 먹을 필요 없구나 이제. 콘솔에서 아이템 검색하고 웹사이트에서 따로 검색해서 매물 사야 되는데. 아무튼 뭐 문제가 있었나봐요. 거래 그 검색이나 이런 거에 대해서. 진짜 안 해서 모르겠고 솔직히. 여기도 뭐 기타 뭐 내용인데 뭐 크게 중요하진 않았던 것 같아요. 아니 근데 약간 궁금한 거는 이게 저번 이제 베이클라스 같은 경우는 원래 좀 꾸준히 하는 컨텐츠라 치고 이번에 이 방송을 한 목적이 뭐예요? 얘네가? 이 크리스 윌슨이 왜 한 거야? 아 이런 말을 했네. 신문을 받으러 왔다? 아 그냥 소통을 위해서 한 거예요? 아니 저 이거 지금까지 한 적이 있나요? 이런 식의 그 뭐 마틸, 지자란, 크리스 이렇게 딱 저는 있었나? 지금까지 그렇게 셋이서 하는 게? 셋이서 처음 봤어요 저. 1년에 한 번 정도? 오. 내가 진짜 관심이 없었구나. 한 번도 못 봤는데. 근데 이번에 원래는 이게 뭐랄까 좀 더 생산적인 얘기도 많이 할 것 같은데 이번에는 아무래도 이번 리그가 리그다 보니까 아쉬운 얘기를 많이 한 것 같아요. 뭐 스트리머도 그렇고 빡빡이도 그렇고. 이제 끝났어요. 이미 한 거 아까 새벽에 했어요. 출근 안 해야 되겠다. 출근하기 싫다. 다음 주 이 시간쯤에 한 개 더 있다고요? 또 있어? 이런 인터뷰 또 해 이거? 이걸 또 한다고? 왜 또 해? 왜 할 말이 더 있어? 아 무슨 내용인데 다음 주는요? 아 마틸 그거 좀 웃기긴 했어요. 디아 20년 죽은 게임. 내 하는 게 참 목적이 있긴 있는 것 같다. 출근 마음대로 안 할 수 있어요. 저 나름 팀장이라 하루 쉬면 되지. 씨. 아 졸려요. 근데 밤새갖고 지금 술 아까 소주 2병 먹고 밤새갖고. 다음 주는 소코 트레이드에서 소코 트레이드 이번 리그 거래의 문제. 아 이번 리그 거래의 문제는 사실 유저수 감소와 굉장히 직접적으로 연관이 있지 않나요? 아 그 얘기도 했긴 했다. 그 저번에 얘기인가? 이거 뭐 트레이드 보호 관련한 얘기. 오늘 간단 요약인데 이게 내용이 되게 뭔가 많은 것 같은데 일단 여기 레딧만 보면 긍정적인 얘기 진짜 많습니다. 되게 물론 이번 리그는 좀 망했지만 인정하는 것 같아 얘네도. 그러니까 이번 리그에선 자기들의 실수는 어느 정도 인정하는 것 같고 이제 다음 리그나 이제 앞으로 3.17도 엄청 계속 뿌리거든요. 뭔가 떡밥을 3.17에서 계속 뭔가 할 거다 계획 중이다 고려 중이다 막 이런 얘기도 많이 하는 거 보면 어느 정도는 뭐 개편하겠지 다음 리그에. 물론 지금 리그에 안 합니다. 이번 리그는 이대로 가는 거야. 끝이야. 저도 이게 근데 사람들이 자 이번 방송 저도 뭐 저번 방송이랑 비교해 보자면 조금 저자세긴 했다. 저번에는 빡빡이가 뭔가 좀 당당했다면 오늘은 좀 죽어 있었어요. 뭔가 기죽은 모습이었고 솔직히 진짜 냉정하게 저번 방송보다 이번 방송에서는 어느 정도 좀 진정하게 그래도 조금이라도 소통까지는 아니더라도 얘기할 생각이 있게 느껴지긴 했어. 좋은 내용도 많이 있었는데 문제는 이번 리그는 이제 이대로 간다는 게 또 문제죠. 뭐 중간에 패치 안 하니까 어차피 이번 리그 마지막 빌드가 될 수도 있고 아닐 수도 있고. 그리고 지금 민심이 안 좋을 수밖에 없는 게 이미 안 좋았잖아. 이미 빡빡이 민심 거의 나락치고 있었는데 여기서 솔직히 다음 리그 뭐 어떻게 하겠다 뭐 다다음 리그 어떻게 하겠다 앞으로 어떻게 하겠다 해봤자 긍정적으로 냉정하게 못 받아들일 수 있죠. 솔직히 짜증나지. 그냥 뭔 소리 해도 짜증나지. 그냥 이미 빡빡이 민심 그냥 나락인데 지금. 빡빡이 원래 3만해요? 하 진짜 근데 나 진짜 좀 짜증나는 것 중에 하나 유저수가 솔직히 이번 리그 감소했잖아요. 근데 렉은 또 왜 있어? 그건 카카오 문제인가? 그냥 유저수가 감소하면 좀 서버 여유 생기는 거 아니야? 다른 문제인가? 지자란 그분 이제 그 건틀렛 안 하겠다고 저번에 말하긴 했어요. 아 유저수 줄었으니까 서버도 줄였어. 지리긴 해. 진짜라면 지리긴 해. 뭐 근데 그런 건 뭐 진짜일 수도 있고 아닐 수도 있고. 아무튼 제 개인적인 그냥 이번 탐험 리그도 마찬가지고 그냥 그 POE 뭐 GGG에 대해서 저도 기분이 굉장히 별로 안 좋고요. 당연히 마틸도 조금 띠껍네. 아 마틸 좀 저 마틸 되게 좋아했었는데 마틸이랑 나랑 생각이 좀 다르네. 뭔가 좀 마음에 안 든다. 최적화가 안 된 게임이긴 해요 이거 솔직히. 근데 오늘 이거 마틸도 욕 엄청 먹겠는데? 마틸이요 약간 POE 아이돌 같은 느낌의 그런 친구인데 저런데 나와서 저렇게 발언하면 욕 먹을 것 같은데? 마틸이 뭐랬는지 이거 전문 보시면은 알 것 같아요. 뭐 제가 또 굳이 다시 말하기 좀 그렇고 아까 다 말했고 이거 링크는 전문 링크 보내드릴 테니까 심심하시면 링크 가서 한번 보시는 것도 재밌지 않을까. 이게 사람마다 관점이 달라서 진짜 멘트 하나하나가 지금 누군가에게는 짜증나게 느껴지고 누군가에게는 별거 아니라고 느껴지는 것 같아요. 그냥 제 관점으로 보면 솔직히 뭐 크게 짜증날 내용, 왜냐면 이미 체념한 것도 있으니까 전 그냥 그러려니 하고 그냥 체념한 것도 있어서 별 상관없다고 생각해요. 그냥 아까 그 말한 그 빌드 다양성과 그 생존 밸런스, 여기에 대해서 저는 지자란의 생각과 굉장히 가깝습니다. 개인적으로 저도 소프트코어를 하지만 하드코어 안 하지만 지자란과 생각이 거의 비슷하다고 생각합니다. 저는 좋게 본 거는 좋게 봤어요. 저도 나쁘게 본 거가 딱히 없긴 해. 그냥 나쁘게 보이는 거지. 나쁘게 보이는 거지. 진짜로 나쁜 거는 뭐 수학 관련도 뭐 좀 개편될 것 같고, 진짜로 엄청 나쁜 내용을 말하는 거는 또 없는 것 같긴 해. 나쁘게 보이는 건 다 나쁘게 보이는데, 마틸과 지자란은 또 진짜 하코 소코 차이가 있지만 그래도 저는 소코 입장에서도 지자란 편, 굳이 따지자면. 자, 아무튼 여기까지 봤고, 이거는 저 원래 정리해서 유튜브 올리려고 했는데 힘들겠다. 쉽지 않다. 정리하기도 쉽지 않고 내용이 별게 없어요. 그리고 내용이 솔직히 말해서 이게 뭔 내용이야 이게. 결국에는 그냥 다음 리그 어떻게 좋아진다, 다다음 리그 더 기대해달라, 결국에는 또 그런 내용밖에 없는 것 같아서 뭐 별 내용이 없어서 그냥 안 할 것 같은데? 제발 올려달라고요? 아, 3번 보면은 또 그게 얼마야? 달달한데 조회수? 아, 3번 보면 달달한데? 그러면 또 생각해 보겠습니다. 근데 오늘 거는 진짜 뭐 기분 안 나빠요. 저 별로 이거 보고. 저번에는 진짜 개빡쳤는데 이번 거는 뭐 그러려니. 너빌보 말고 너기부? 너기부가 뭐야? 너의 기부력? 너무 좋은 컨텐츠다. 나한테 돈을 다 줘. 아무튼 님들 너무 빡빡이 안 좋게만 보지 말고, 안 좋게만 보일 수밖에 없는 상황인 건 이해하지만 저도 빡빡이 지금 안 좋게 보거든요. 그래도 오늘 내용 좋았던 거 진짜 많습니다. 일단 내용만 보면 그래서 그냥 뭐 좀 너무 그냥 빡빡이 하는 거 좋은데 이 내용을 갖고 너무 뭐라 할 필요는 없을 것 같다. 물론 저도 지금 시즌 오프 마렵긴 해요. 굉장히 마려워. 그래서 저번에도 얘기했지만 빌드 한두 개만 더 하고 아마 접지 않을까요? 그래서 긍정적으로 볼만한 것도 있었고, 솔직히 근데 뭐 재미는 없었다 방송이. 그냥 5시에 왜 굳이 내가 3시간 동안 그걸 봤는지에 대한 생각은 잘 안 들고 쉽지 않네. 아무튼 저는 일단 좀 자러 가볼게요. 나 진짜 너무 피곤해서 안 되겠어요. 뭘 더 못하겠어. 술도 마셔갖고. 그래서 아까 밤에 아까 혹시 늦게 갈 수도 있다고 얘기는 하는데, 늦게 출근한다고 얘기는 하는데 일단 좀 자고 일어나서 생각해보자. 너무 졸리다 진짜. 잠을 하나도 안 잤거든요 결국에. 저는 일단 가보겠습니다. 다들 즐거운 게임, 즐거운 강탈 좀 해서 대체컬이나 그 모조품 좀 많이 뽑아놓으세요. 제가 쓸 수도 있으니까. 들어가겠습니다. 감사합니다. 큐바.